moment, surfers have been using pretty much all of that paddle out time in this current heat here in very, very big Fistral Beach, Newquay. We've got 4 surfers, each of them from different parts of Europe.
Here we are at the Boardmasters Open 2023 at Fistral Beach, Newquay. Day 3. The sun is out and the waves just keep getting better. First off, the Reef Longboard Pro Men's. Light-footed and elegant, making it look easy.
Okay, so we're going to be counting this one in very shortly.
Next we have the Reef Longboard Pro Women's. Into the Soul Arch. Next, we have the Mystic Junior Girls Open Semi-Finals.
Stand by, surfers. We will be starting very shortly.
The Animal
no
Pro
surfing.
Men's.
We're going to start imminently.
Heavy section and perfect landing. Rotation, tail high.
Stand by.
And we finish the day with the Animal Pro Women's. A big hit there, utilizing power surfing here at Fistral Beach.
Stand by. Okay, surfers, counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome. We are kicking off with a round of 16, Heat 1. Coming up in red, we've got Logan Nicol of Wales, Ido Arkin of Israel, Jay Phipps of France, and Hans Adriola of Spain.
What a start, yeah. And Logan Nicol there, Rob, took off on a huge wave just then and kicked out straight away at the bottom. And he'll be hoping to be able to nip quickly back through the white water. Of course, the priority system at play here, and that will drop Logan down into 4th priority straight away. It's interesting, we've seen, yeah, and he's going to get just a 0.5 for that. First of red, a 0.5. So not too much loss there, really. He has managed to get out back. What are these conditions like this morning, Rob? Or this afternoon, actually?
It is big, Tom. It is very chunky. And what we're seeing is the surf just breaking so far out to sea and making it really, really tricky for our surfers to find their position in the lineup and expending an awful amount of energy as well.
Yeah, and energy conservation with the possibility of surfing more than once today is going to be really important. So Logan Nicol yesterday, I reckon, surfed, I think it's the best heat I've seen him surf in his career yesterday.
Certainly, and he got him to this position. As we see, surfer in white. This is Jay Phipps of France, the youngster, styling his way through this one. A nice hook under the lip there. Bottom turning around that section, cracking another one, sending loads of spray over the back. This wave fattening up, but Jay's going to stick with it through the inside and look for a closeout re-entry. Finds it up and down with the foam, and he'll be delighted with that as he ejects.
So we got a small score there for Logan Nicol, and then Jay Phipps on that last one. So he came off the bottom pretty hard there, pushed some spray out of the top bit, if we think about it, and then quite a bit of work he had to do on that foamy section coming through the inside, but to get the completion on it, really important. It's a difficult section to get a completion on, that is. And you can see a score there for the surfer in white, Jay Phipps.
First of white, Jay Phipps, first of white, 4.33. 4.33, first of white. First of red, 0.5. No waves ridden yet for our surfers in blue and green, respectively. But with 22 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, it's still to play for.
Yeah, it's good to see, surfers up and riding and getting waves under their belt in this heat, because then, with this kind of stormy surf, I think when you're on the beach, you can have the butterflies a little bit about not so much about the waves being dangerous per se, but will you get out there? Will you manage to find one? Because once surfers are on the wave, the canvas that they've got in front of them has got heaps of scoring potential. We're going to see a paddle going on here. That's the surfer in green and a huge backside floater. And you can hear the noise from the beach there. That was Hans Odriozola, the Basque surfer from San Sebastian Donostia. Junior surfer, the younger brother of the European junior champion Kai Odriozola. So there is an even younger Odriozola, and he came through in the dying seconds yesterday with a buzzer beater. He likes these big inside closeout sections, doesn't he, Odriozola? Yesterday he had a last second buzzer beater in his heat with Stanley Norman and some others, and Logan Nicol, just an in and out.
Do you know what, Tom? I think the trick here is going to be getting back out after each of those waves. We saw at the beginning of the heat, our surfers walked to the very south end of the contest area to try and employ the rip in helping them get back out the back. But after surfing these waves at the north end of the beach, they're on their own now. They've got to get back out. It's tricky.
I like that word, employ the rip, as if they write some kind of contract with the rip. Of course, if they don't read the small print, then that contract might not quite be what they hoped it was, might it?
We see, Tom, the first of green. First of green, surfer in green, a 6.0. First of green, 6.0.
And we'll just wait for Odriozola to not be underwater before we attempt to give him that in Spanish as well. I think he's got another mountain of white water on his head here. Wow, there he is. And yeah, what a maneuver. So the 6.0 was given for that huge backside crack. Última ola de surfer en verde, Hans Odriozola, unos 6 puntos. 6. Última ola de verde, 6. Usted desde la primera, you're in the lead. Jay Phipps, you're in second with a 4.33. Logan, you now need a 3.84. And Ido Arkin, in blue, you have priority. Última ola de verde, 6 puntos. So we've had John, the sound guy, down there this morning, trying to do all he can to make sure that sound can be related out to the lineup. Hopefully Odriozola has been able to hear those scores. We're waiting for a couple of surfers. I suppose it'll be when surfers come in and tell us whether or not they can hear out there, because there's a lot more wind and a lot more ocean rumble going on today for it to cut through. 6 points, fair score for that of Odriozola, Robbo?
Absolutely. So critical, right under the lip or on the lip. Falling from quite some height come the end of it. A brave maneuver in these washy conditions. Like we said, Tom, I think that the challenge today is going to be getting back out after those waves. Jay Phipps, who got the second scoring wave of the heat, still on his way back out. A lengthy paddle for the young surfer representing France.
Representing France, but he's got
a few passports.
Yeah, quite a few other countries have contributed to the creation of Jay Phipps, haven't they?
He's got more passports than James Bond, Tom.
Has he? So from where do these passports originate, Rob?
Well, like we say, Tom, representing France, Jay born and raised in Seignos, France.
Okay.
So French passport.
That's why he's surfing for France then.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Jay, of course, the son of legendary Australian shaper Mark Phipps.
And Mark Phipps, we are talking the same Mark Phipps who finished second in the ISA Worlds in 1992 in stormy Lacanau to Grant Frost, I think we established. Oh, at the bottom of a decent sized wave here. That's Odriozola again off the top. And as you get the closeout Rio, it's just a little bit too much white water to contend with there. So is that where Phipps's international connections end?
It is not, Tom.
Is it not?
Because Jay's mum, Christine, is from the Mumbles in Wales. So Jay is also the holder of a British passport.
You're telling me Jay is
Welsh.
Ydy Jay and Cymraeg? Oh, perffaith. I think Jay needs to, he needs to seriously consider which of those passports he wants to use internationally. Well, I get it. The French team.
Well, he used his British one to get here.
Yeah, but I mean, France has got a fantastic junior setup, hasn't it?
Incredible.
And it's been bearing fruit. Last of Hans Odriozola, a 3.17.
As we now see Tom, our surfer in red, Logan Nicol of Wales, bouncing off the foam there. A lovely carve up into the lip again. Little foam climb, and that wave fades out underneath him. But the completion was there for Logan. He's looking for a 3.84. In the hands of the judges now, he'll be chasing down Jay Phipps.
Last of green, Odriozola, 3.17. Last of green, a 3.17. Hans, usted esta la primera. Jay Phipps, you're looking for a 4.85. Logan, so he was looking, small score there, just the 1.31 needed to pop up into second. He'd get that, won't he? But it's not what he's going to need at the end.
Well, last of red, a 3.0. Last of red, 3.0. So the situation, Tom, with 16 minutes and 5 seconds remaining is this. Surfer in green, Hans Odriozola, is in first position with a 6-point ride and a 3.17. Surfer in white, Jay Phipps, is in second position with a 4.33. Surfer in red, Logan Nicol, is in third position with a 3.03. He's looking to replace that lower score of a 0.5. He now needs a 1.31. And no waves yet ridden for our surfer in blue, who's currently in fourth, Ido Arkin.
So it's Ido Arkin, the surfer from Israel then, Rob, who has got a bit of work to do out at the moment. Ido Arkin, 20-year-old surfer, the goofy foot from Tel Aviv. And he's out there in the middle of all of that white water somewhere, the one surfer who's still got to get himself on the board. Ido Arkin surfed really, really well on his way through in both of the last two rounds, actually. So if he gets the score, he's definitely going to have it in him. And there are some really difficult waves coming through in the middle there. So we'll alert them to the priorities. Blue priority. Second priority is white, then red, then green. Oh, I reckon they're all underneath this lump of white water. And wow, that is some roll of whitewash coming through the middle of the beach there. They got to try and remember where the lineup was after that thing.
Looking out to sea, Tom, it's almost as if surfer in red Logan Nicol has some kind of force field around him. He's managed to get out with such ease after every wave.
Well, it's that contract you told me. It's the employment contract, complete with terms and conditions that you told me. It obviously wasn't a 0 hours contract.
Tom, a bomb coming through out the back. You can just see it feathering out there.
Yeah.
Kind of closing out across the bay. Actually, this is going to put some pressure on our surfers. I wonder if Logan avoids this one.
They're all going under that one as well, I reckon. And the one behind, though, it's possible. But the trouble is, if you want to catch this wave behind, you're going to be riding on very foamy water. And riding on foamy water is difficult.
Now, Tommy, you and I discussed earlier location and positioning within the lineup. Of course, the wave's feathering a long way out to sea, and it is tempting to go right out to beyond them to kind of sit in the deep water that you would normally find yourself in. However, they're only breaking for the top 2 or 3 feet of the wave before really feeling the bottom much further in. So our surfers are choosing to position themselves about halfway out, not all the way out the back, just where those waves are a bit more critical And we see now our surfer in white, Jay Phipps, the young goofy foot, representing France, up and riding, cutting back towards the foam on this one. He's going to straighten out to try and generate a bit more speed, up into the lip, jamming one there. As we see him continue down the line, cracks another one off the lip, sending lots of spray up on that second maneuver. He's going to bounce through this, looking for the end section, finds it. Little whip there, and he continues, gets the reform for another final maneuver. Follows it up, changing direction onto the right, all the way to the inside. He has got some paddling to do.
Now, the cheering that you may have picked up there halfway through that wave of Phipps was for Ido Arkin, the surfer in blue from Tel Aviv in Israel, who had gone left on the same wave and did an enormous closeout smash with a real free fall on it. And then Logan Nicol actually went on the one behind, got one big frontside smash, and then was out. And so Logan will get back out and get himself into priority. Although I can see here that it looks as though Ido Arkin has been given the priority. And that is because the big blast on the backside, it was Hans Odriozola. So that's why Arkin still holds priority. So Hans Odriozola now, this time Arkin is getting himself into one. On the front side here now, this is Arkin in the blue, and he's smashed one there as well. So that's a little bit smaller than the turn that Odriozola did while you were with Phipps. But there's a few more scores to drop for everybody now. So Logan got one, front side lipper, and then kicked out. Odriozola with a huge backhand floater on a slightly smaller wave than the one before. And then we had Arkin on the front side. The second wave of Jay Phipps is in, or will be shortly going in. So we've got a couple of scores to drop here now. And in fact, that last of Hans Odriozola, they're going to give a very big score to, indeed. So Odriozola with an enormous backside floater. And I think this is looking like it's going to be the wave of the heat. So Hans Odriozola, your last wave is a 7.5. Last of green, a 7.5. Ultimo de verde, 7.50. Last of green, a 7.5. You are in the lead. Eres primera. And we'll see here. This is the wave of Phipps. The score about to drop for that one. The judges are deliberating. It's going to go a little bit under Phipps's first wave. There was quite a bit of foam work on it. He got really busy, and it was a long ride, but not perhaps equal in sort of size and scale to the really brave sort of daring do of the floater of Odriozola. And then we got the last of red, Logan Nicol, in as well. Last of red, a 3.8. Last of red, a 3.8. Last of white, a 3.57. That last of red, so a 3.8 was for a big frontside crack. And then going out of that one.
Okay, with all the scores in, as that the last of blue comes in at a 4.63. It was really for that last jam off the whitewater, wasn't it, Tom? So with 9 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, surfers in the water. This is the situation. Surfer in green, Hans Odriozola, you are in first position. Surfer in green, you are in first. Surfer in white, Jay Phipps, you are in second position. You require 9.17 to move into first. Surfer in white, you are in second. Surfer in red, Logan Nicol, you are in third position. Surfer in red, you are in third. You require a 4.04 to move into second. Surfer in blue, Ido Arkin. Surfer in blue, you are in fourth. You require a 3.27 to move into second.
We got some pretty hot surfing coming up shortly as well, Rob. Some of the names coming up. Very, very exciting Spanish junior prospects of Markel Vizcarraguanega and Bito Garita Onandia, both in the same heat together, and they're going to be with the Scot, Craig McLaughlin, and another Welshman, Patrick Langdon Dark. So that one will be a real spectacle. So surfers are in the water. Hans Odriozola, you are in first. Eres primera. Hans Odriozola, you have a 7.5 and a 6.0. Ustedes de la cabeza, you are in the lead. Jay Phipps. Jay Phipps, you are in second. Jay, you'd be looking to replace a 3.57. Logan, you are in third. You need a 4.04. Ido, you are in fourth. You need a 3.27. Now, tell me, Rob, why does the surfer in fourth need a lower score than the surfer in third?
Surfers in the water. With the wind, it's very difficult to hear. So, surfer in white asking for a situation. Jay, surfer in white, you are in second. You require a 9.17 to move into first. You're looking to replace a 3.57. Last of white, 3.57. Jay, you're in second.
So, Rob, yeah, you were just about to tell me why does the surfer in fourth, Ido Arkin, only need a 3.27 to get into second, whereas the surfer in third needs a bigger score of 4.04. Why is that?
Well, that, Tom, is because surfer in blue, Ido, who's currently in fourth, has only had one wave. And that wave, a 4.63, is bigger than anything red has got so far. As we see, that surfer in red, it's Logan Nickel up and riding now. Kind of charging down the line, trying to generate some speed up into the lip, with the lip line float there and down. He likes that one. Arms up. Big claim from the surfer in red.
It was a big section. I was a little bit surprised at how much he drew the bottom turn out on that thing, because I thought that he was going to try and go straight back up it, but he actually delayed the bottom turn out a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, so that's surfer in red, Logan Nickel. Like we say, he raced down the line, trying to generate some speed, looking for somewhere to perform a maneuver, and eventually he spotted the cascading lip ahead of him, and he went straight up and dropped down a very long way, and hence why I think prompted him to do that claim, the double-armed claim.
The judges haven't agreed with his double-arm claim, though.
They have not. He was chasing a 4.04. Last of red, a 2.7. Last of red, 2.7.
That'll be frustrating, because where he landed that turn is where you've got to do the most duck dive in. So he didn't. The reason why he needed to do that floater maneuver there was because he was coming into this great big stretch of sandbank. You can see the surfers trying to make their way out of that right there, and the other surfers on some of those other waves, they've picked off waves where there's a shoulder and you can kick out the shoulder and get yourself straight back into the lineup. That is one of the consequences of those big closeout floaters, is that it then is an absolute mission to get back out, because you've got to actually find the dumping sandbar bit. Now, with 5 minutes remaining, so with 5 minutes remaining, the surfer in the green, Odriozola, he's managed to do 2 of those big floaters and still get back out. So I think he's also got one of these force fields. Maybe he's written a
Could say he's got the rub of the green.
Yeah. So the surfer, yeah, in red, Logan Nickel, he's got some work to do to get himself up and out there. So we're waiting for Ido Arkin with quite a gettable score here, and Odriozola is going again here, and he's going to try another one of these big closeout. This time he has to turn under that lip. So much work to do to get in and out of that white water, and the Basque and Spanish support on the beach, they go wild for Hans Odriozola on that last turn. I think it's going to be close whether that goes where that goes in relation to his second wave, the 6-point ride. I think that's the score the judges will be comparing it to.
Big support camp for the young surfer in green. As we see now, surfer in red, Logan Nickel, he's still chasing that 4.04. Bottom turns, whips it back into the pocket off the top there, but unfortunately encounters some chop flying across that wave and unseating him.
Ido Arkin on the one behind. That's a huge lip to turn into, and if he can get a reform going on here.
Again, he almost came unstuck in that kind of cross chop, Tom.
Yeah, Arkin with a bit of work to do to go through the white water. It's there's all hands on deck here with these stormy conditions to be able to track what's going on. I think there's 2 spotters. One has each spotter has got 2 colours that they're responsible for. And for those of you watching at home, you'll see as well that it's a real game of cat and mouse for the cameramen. We've got some very, very experienced guys working here on the cameras. And I think they've done a pretty good job of managing to catch and find surfers from a huge, huge playing field. So there's surf coming through, big waves coming through to the north end of the contest area. So we're coming down to the last 2 minutes now, so the surfers in the next heat will have begun paddling back out. So we've got 2 minutes remaining.
We are just waiting for last of red to drop, and there it is. So we have ourselves a change of situation. Surfers in the water, you have 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. Surfer in green, Hans Odriozola, you are in first position. Surfer in blue, Ido Arkin, last of blue, a 3.67. So surfer in blue, you are now in second position. Surfer in white, Jay Phipps, you are now in third position. You require a 3.98 to move into second. 3.98, surfer in white. Surfer in red, Logan Nicol, you are in fourth position. Last of red, a 2.4. Surfer in red now chasing a 4.44.
So there's a Odriozola with a big maneuver on the inside. And this is Jay Phipps up and riding now as well. So he's looking to try and replace a 3.57. This will be close. He'll probably need a pretty big crack on this inside section here. Oh, hard work on the, when you're turning your board out of foam. The surface is so full of water, so full of air for those fins to bite. It's a real job indeed. There was a big score for Odriozola, but that's not going to probably make that much difference, is it? It's all about whether Phipps or Nicol can pick up the score they need. We've got 35 seconds left, and Logan Nicol's going to get one more bite of the cherry. I think there's a lump of water coming through, and it's an infinitely gettable score as long as he can just free himself up from these mountains of whitewash. And then I think there's going to be a lump of whitewash. He's going to wear this square to the noggin, so I'm not sure if the timer is going to have room for the man from Penarth. 10 seconds remaining, so we're going to be counting this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And either way, Ido Arkin got himself into another one anyway, and Arkin would have been looking to replace a 3.67. We'll just wait to see whether he does that. And it's not going to make a huge amount of difference. I don't think he's going to get up there, so that is going to be the final results of that heat. So we're going to get straight on into the next one. We're going to get started and count this one out very shortly in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Surfers are making their way in from the last heat. So Arkin, who got through, and Phipps, who unfortunately, well, he's going to live to fight in the juniors. He is the defending champion of the Mystic Juniors that has been taking place alongside this event. So Phipps has got plenty to play for. Ido Arkin is making his way up the beach, looking rather delighted. And the next heat are underway straight. They are greeted immediately by a wall of whitewash the entire length of Fistral Beach. This one goes from the Headland Hotel all the way down to the Pentire. And it's a real no man's land feel to that piece of line up there. We are expecting things to get a little bit more tame as this tide comes in, but right now it's a lot easier from this lovely comfortable armchair, isn't it, Robbo, than it is
Most certainly
in real
is,
life.
Tom. Safe from the wind.
So, yeah, Markel Vizcarra-Guanega has actually, I think, got himself going quite quickly. And in the far corner of the beach, in the middle of all of that whitewash, did pick off a wave, which he gave a bit of a spank into. So he'll be pretty happy. Vizcarra-Guanega, the surfer in the red from Gorliz in the Basque Country as well. Vizcarra-Guanega was 42nd on the QS last year, and he was active in the very last rounds of this event last year. 20-year-old surfer, so junior in terms of pro junior, just into open or seniors. And he is out in the water with a compatriot, Vitor Garito Anandia. Garito Anandia in the blue is from Deba, also in the Basque Country, and he's 20. He's just a month or two younger than Vizcarra-Guanega. We've got McLaughlin then from Scotland in the white. Now, Craig McLaughlin surfed really well in the round of 64 and had some difficult conditions to get through in the round of 32, but he did also manage to work his way through that very difficult lineup in the round of 32 yesterday to carry on going. Now, McLaughlin he's the reigning British Cup Junior champion, which he won in Llantwit Major in Wales last October. And McLaughlin surfed really well in that final. He took down the much-touted Cornish surfer Lucas Skinner in that final. And everybody from the south of the UK was a bit surprised by that result, but everybody from the north of the UK, they were not surprised in the slightest by that one. And then the other surfer that we've got in this heat, in the green, is Patrick Langton Dark, PLD as they call him. Patrick is from the Gower. He surfs. I think his family is from Dunvant, in the middle of Swansea, and PLD came the year before last 1 place shy of the Challenger Series. He's the reigning Welsh champion, and he is one of only 3 surfers in the history of Welsh surfing to have won both the Open Men's and the Juniors in the Welsh Nationals at the same time. So Patrick's Welsh title that he picked up this spring was his second Welsh title. He won his first when he was still a junior. Patrick got himself into 2 Challenger Series events because obviously finishing 1 place out of the European Challenger Series cut-off point, he still picked up a couple of wild cards. So he went to Balito in Durban, and he also went to Brazil, to Saquarema. And here we go. This is Patrick Langton Dark on cue, and a big smack there, and he's going to fight to try to land that, and he doesn't get the make on that one. Very difficult. He's now in the same bit of sandbank that his compatriot Logan Nicol had found himself in previously. The surfer in white.
This is the young Scot, Tom, Craig McLaughlin, getting back there, trying to generate some speed as this wave races away from him, but he gets up into the lip there, floats down, completes that up into the foam again. He goes, and he'll ride out of that one. So, first score on the board for the young Scot. And I think, Tom, we're just waiting now for Blue to get busy. Blue, the only surfer not to have ridden a wave thus far. Tom, you mentioned about surfer in white, Craig McLaughlin's success at the British Cup at Llantwit Major last October. It was done in conditions pretty much the exact opposite of these.
Yeah, the antithesis. Yeah, it was a 2-foot tapered light offshore A-frame peak, mechanical. And he surfs plenty of mechanical waves up there as well. Thurso East, one of the great waves in Northern Europe. Now, despite pretty British summer weather, there's a fair turnout on the beach today. Plenty of action. I can see a couple of youngsters going for a little shoreline dip. I can see people. This is what I love about the Brits. They're setting themselves up. We've got windbreakers. We've got people. They don't mind the fact that there's winds that you might find on the surface of Jupiter. They don't mind the fact that before you couldn't turn one page of a beach novel here today without it filling up with salt
Well,
air, would you?
We're seeing a lot of what we've termed beach infrastructure over the past few days.
Beach infrastructure.
Tents, windbreaks, deck chairs, normal chairs, sunbeds, lounges, barbecues, cool boxes.
Those little should we call them a 4x4, a hand-drawn 4x4 cart?
Yes, oh yeah,
We've seen quite a few of them. We've speculated as to whether those
The
hand-drawn
beach cart,
4x4 carts. Oh, here we go.
It's our surfer in red, Viz Caragonega up and riding on a left that's actually looked like it was going to...
He ejects from that one.
Yeah, it did look like it was going to reform and offer him something, but he's out of there. He's currently sitting on a 4, so he's certainly not going to better it with that, but he will. He will add to his score and improve his situation, which we will give you as soon as this score drops.
Yeah, we've been speculating about whether the hand-drawn 4x4s, do you think they arrive on rooftop boxes? Or am I really rolling out with the stereotypes now?
I think that's a stereotype too far, Tom.
Is it a stereotype or is it an archetype? Do we know the difference between a stereotype and an archetype?
I'm sure you'll enlighten us. But first, let me give everybody an update on the situation. With 17 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, Surfer in red, Marcal Viz Caraguanega, you are in first position. Surfer in red is in first position with a 4.0 and a 1.5. Surfer in white, Craig McLachlan, is in second position. Surfer in white is in second position with a 2.83. He requires a 2.68 to move into first. Surfer in green, Patrick Langdon Dark, is in third position with a 1-point ride. Patrick requires a 1.84 to move into second. And in blue, Bito Garatanandia, yet to ride a wave. 16 and a half minutes remaining. Tom.
I think that it was Bitor who we saw free surfing just out to the north not long before the event began earlier. And he did get a couple of really good waves. Was surfing very sharp, coming hard off the bottom, drawing big lines. It just feels to me like it's got a little bit windier than it was when Bitor was out there free surfing earlier now. Situation, Markel Viz Caraguanega, you are in first in red. Red, you're in first. White, you're in second. Green, third, you need a 1.84. Blue, you need a 2.84. Red, you are in first. Red, you're in first. You need to replace a 1.5 if you want to improve your situation. Priority is with blue, green, white, red. Priority blue, green, white, red. So what is the difference, Rob, between a stereotype and an archetype?
Pray tell.
I think it's to do with, I mean, if you got your dictionary out, you'd be able to confirm it for sure, but I think it's to do with whether or not they're based on truths. So a stereotype is based on untrue assumptions, and an archetype is based on, so I suppose really an archetype would be the victim of the, well, I suppose a stereotype would have a victim, whereas an archetype would probably have an owner. Now, your day has just been improved by knowing that, hasn't it, Robbo? Only marginally, but you are better off for knowing it.
I'm just pondering it in my head, Tom.
Okay, so the situation, Surfer in red, you are in the lead. You are in fourth priority. You are looking to replace a low score of 1.5. So you can see now this wind, I think, is just picking up a little bit. And I think we're going to get a paddle here, and it's Markel Viz Caraguanega on the backside. And that's an enormous floater from Viz Caraguanega. And then he goes up and into, he's got the foam underneath his fins there now. That is half water, half air that he's surfing on. It's tantamount to floating, really, isn't it? And smacks one anyway. comes down and lands it, and the noises from the support crowd from San Sebastian Donostia in the Basque Country, they are backing their guy in red. Red, of course, the seeded surfer in any heat. Vizcarra Gonega surfed really well yesterday, going through in first place alongside Ido Arkin, who we saw in the last heat. Dispatching actually yesterday Vizcarra Gonega with a Scottish surfer. It was he who put paid to another Scot, Mark Boyd's dreams of glory at Boardmasters. You remember that heat, Robbo? What about that wave, Vizcarra Gonega?
That's right, on that kind of lip line float, he seemed to drop forever out of it, didn't he? Then he had that kind of period that you described as floating on the half water, half air before somehow, not quite sure how, pulled the rabbit out of the hat with that end section turn, displacing loads of spray. I've got a feeling, Tom, that the judges may have liked it.
Yeah, judges are going to go. They're going to go for probably, I'd say, the highest score of the heat so far. I'd be very surprised if they didn't.
That's right. They are pondering it though, taking their time.
Probably watching that. They're probably watching that replay function that they got going on in there, aren't they? I think.
See some scores
yeah,
start to
yeah,
get
they're
locked
going
in,
there.
Tom.
They're going there.
It's going to be the biggest wave of the heat so far. It may not be the biggest wave of the heat come the end, but last of red, a 5.83. Last of red, 5.83. So we will see red improve his situation with a quick in and out for our surfer in white, Craig McLachlan. Currently sitting in second with a 2.83 and a 0.57.
So, Gary, Vizcarra Gonega's got a fair bit of paddling to do there. Oh, dropping in low. Patrick Langdon Dark from Wales. Up and into the lip, smashes the foam, recovers, decides to kick out of that one and try and go back out. Pat looking for a 2.41.
Now, Tom, if I were to guess, I would say that Patrick may have got it with that last one. You saw that huge drop, kind of fell out the lip almost before bottom turning seamlessly under that, hooking, not quite at the top of the wave, but halfway up, still gaining loads of speed and power and carrying on down the line, finishing off with a slightly smaller turn, but a good wave nonetheless. And we'll see some good numbers start to drop in for the man from Wales there, PLD.
It's interesting, as a day of competition progresses, so today we've got slightly different conditions to what we had yesterday. When I say slightly,
I was going to call you up on that.
Yeah, quite a bit different to what we had yesterday. But as the day progresses, there is a bit of a feedback loop that exists between the athletes and the judges, where effectively the athletes go out, they ride a wave, they see what the judges give, and wave by wave, you learn what the judges are liking on this particular day. It can have to do with the judge's vantage point. It can have to do with the things that judges saw during free surfing as everything was getting set up. And so it'll be really interesting to see there with Langdon Dark how that wave compares to that last of Vizcarra Gonega, because the judges held back. We didn't reach the 6-point mark with Vizcarra Gonega.
I think we can make that comparison now, because last of green is a 4.4. As we see out the back, it's the heat leader, Vizcarra Gonega, up and riding on a right-hander. Ducks through the back of that one after the wave shuts down ahead of him. So last of green, a 4.40. Last of green, 4.40. That leapfrogs him up into second position. So Patrick Langdon Dark, the surfer in green, now sitting on a 4.40 and a 1.0. He's in second with 9 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. We can give everybody a situation update, Tom.
Oh, wipeout for... I think that was... We did just see the arrival in this heat of Vitor Garita Onandia. So he'd been waiting for nigh on 15 and a half minutes. And he's been blasted from the top to the bottom of that wave.
He was biding his time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It didn't pay off on that occasion, as it was almost like getting chased by an avalanche, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it got him. It got him. So we'll try to give these guys a situation. We're not sure how well they can hear. Situation, surfer in red, Markel Vizcarra Gonega, you are in the lead. The surfer in green, Patrick Langdon Dark, you are in second. You're looking to replace a 1-point ride. The surfer in white, Craig McLachlan. You are in third. You need a 2.58 to move into second. Realistically, that could be more if the surfer in green rides another wave. And the surfer in blue, Vitor Garita Onandia, to do it in one wave, you would need a 4.9. Again, for both blue and white, the realistic situation is that you may need more if the surfer in green replaces. Red, you are in the lead. Vizcara Gonega, you are in the lead. Priority, white. Red. Green, blue. My momentary apologies if any of you at home had your surround sound temporarily rattled by my speaking a little bit louder. Oh, big turn from Vizcara Gonega. We are trying to relay scores to these guys at the same time here. And so Vizcara Gonega is going to eject and he's going to paddle back out. Yeah, so Rob, we're doing something a little bit kind of, what would we say?
Well, it's
untested.
As
here we go.
Out the back, this is the surfer in green, PLD of Langland in Wales, with a bit of a hack in the lip before deciding that that wave offered a little more to him. So
Garita Onandia also did go on a right-hander and get one top turn in at the same time there. Yeah, go on, explain for the benefit of, oh, here we go. I think there might be another look here, and this is Vizcara Gonega again. And a big smash, doesn't make that one. Yeah, explain for the benefit of both the beach and the couch, if indeed it is the couch, what it is we're doing today.
Well, Tom, we are offering, as we look out the back, this is surfer in white, Craig
Oh, the
McLachlan
rail.
of Scotland on his rail there, jamming that one with loads of power up into the lip, displacing plenty of spray on that one. He carries the flow into the next turn. That was pretty much a trademark McLachlan swoop, wasn't it? And then,
wow.
Great finish for the young Scotsman. He's currently in third.
Wow. If he sticks to what I like.
Well, Tom, he's looking for a 3.58,
right?
and I think he's got
he's got that. He may end up looking for more than a 3.58, of course, if the top two surfers do replace their scores. And now this is a really heavy-looking wave here for Garita Onandia, and that's a really difficult bit of the bay to be surfing there. It's running into very deep water, and then the wave still breaks with a lot of power. Yeah, McLachlan's going to get it with that. I think that was, I really, really enjoyed. Now, I tell you what I like about the surfing on McLachlan's last wave, right? It makes you feel like you want to go surfing. Just that feeling of being on rail, which for those of us who can't do airs, which is nearly everybody, is arguably the greatest feeling in surfing. And then the way that it'll close out Rio and finding that reform. Quite ambitious little tail drop floater attempted at the end. Langdon Dark. Here we go, Pat. Oh, under the lip turn. He's going to want this to steepen up a bit. Great bottom turn on that. Massive backhand Rio and survives the foam.
He likes it.
And are we calling that the no claim? The claim?
No, that's a claim.
A bit of a claim or a lot of a claim?
It was the gym tense flop.
The gym tense flop.
Yeah, he kind of like tensed his muscles out in front of him as we...
Ponder back over that one.
Well, do you know what? It was his second turn, Patrick Langdon Dark's second turn. He released the fins, which is tricky in such big surf, particularly when there's so much foam on the surface, you mentioned earlier, Tom, and he rode out of it with the gym tense flop.
Something very primal about that claim, wasn't it? It was instinctive. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, you have 5 minutes remaining. So yes, we have attempted about 4 times now before surfers interrupt us with great rides.
Oh, I know. So
this time you're going to explain it.
Well,
Go.
So Tom, I was going to talk about Craig McLachlan's wave, and the thing that I really liked, and I think the judges probably liked about it, was the flow that he carried through each of his turns. There wasn't much. Oh,
you're interrupted again. Here we go. Look at this. Vitor Garita Onandia, and this time he makes a maneuver. So he's going to be coming through to the inside. He's got some momentum. He's stuck one now. Big foamy section to try and ride through on that one for Vitor, and he ejects.
It was the flow that McLachlan carried through each of those turns. It was all killer, no filler. And he was rewarded with a 5.4. Last of white, surfer in white, 5.4. That briefly propelled him into second. However, Patrick Langdon Dark then posted a 7.1. Last of green, a 7.1. And that jumped Patrick up into first.
He's going to need to be in first, I think, to survive what happens when all the rest of the scores get shaken up, because, of course, we're going to get that last of white. Last of white a 5.4. Last of white a 5.4. And then Vitor has now arrived to the party, albeit with only 3.5 minutes of said party remaining. Go on, then. Quickly, we started about 4 times. I think it was the 5th time. What are we doing today that's a little bit unusual?
Yes. Oh, I forgot about that. That was a conversation from long ago. So, Tom, over the past couple of days, we've been announcing the scores to the beach and, of course, the surfers in the water and providing our own brand of commentary on top of it. Today, we add the live broadcast to it.
And it is one audio feed for beach and living room.
That's right. So we're trying to accommodate everybody's needs, the needs of the beach, the needs of the surfers, and the needs of the people at home.
Yeah. We're going to try. We're going to see how we go.
Of course, everybody at home sees only what is currently on screen, whereas if you're at the beach, you might have a bit more peripheral vision. You can see what's going on down the beach. You can see what's going on up the beach. You might catch something happening in the water that isn't necessarily caught on camera. And, of course, they're privy to the replay.
Home is privy to the replay. Beach isn't. We're going to give these surfers a situation as soon as the last score drops. Okay, situation red. You're in second. Red was the one who was asking for the situation. They are all going to be underwater now. So, oh, and white. Oh, McLaughlin, he makes a really wise decision not to ride himself down that one there. I tell you what, this inside section, if you get it wrong, Patrick Langdon-Dark is going to go on that closeout and does a very ambitious floater. I am minded, Rob, to quote Dante Alegre about what happens when you go onto that sandbar.
I thought you would be.
Okay, situation, green first. Green first. Red, you're in second. Red, you have priority. White, you're in third. Blue, you're in fourth. There is 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Green, you're in the lead. Red, you're in second. White, you need a 4.44. Blue, you need a 5.61. Dante Alegre from the Divine Comedy. Abandon hope, all who enter here. It's pasted on the gates of hell, and I think that should be written over this sandbar on the inside. If you take off on one of those closeouts, you've got a 10-minute paddle out, because the water is pouring, especially as this tide comes in. The water is draining off the back of the sandbar, and it's filling itself up on the channel behind. So it's a really, you've got to think that there are points. You've got to really feel those points are worth it before you do one of those floaters into that section. You just get stuck there. It's almost better to try and ride all the way down and out and see if you can get yourself back out to one of the channels. You see, the surfers who've been most successful in getting more than one ride in this heat have ridden out into those channels.
So talking of that paddle out, Tom, with only 30 seconds remaining in this heat, we've just been asked by the judges to alert surfers that are paddling out for their heats to steer well clear of the surfers who are currently in the heat, so as to avoid any confusion.
20 seconds.
So if you are paddling out for your heat, please make sure you steer clear of the surfers competing.
I'm not sure there's going to be a ride here. McLaughlin and Gary Tonandi are the ones needing the scores. There's going to be 10 seconds remaining, and we're going to count this out here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Markel Vizcarra-Guenega is going to ride a wave in. I think it isn't going to count, but we will watch it for surfing pleasure. McLaughlin's also on one behind. Final results of that one coming up imminently in the next one. Nicolas Paulet, Seth Morris, also of Wales, Reynan Granville, and Stanley Norman. So this is going to be a real good one. We're going to count this in shortly. We'll tell you a bit more about those surfers. Results of that one, Langdon-Dark first, Vizcarra-Guenega in second. And then the other two surfers, unfortunately, eliminated. Here we go. We're going to count this next heat in very shortly. Stand by. Surfers in the water, stand by. Nice. Here we go. We're going to count down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are underway with the round of 16, heat 3 in the red. Nicolas Paulette from Pilat-sur-Mer, next to the Grand Dune de Pilat in France. Seth Morris from Broadhaven in Wales. Renan Granville, also from France. And the local Newquay surfer, Stanley Norman, who surfed very, very impressively yesterday. Nicolas Paulette from Pilat-sur-Mer in France. He's been very impressive so far, a real standout. Paulette, 19 years old, a regular foot, and Pilat-sur-Mer is famous for the Grand Dune de Pilat. So Paulette lives very near to the highest dune, sand dune in the world. The highest sand dune in the world, the Grand Dune de Pilat. You ever been there, Rob?
I've never been there, Tom. I've driven past the sign for it many a time on my way down to Hossigo in the southwest, as we see Surfer in green now up and riding. This is local boy Stanley Norman, bottom turning around that whitewater section. This one a real frother on a frothy wave, Tom.
Yep, a frother of a surfer, a froth monster of a wave. Norman surfed really well yesterday, very dramatic surfing in thumping conditions. And now there's a huge takeoff here for Seth Morris from Broadhaven in Wales. And he gets up and into that lip as well. Morris surfed brilliantly yesterday too, and gets a little bit hung up on his second bottom turn. It's not impossible that the score for Morris could end up counted at the end, because we have seen surfers really kind of scratch around for that second score. Norman yesterday looking deadly. Stanley Norman, former British Cup champion. Came second in the British Cup last year to Luke Dillon. Won it the year before, beating Luke Dillon. The two have a great rivalry. And Luke will also be coming up later in this round. First of green, a 4.0. First of green, a 4.0. And Norman, he does have an air game. And he did yesterday stick a very big frontside reverse. It was a big backside reverse, going left in Thurso, which is predominantly a right and a reef break, and landing right in the flats over the stone that won him that British Cup. And Norman has also done very well here in the past in the juniors and pro junior events that have happened here. A former winner of the juniors, so a very hotly fancied prospect, and of the British team that travelled out to the ISA Worlds in El Salvador earlier this year, late spring, early summer. It was Norman who went deepest, and he did do some really good surfing on his backhand in the difficult waves of La Bocana in El Salvador. Lifeguards are just making an announcement.
The lifeguards there, Tom, just making some announcements to the beach. As we see, this is Surfer in blue, Seth Morris, bouncing the oncoming foam section there. A
Rumbled
real
by it.
tricky one to hang on to. So the lifeguard's making some safety announcements, and that's, Tom, is because the ocean looks very cross today.
Oof, doesn't it just? That's not going to deter Nicolas Paulette from Pilat-sur-Mer. Here he goes. Great first turn, nice second turn as well. He's managing to find himself some pocket. Goes on to rail and smashes off the foam on the inside and gets down and out. And there it is, that same sort of claim. What was it you called it again? The Jim
Tense flop.
The Jim Tense flop. Now, we've been debating Nicolas Paulette, like most surfers, would train hard. And here he goes on the bottom turn. That was good surfing for Paulette.
So it's the second turn of Paulette that really looked the most exciting to me. And then he finished in interesting fashion as well, displacing lots of spray. And do you know what, Tom? I don't think it was the Jim Tense flop for Paulette. I think it was more the point. It was a Jim point.
And on the backside here, smashing one. That's the surfer in white, Renan Granville,
who impressed us enormously yesterday.
And here we go in the green.
Stanley
was an
Norman
in
with
and out.
a quick in and out there.
It'll cost him priority, that will.
It will.
He'll be frustrated by that. He might actually still manage to get priority, though, because he was out of that thing so quickly. So the priority judge, real job for them. Priority judges here are led by the great Kerry Powell.
You know what, Tom? We haven't actually seen
We've got some scores.
yet today any situation where priority has been that important, I
No.
don't think. And it's because everybody's spread so
Too
far
spread
out.
out.
It's that massive playing field that you talked about. And with 19 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, we're going to give Surfers in the Water an update on the situation. So, surfer in red, Nicolas Paulette. Surfer in red, you are in first position with a 6.0. Surfer in red, 6.0. You are in first position. Surfer in blue, Seth Morris, you are in second position. Surfer in blue, second position with a 3.03 and a 2.83. You require a 2.98 to move into first. Surfer in green, Stanley Norman, you are in third position. You require a 1.86. Surfer in green, you need a 1.86 to move into second. And surfer in white, Renan Granville, you are in fourth position. You need a 2.9. 2.9 to move into second.
Now, Nicolas Paulette is on the inside there, duck diving. And despite actually riding across to the shoulder, he's now been drawn in to the this inside bank. Abandon hope, all who enter here. I think maybe we could even dub this inside bank the Divine Comedy. A tale of the 7 circles of hell. It's a lot of paddling. I tell you what, you feel pretty warm by the time you finish paddling across something like that, if indeed you ever finish paddling across something like that. We've seen surfers going in. The water temperature here is about the mid-16s. And that can feel pretty brisk if you under wetsuit yourself. In the green, Stanley Norman looking to back up his first score. Oh, and a stylish tail stomp on that one. He's going to try and ride on through to the inside. Only looking to replace a 0.3, so sensible surfing from Norman to get himself set up there. The lifeguards are... You might be able to hear that. The lifeguards are warning people of strong rips. Some pretty... Oh, and that out back was an enormous close-out re-entry attempt by Seth Morris in the blue. So Seth Morris hails from West Wales, from Broadhaven in West Wales. Now, there are, in fact, 2 Broadhavens in West Wales. There is Broadhaven and Broadhaven South. I don't know why they don't call the other Broadhaven Broadhaven North, but they don't. Seth is from... Oh, no, I tell you what, I can't be 100% sure of this because they're both quite near to each other. I'm gonna call that he's from Broadhaven South because that's where he's always surfing. It's where you're most likely to see him. Although I don't know how many people are actually from there because I'm not aware of any buildings other than the National Trust pay meter and toilets. But Seth, a Broadhaven surfer, the other Broadhaven has got caravan parks. Lots of people go and spend their summers there. But Broadhaven South is a difficult to surf beach break, and Morris he's the man out there. We're just waiting for the last scores to drop, and we will get a situation to the surfers in the water. Okay, situation with all scores in. First in the green, Stanley Norman. You're looking to replace a 2.9. Second in the red, Nicolas Paulette. You are looking for a second wave still. In the blue, third is in the blue, Seth Morris. You need a 2.98. Bear in mind that red has only ridden 1 wave. And fourth, Renan Granville. And you need a 3.04. But bear in mind also that the surfer in red has only ridden 1 wave. So, situation. Premier, c'est le vert. Rouge, Nicolas Paulette, vous êtes en 2e. Seth Morris, le bleu, c'est 3e. Et le surfeur en blanc, Renan, vous êtes en 4e. Surfer en blanc, Reina, vous avez besoin d'un vague à 3.04, mais le surfer en blanc a shooté seulement une vague pour ce moment. So the surfer in red has only ridden one wave. Blue, you are in third. You need a 2.98. Blue, bear in mind the surfer in red has another score to come, Paulette. And that is that other score for now. It's going to be an in and out, so Nicolas Paulette gives up priority. So I think there's some limit to what the surfers can hear that far out at the moment. Nicolas Renan Granville in the white there with an inside bash. And behind him in the green, the local favourite, Stanley Norman. And Stanley Norman goes for a big inside re-entry there. With 14 minutes remaining, the one surfer left in the lineup now is Seth Morris. Nicolas Paulette is nearly back out in the lineup. So we've got a few more scores to drop. 13 minutes and 45 remaining. There are a lot of people in the beach bar here in Fistral. It is absolutely packed. And I'm just wondering what kind of support there is for the various nations. On the front side in the blue, this is Seth Morris. He's got a chance to come hard off the bottom and hard off the top. He's got to get out of that bit of white water. He does so. Coming onto the inside, smashes it, tweaks the tail, falls into layback, and it would take a real magician to ride out of that one clean. Slightly overcooks it on that second maneuver. That may well have made the difference there. Morris needed a 3.48 to go into second. That, of course, is notwithstanding the fact that there are some other waves to drop. He's going to fall just short now then, Morris. So those scores are dropping. We've got all scores in. We've got a new situation, and this time the situation is with all surfers having ridden a wave. Okay, so we've got to try and give them this situation and trying to do it while they're above water, because all four surfers are doing a lot of duck diving at the same time. Surfer in green, you are in the lead. Stanley Norman, you are in the lead. Surfer in red, Nicolas Paulette, you are in second. Rouge, vous êtes en deuxième. Vous avez un 6.0 et un 0.5. Renan Granville in the white, you are in third. You need a 2.98. Renan, vous êtes en troisième. Vous cherchez un vague à 2.98. And Seth Morris in the blue, you're in fourth. You need a 3.48. Up and riding. Renan Granville in and out of the lip. And cracks one here again. And again, a third turn, and he's looking pretty happy with that. There's also a ride about to go into the books for Renan Granville on the backside. So Nicolas Paulette in the red just rode one in the red on the front side. Renan Granville in the white with a closeout maneuver, ejected very quickly. And the scores have changed again. So last of white, Renan Granville, a 3.63. And the last of red, a 5. So got the 5 for a series of nice maneuvers. Renan Granville cracking that lip and riding back into the difficult part of the bank. So the surfer in red, you're now in the lead. And he's just had enough time to hear that before going underwater. Try it again between the next two waves. Surfer en rouge, vous êtes en tête. Votre dernière note, 5 points. Your last score was a 5. Your last score was a 5. And the surfer in white. Renan Granville, surfer en blanc, vous êtes en deuxième. Votre dernière note, un 3.63. Your last score, a 3.63. And we're going to have a takeoff here for Stanley Norman, the Nuki surfer. Goes onto the front side, lovely rail, tweaks that tail a bit, checks his speed. Difficult floater to make. Goes back on rail and just gets blown over a little bit. It's windy, there's deep water coming up underneath. Difficult section to make. The work was already done on that. Was looking to replace a 2.9. I think it highly likely that he will have done. I think the score lies very much in that second big floater here. Floater's not always things that judges like, but when you have to jump out and take a bit of risk, So, the situation, surfer in white, you have priority. Surfer en blanc, vous avez la priorité. And you are in second. Surfer in white, you are in second. 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. So the situation, red, you are in the lead. Red, you are in the lead. White is going to look to try and improve his score. And white with an enormous closeout re-entry there. That was a very, very big maneuver. Pushed the tail up and over a big bowl of whitewash, dropped in with the tail completely free. Had no real right to land it, but landed it anyway. So I think we're going to see Reynan Granville go into the lead with this one. So it was a check turn. He had to surf his way between two guys, and then just the way they got the tail up and down and through that closeout maneuver, and he looked delighted with it. The body language suggested. Seth Morris, meanwhile, with an in and out. So the situations are changing rapidly again. All of our surfers are duck diving. On the beach, we got a lot of interest in the beach cafe today, and this has got in it some of European sport's greatest international rivalries. It's Wales, England, and France in the beach cafe. If you want to see the English win, make some noise. And they are making noise. You might not get it on the microphone at home. In the beach cafe or anywhere else, if you want to see the French get out of this heat, make some noise. Oh, there's noise coming. I think it's more up on the hill from the athlete area. And if you want to see the Welsh get through, make some noise. And again, it's been the case the whole time that the Welsh make more noise. Cymru am byth. The Welsh are making more noise there. We got some scores coming in. We'll give the surfers a situation as soon as their heads are above water. 8 minutes remaining. Nicolas Paulette in red, you are in the lead. Reynan Granville in white, you're in second. Third, green, Norman, you need a 3.91. Fourth, blue, Morris, you need a 4.87. And on cue, this is Stanley Norman looking for that 3.91. Calves, he's going to need a big turn on the inside here, and he goes for it. That's a huge maneuver, and you can see that he thinks he deserves the score for that one. And Reynan Granville backing up his other score, and another one of those laybacks, and he sticks that. So surfers have got to ride out with clear control. That's the rule book. The surfer must exercise clear control of the surfboard after a maneuver to get the points for it. It's going to make the situation change again. Now, what we do not know is whether the noise from the beach bar, and here we see one of the first instances of the whole day where priority is being used. Nicolas Paulette with the biggest maneuver, I'm calling, of the entire morning, and a massive closeout Rio. Now, you'll see there, he does demonstrate control of the surfboard, and then is taken out by that sideways wash of water. The judges will most likely give him the make on that. We have seen some controversial instances in professional surfing this year where that sideways lump of white water takes a surfer out just after they stick a maneuver and all come out of a barrel, and the surfer is penalized and not given the make. I think, in my opinion, although I'm not a judge, and were I a judge, I would no doubt be a very poor one, that Paulette will get the make on that. Reynan Granville's wave, a lot of work to recover in that white water. Reynan Granville will, they'll hold back a little bit on that because of the work done, what they'll deem to be the loss of flow. Stanley Norman working really hard. And what the judges will be thinking about, that is the biggest frontside hack, re-entry of the entire day for Nicolas Paulette. And there'll be a little bit of a debate in the judges' booth over whether the surfer in red rode out with control. I mean, he had control of the surfboard, there's no question about that. But whether he had long enough to demonstrate control of the surfboard before that sideways lump of whitewash took him out and came across his toe edge rail, as they would call it in snowboarding. So the whitewash washes across the toe edge rail and down goes Nicolas Paulette. Norman is going to go again on the rail, really smooth surfing, and ejects So that won't change anything. We're waiting with 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. Yeah, so the noise in the cafe, is it because the Welsh make more noise, or is it because there's more Welsh? I reckon. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. But they are making more noise when we have a shout out from the cafe. So have we got, is it the size of the dog in the fight or the size of the fight in the dog? We'll see. We'll learn more. Maybe we'll we'll dispatch somebody on a little fact-finding trip as we wait for the scores. Last of red, Nicolas Paulette, a 6.3. Last of red, a 6.3. I am going to speculate that they didn't give him the make on the second turn for that to only be a 6.3. And last of white, a 6.67. So Rain and Granville, the highest scoring single wave of the heat. And that was for that big frontside closeout Rio. This does leave us in a situation where the surfer in red, you're in the lead. White, you are in second. Green, you are in third. You need a 5.35. Stanley in third, you need a 5.35. And Seth Morris, you have priority in blue. You need a 7.91. I do not know what the chances of Seth having heard me there are. 3 minutes and 20 remaining. And I am rejoined in the booth by he is the alpha to my omega. He is the seagull to my discarded seaside chip wrapper. It is Robert Webster Blythe. Your lunch was nice, Rob. And you had some surfing to look at. Surfer in white, you're in second. Blanc, vous êtes en deuxième. Il reste 2 minutes et 45 secondes. So,
am I the seagull or the chip wrapper?
You're the seagull that puts the chip wrapper in the bin. That's what seagulls do. Up he goes on the backside. I've seen them do it. Oh, yeah, look at this rain on Granville. Stabbing one. Do you think we got Norman looking for a score here? There's going to be a change of priority, so we'll make sure they know this. Blue priority. Priority is blue, green, red, white. And blue kicking and stroking, and he's into that Seth Morris. Here he goes off the top. And smashes one on the inside there. Now this, he's looking for a big score, a 7.91. I think he probably would have needed something on the inside to be sure of it. But he has got a reform section here, Morris. He's going to get a lot more work done. Don't know if there's enough time for him to get back out. I think he might need to take to the air or something on the inside. He's got it in him, the air game, if he can find something. Just looking to try and see if he can get a steep enough face. And stuffs the tail up and over. He's done everything he can on that wave, Morris. I don't think he's got a chance of going back out in time. Behind him, meanwhile, Stanley Norman is going to town on a wave. And so Norman with a couple of big turns, a big closeout Rio, and then got stuck in the foam. 1 minute and 20 remaining. We'll explain more about the seagulls and the chips because there's a lot of that going on here. But we might have to wait for the next heat because we've got some scores to drop and a pretty grandstand finish to this thing right now. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on that replay there. Seth Morris. So this needs to be a 7.91. And Morris is going to, I think there was a little bit of downtime in the middle of that ride. But he does a lot more work on the inside. 7.91 would have to be pretty much the highest score of the entire event. But Morris can certainly hold his head high. 40 seconds remaining. Of course, there is also a difference between third and fourth in terms of your ranking points. Because you'll either get a 9th or a 13th, I do believe. 30 seconds remaining, and the scores are all in. First, red. Second, white. Third, green. Blue, you're in fourth. So with 20 seconds remaining, the last of Morris was a 5.2, so it did go into his top two. And the last of Norman was a 4.23. But the French have really been a juggernaut in this heat. And we go down to 10 seconds remaining. And we're going to count out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a victory lap for the surfer in red, Nicolas Paulette from Biarritz. The Biarritzman, and behind him, Reynan Granville. These scores won't count. So it's a victory lap. It's going to be a France 1-2, that one. Also coming in, Reynan Granville on the backhand there. And we're going to get underway pretty quickly, I think, with the next one. Siam Nikritin, Lede, Audrey Zola, and Luke Dillon. Okay, so we're going to count this next one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that was final results of that one. Nicolas Paulette from Biarritz in France in the red got first. Reynan Granville, another French surfer, in second in the white. Norman came third in the green, and Seth Morris, the Welshman, finishing that heat despite a valiant effort at the end. Surfer in blue coming fourth in that one. So that was a French one too. The French were a juggernaut in that heat. Now, I don't think the word juggernaut, despite more than half of the English lexicon being French, is an English word. Do you, Rob? It doesn't have the look of an English word, does it?
No, you're right.
Juggernaut. Juggernaut.
Naut, presumably.
Well, a naut is like an
Navigating,
astronaut, and a
yes.
sailor, a navigator, and a jugger. Sounds Germanic to me.
Does.
Juggernaut.
That's
But we can
Saxon
still
influence.
call the French a juggernaut, because that was what describes them. And in this one, who have we got?
Coming up in this heat, Tom, we have got Siam Nikritin of Israel, Thomas Ledei of France, Kai Odriozola, elder brother of the surfer we saw earlier, of Spain, and Luke Dillon, the local boy, representing the UK in green.
So Nikritin is going to be Thomas Ledei, the defending champion of this event from St. Bart's in the Caribbean.
He was looking to make a quick start, getting underway in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah. Won the contest in 30-degree heat and 1 to 2 foot clean offshore surf last year. This is the first look at the European junior champion from San Sebastian, Kai Odriozola. And the older brother of Hans Odriozola, who we saw shredding earlier. And they're both the sons of Odriozola of Wave Garden fame. So their father is one of the key figures in the foundation of the Wave Garden. Luke Dillon is the Newquay lad and current British Cup champion. And Siam Nikritin, up and coming Israeli surfer. And Siam lives in France at the moment.
Up and riding here, we see the local lad, Luke Dillon, with a quick tap off the top there. This wave, sizable. You can see it against Luke's height there, the scale of it. Something quite incredible as we see loads and loads of white water filling the horizon, breaking across the bay. So we've got a few scores to come in, which I will announce to the beach, and of course our surfers in the lineup as soon as this set clears, because I've got a horrible feeling they're not going to be able to hear me if I were to say it now, and we want to keep them in the loop so they know what they need to be doing out there. Really, really tricky conditions at the minute. Lots of wind, lots and lots of swell, and with that tide creeping in, I'm just casting my eyes onto the beach and seeing a few people caught unawares. There's a towel. Oh, they've left the dog in the lineup. There's a child abandoned. It's okay, they're all safe. Rest assured, luckily a lifeguard was wandering by, but they have got a damp towel. Plenty of wind, get it on the railing, it'll dry out in no time. With 21 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. There's lots of finger pointing going on down there. I mean, could have seen it coming, quite literally. A wall of water headed your way. Okay, with the scores in, 21 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. First of white, a 3.67. Kai Odriozola, you are in first position. First of white, 3.67. Surfer in green, Luke Dillon, you are in second position. First of green, 2.40. Surfer in green, you're in second. Surfer in blue, Thomas Ledei, you are in third. Surfer in blue, you are in third. First of blue, a 0.6. Sorry, a 1.77. As we see up and riding now, this is Siam Nikritin, the Israeli, on his backhand, working his way towards shore. A few changes of direction, nothing too drastic. And Siam is currently sitting in fourth. Surfer in red, you are in fourth with a 1-point ride. However, you need only a 1.41 to move into second. With scores coming in, you may have done it. So I will update the situation again when that score drops. In the meantime, if you've just joined us, welcome to day 4 of the Boardmasters 2023. Up and riding here is the Frenchman, defending champion Thomas Ledei, with a movement into the lip. Kind of a windscreen washery kind of turn. As we see at the back, it's the heat leader, Kai Odriozola, the young surfer from San Sebastian, current European junior champion, weaving down the line, hoping that that oncoming whitewater section would have allowed him another blast into the lip, but unfortunately, the wave not complying. Guy ducks under that one. And we'll wait for the scores to come in. We'll give everybody an updated situation as and when they do. So yes, welcome to this day 4 of the Boardmasters 2023. We have had 4 days, well 3 days thus far, of packed surfing action, and we're into the 4th day, and well, once again, we are going to have a day full of surfing action. So the last of blue, the defending champion, Thomas Ledei, allowing him just one turn. He rode out of it, but the wave shut down ahead of him, offering him little else. However, that one turn was very much appreciated by the judges, and it comes in at a 4.1. Last of blue, 4.1. Last of blue, a 4.1. The situation is, surfer in white, Kai Odriozola, you are in first position. Surfer in white, you are in first. Surfer in blue, Thomas Ledei, you are in second position. You require a 3.20 to move into first. Surfer in red, Siam Nikritin, you are in third position. Surfer in red, you are in third. You require a 3.61 to move into second. And surfer in green, Luke Dillon, you are in fourth. You require a 3.48. Surfer in green, you need a 3.48. As we see, defending champion Thomas Ledei up and riding on an outside right, blasting into the lip, releasing the fins a little bit. Again, riding it to completion, and that wave just shutting down. So, very challenging conditions. We awoke this morning to howling winds and big surf. Surfer in white, Kai Odriozola, you are in first position. Surfer in white, you are in first position with a 3.67 and a 3.63. Surfer in blue, Thomas Ledei. We've had a score drop for that one big smash on that right-hander. Situation update with 17 minutes and 45 seconds. Surfer in blue, Thomas, you are now in first position. As we see the surfer in red, this is Siam Nikritin streaking across a massive wall here at North Fistral, blasting 2 turns through the lip as he bottom turns around the section, finds a bit of open face as this wave kind of tapers off into the deep water channel. Siam, the surfer in red, looking to improve on a 1-point ride. He's definitely done it with that. As the score drops, we will update the situation because it may well change things. All scores are in. 17 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, you have just over 17 minutes remaining. Surfer in blue, Thomas Ledei, you are in first. Surfer in blue, you are in first. Surfer in white, Kai Odriozola, second. Surfer in white, you are in second position. You require a 5.16 to move into first. Surfer in white, 5.16 to move into first. Surfer in red, Siam Nikritin, your last wave scored a 2.73. That means you are in third. Surfer in red, you're in third. You require a 4.57 to move into second. Surfer in green, Luke Dillon, with only one scoring wave, 2.40. You need 4.9 to move into second. Blue first, white second, red third, green fourth. That's the situation as it stands. So, for those of you on the beach and those of you watching at home, you may have heard Tom and I discuss earlier the challenges that we're having today because we are broadcasting not only to the beach, not only updating the surfers in the lineup, but also broadcasting to you at home on the WSL app and on the WSL YouTube page. Very windy conditions here at North Fistral, meaning it's quite tricky for the surfers in the lineup to hear me. When they request a situation, I will be giving them an update of what they have scored and what they require. So it may sound a little bit odd at home at times, but we're bringing you all of the action from this day 4 of the Boardmasters 2023 as we see defending champion Thomas Ledei in blue up and riding on a lovely looking right-hander. He goes up into the lip. It looked at the beginning of that wave like it was going to offer much, much more. He kicks out the back though. Meanwhile, surfer in green, local lad Luke Dillon smashes into a lip, free falls for a little while, cuts back there, a little speed check turn because he knew that oncoming section was going to offer him exactly what it offered him. A huge scoring opportunity. Luke Dillon belts the end section there and does what Tom and I have termed the no claim claim, the standing tall, kind of eyeballing the judges, willing them to give you the score. So Luke is looking for a 4.90. I dare say he's got it with that. I'm going to leave it to the judges. However, because I'm not a judge, I'm merely speculating. So Luke started off tapping off some little bit of a feathery lip before a speed check turn, knowing that oncoming section was offering him the money move. And my goodness, that lip line smack did offer him some huge scoring potential. The judges deliberating over that one. As soon as the scores drop, we'll bring them to you at home and you on the beach. And of course, you surfers in the lineup. Huge set wraps into North Fistral. Whitewater across the entirety of the bay. It's Saturday, the 12th of August, and we're experiencing some surf that, well, you probably wouldn't expect it in August. It's massive. It's massive and wintry, but it's not winter on the beach, it's summer, and the crowds are out. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters, and we have so much action coming your way. We are waiting on scores of green. It's going to be a big score. Last of green, 8.0. Last of green, 8.0. Up and riding here. We see surfer in red, Siam Nicotting. So we have a change of situation. Surfers in the water. Situation update. 13 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Surfer in green, Luke Dillon, you are in first position. Surfer in green, Luke Dillon, you are in first with an 8-point ride and a 2.4. Surfer in blue, Thomas Ledei, you are in second with a 4.73. You need a 5.68 to move into first, looking to replace a lower score of 4.10. Surfer in white, Kai Odriozola, you are in third position. Surfer in white, you are in third. You need a 5.16 to move into second. Surfer in white, you need a 5.16 for second. Surfer in red, Siam Nicotine, you are in fourth. You need a 6.1 to move into second. 12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this heat. Still all to play for as a huge right-hander winds its way into the north end of Fistral. And the sun starts to poke through the clouds. That's right, we've got sun for the 4th consecutive day. The 4th day of summer, as we've termed it. After a wet start to August, we have been blessed. Blessed with sunshine. And it's just poked its head through the clouds that had settled over Fistral this Saturday morning. They're starting to part. A little glance at the Met Office weather forecast this morning. And I've got to say, it looks fairly promising for this afternoon. Maybe the odd spot of rain, but with plenty of sunny spells. 11 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in this heat. It's the local lad, the local favourite, Luke Dillon, surfing in green, who's out in front after posting a whopping 8.0 for his last wave. That huge crush off the end section. Really finding favour with the judges and then rewarding him accordingly. Surfer in green, Luke Dillon, you are in first position. Surfer in blue, Thomas Ledei, you are in second, as we'll see Luke Dillon, the surfer in green, up and riding now on a really nicely shaped right. Unfortunately, what you couldn't see there, if you're watching at home, just out of shot, was a massive oncoming whitewater section. So we saw Luke Dillon just duck out of that one early on before he came too far in and would have to fight back through the lineup to make his way outside. Surfer in green, Luke Dillon, you are in first position. Surfer in blue, Thomas Ledey, you are in second position. You need a 5.68 to move into first. Surfer in white, Kai Odriozola, you are in third position. You need a 5.16 to move into second. Surfer in red, Siam Nikritin, you are in fourth. You need a 6.10 to move into second. The beach really starting to fill up now. Perhaps they knew Luke Dillon was in the water. He's a local favorite. He's got a massive local following. And after recently announcing his retirement from competitive surfing at the end of the year, this may be one of the last chances to see him in action here at the Boardmasters as he looks to get busy. And outside, we see a surfer in white drop into a hefty looking wave and flies over that end section. So we had several waves ridden there. We'll wait for scores to come in. We may well see a slight change in situation. The tide rushing in here at North Fistral and the conditions changing by the minute. What is constant, however, is the size of this swell. It is rather large this sunny Saturday here at North Fistral. But accompanying that swell, unfortunately, is an awful lot of wind. Still, it will not deter us. It will not deter you guys on the beach. It won't deter you at home, sitting comfortably on your sofas. And it will not deter our competitors because they have got a job to do. We're live here at the Animal Pro WSL QS 1000 men's event. We're into heat number 4 of the round of 16 in green, and leading the heat at the minute is the local lad Luke Dillon. In blue, defending event champion Thomas Ledey is in second. In white and in third position, current European junior champion Kai Odriozola, and in fourth at the minute and representing Israel, it's Siam Nikritin surfing in red. Surfers in the water, you have 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Up and riding now, it's Kai Odriozola current European junior champion, weaving his way down the line. This one of the smaller waves, but with a much cleaner face than anything we've seen so far. Swooping back towards the white water, up into the lip there, letting the tail loose. And he goes up off that foam again. A very, very nicely surfed wave there for surfer in white, Kai Odriozola. He needs a 5.16 to move into second. We'll wait for scores to drop. We heard, whilst Kai was surfing that wave, a big cheer as we see surfer in red, Siam Nikritin, up into the oncoming lip. That wave, again, not offering him much. Unfortunately for Siam, he's picked off a few waves that looked good at the beginning, only to find that they've closed out ahead of him. Some hoots and hollers as surfer in white, Kai Odriozola, rode his last wave. It's going to be his best score of the heat so far. Remember, he needs a 5.16 to move into second. And early indications are that he may have fallen just short. What he will have done, however, is improved his situation and lessened his requirement to move back up into that second position. Last of white, 4.83. Last of white, 4.83. A big set is pushing in now. Can't quite see white, so I'm going to let this set pass before I announce it again. So that 4.83 for last of white. He started off the wave with a few swoops back towards the white water. It's been the top-to-bottom surfing this morning that the judges have really been rewarding. So although he was very busy at the beginnings of that wave, there was nothing that really stood out to the judges, I don't think. It was the turns at the end, his penultimate turn, that earned him that 4.83 when he released the fins a little bit. And behind him, we saw the surfer in red, Siam Nikritin, take off on a wave that looked fantastic. Unfortunately, after managing to complete one turn off a really heavy oncoming lip, the wave shut down, so he ejected. Okay, with all the scores in, a situation update. Surfers in the water, 6 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Surfer in green, Luke Dillon, you are in first position. Surfer in green, you are in first position. Surfer in blue, Thomas Ledey, you are in second position. Surfer in blue, you need a 6.05 to move into first. Surfer in white, Kai Odriozola, you are in third position. Surfer in white, you are in third. You need a 4.0 to move into second. Surfer in red, Siam Nikritin, you are in fourth position. You need a 4.9 to move into second. 6 minutes remaining. If you are just joining us on the beach or indeed joining us at home, it's day 4 of the Boardmasters 2023, and we are live with the Animal Pro WSL QS 1000 men's event. We're in heat 4 of the round of 16, and already this morning we have seen some exceptional surfing in some thoroughly difficult conditions. It's very large this morning here at Fistral, and there is plenty of wind. Nevertheless, our athletes, some of the finest surfers in Europe, are going mad out there, showcasing their abilities in the best possible way. Man versus ocean at the minute. It is victory at sea conditions out there at times. And our surfers are doing a wonderful job in demonstrating just what they can do. Highest scoring wave of the heat so far going to the Nuki boy, Luke Dillon, surfing in green. I'm sure he's got plenty of support on the beach and in the bar with 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining in this heat. We see on the beach, surfer in blue, Thomas Ledei up and riding, bouncing off the white water after managing to put together a few turns out the back. And also a wave ridden for surfer in white, Kai Odriozola. Lots of hoots and hollers from the Spanish camp for Kai's last wave. And coming up in the next heat, it'll be quarterfinal number 1 of the women's division. It's Yolanda Hopkins versus Victoria Farmer, so plenty of action coming your way. We're waiting for scores to drop. There were some very promising sounds from the beach. Sounded as if they were pleased with what surfer in white Kai Odriozola had accomplished on his last wave. The judges pondering what to score him. Last of blue won't factor into his top 2. However, last of white will. Last of white, 7.0. Last of white, 7.0. That means with 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this heat, the situation is surfer in white, Kai Odriozola is in first position. Surfer in white, you are in first position. Surfer in green, Luke Dillon, you require a 3.73 to move into first. You are currently second. Surfer in green, you are second. Surfer in blue, Thomas Ledei, you are in third position. You need a 6.05. Surfer in blue, you need a 6.05. Surfer in red, Siam Nikritin, you are in fourth position. You need a 6.85. There is a massive set approaching the bay here at North Fistral. Lots of our surfers are currently battling these waves. They're duck diving, so I will give another situation update once the waves have cleared, because I fear they may not be able to hear me out there at the minute. And it's all important that they know exactly where they stand in this heat and what they need to do. After this wave passes by, I will again update the surfers on their situation. Surfers in the water, situation update, 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Surfer in white, Kai Odriozola, you are in first position. Surfer in white, you are in first. Surfer in green, Luke Dillon, you are in second. Surfer in green, second. You need a 3.73 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Thomas Ledei, you are in third. Surfer in blue, you are in third. You need a 6.05 to move into second. Surfer in red, Siam Nikritin, you are in fourth. You need a 6.85 to move into second. 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. Welcome back to the booth, CoCom. Tom Anderson, you've been fed and watered.
Yeah, good lunch. Big hot dog. Didn't manage to finish the whole thing. I think they like their hot dogs down here in Newquay, like they like their blown out beach breaks. Difficult to manage. Front side there, Kai Odriozola. Oof. Whoa, he goes for the rotation. Odriozola he's the European junior champion from the ESF route, isn't he? Through won it in Santa Cruz last year, and also got a really good result in Pantin in Galicia. A surf spot not unlike this. The European Pro Junior champion is, of course, Vitor Garita Onandia, who we saw earlier. And he had a pretty exciting tussle with Markel Vizcarragonega earlier. And that was actually, they had plenty of battles during the Pro Junior days as well, or their Pro Junior ranks, events there. Look at this on the front side. This is Sayam Nikritin with a very short period of time left. The buzzer beater, looking for a 6.85, and I would imagine he's going to think that he's got this. It's 15 seconds to go, and we're going to count the heat out first before analysing whether he's got it. So we're going to count down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nikritin, the Israeli surfer who lives in France, he'll be hoping that he's got that there. That was real close, so needs a 6.85. And the Newquay crowd will await that score nervously, Rob, because I think it's in, and it's not quite enough. So I think we're going to get the next heat underway, and then we'll look back at that. So, standing by to start the heat between Yolanda Hopkins and Vittoria Farmer. Nikritin, the score was in, it wasn't quite enough. So a good effort in the closing seconds there. Big hand on the beach, guys, for Sam Nikritin. Did well there at the closing end of that one. Final results, Odriozola was first, Dylan second. Lede, the defending champion, has been eliminated, so it's a huge result for the Newquay local hero Luke Dillon. Standby surfers in the water. We'll be starting you off imminently. Very challenging conditions. It's actually easier for Thomas Lede to ride in on his feet than it is for Thomas Lede to, and he goes for an absolutely giant flyaway aerial there. He's eliminated, so he probably wasn't enjoying himself that much. Lede winning the contest last year, a real standout. He's been a standout in free surfing. Okay, so we're going to get this heat underway very shortly. Standing by, surfers in the water. We're going to start the heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So in we go, Yolanda Hopkins, the Challenger Series surfer from Portugal, from the south coast of Portugal. And Vittoria Farmer, surfing under the Union Jack as a British surfer. She hails originally from the Sunshine Coast of Queensland in Australia. Beautiful place. And a place blessed with slightly warmer water than that which we get here. Yolanda Hopkins has been arguably the standout surfer of the event so far. And this morning, Yolanda was free surfing out here at about 5 o'clock in the morning. And she said that it was very difficult. But she said that it was very difficult with a real sort of smile on her face, as if like, it was difficult, it was great. And Yolanda, pretty accomplished in this kind of surf. Earlier this year in March, in the Mayo Pro Portugal WCT, Yolanda Hopkins, who I must add is also the defending champion of this event, and she's a 2-time winner. So she won this event. This was actually, it was Fistral Beach Newquay was actually her debut. Yolanda Hopkins had a wild card and beat Carissa Moore. Those of you on the beach, you will see your Newquay surfer, Luke Dillon, making his way up in the green. Give him a hand. He's just got through again. So Luke will be delighted with that. Really generous character, Luke. And as Rob mentioned, he's announced that he's going to finish competitive surfing at the end of this year to get on with giving back and trying to help the juniors and getting involved in that. So Yolanda, she beat Carissa Moore earlier this year in very challenging conditions in Peniche. Yolanda, that was arguably one of the biggest results of her career to date. I did actually ask her directly this morning. Here we go. Yolanda on the front side. Oh, and that wave is unruly. But Yolanda is going to stamp a bit of order into it and thumps the inside. So Yolanda, I asked her this morning, I asked her which felt better, winning a QS or that last 5 seconds when they counted out to her beating Carissa Moore and getting into the quarterfinals of the Mayo Pro Portugal. And she couldn't decide. And it's not as if she hasn't had the pick of success to enjoy in surfing either. She qualified for the Olympics after going on an absolute tear in the Worlds in El Salvador. She finished second in the El Salvador Worlds to Sally Fitzgibbons. So the judges will be thinking about this first wave of Yolanda, and they've given this a 4.33, her first wave. A big frontside carve, big wave. It's pretty good to get a 4.33 when you do one turn and you fall off on the second one. First of red, 4.33. First of red, a 4.33. First of red, 4.33. I'm going to say it about 15 times. So Yolanda's from the Algarve and used to difficult beach breaks. Tori Farmer was in El Salvador this year with the British team, and she did pretty well. Got through a couple of rounds before going down into the repechage half of the draw, and then got through a few more rounds. This is her best WSL result. And she has had some pretty good scores going through this event in the quarterfinals. In the heat before this, in the round of 16, she went through in a heat with some very, very competitive surfing going on in it, alongside Jania Gonzalez-Estaburi. So she knocked out the German Janina Zietler and the Brit Ellie Turner, and Victoria Farmer had a 6.87 in that round. This will be a real challenge for Victoria Farmer here. Victoria Farmer. They call her Tori Farmer. She's up against a very formidable opponent. Now, Rob, what did we think of Yolanda's surfing yesterday? I thought it was the best surfing of the whole event yesterday in the evening, in probably about the same size as this, but not quite as windy.
I was going to say, Tom, I think it's fair to say we were blown away by it.
Yeah, absolutely blown away.
Yolanda.
Her favourite maneuver is the big inside closeout floater, the kamikaze floater.
I was going to say, yeah, I think it's the bravery and the lack of self-preservation she kind of demonstrates as she approaches any oncoming section, throwing herself and her board at it full pelt.
Swashbuckling. And
yeah, it's a nice way of describing it.
Surfs like she's enjoying surfing.
I think she is.
Well, yeah. I'd enjoy surfing if I could do
here,
this. Look at that.
We see a lofty drop there, the elevated drop, in fact.
On the front side. Oh.
Up into the lip, carving back towards the whitewater on that. She flies down the line. Some speed bumps along the way, but she sticks with it. Up into the lip, change of direction, and again now into this kind of soupy, half water, half air froth. It's not easy to surf on. However, you watch her go. She's managing to generate speed seemingly from nowhere. She carves her way down the line. Yolanda sitting on a 4.33 so far. And
the foam ball tried to catch her on that one, but it couldn't.
Such an impressive surfer.
Yeah. Intelligent as well on the very inside. A little kind of check turn to try and see if she could get into the sweet spot of that wave to see if there could be a big closeout maneuver. But in the end, she chooses to leave out the very inside because it's a really difficult paddle back out. They've been giving 10-minute paddle outs, and Yolanda has ridden a wave now pretty much to shore. So I don't think we'll see a lot more of her unless she picks off halfway waves. It was a big drop into that wave, and pretty solid off the top. The white water tried to wrestle with her. There was quite a bit of air in the face, foamy water to try and engage with. Another carve, and then as she went down the inside, it was quite a bit of work to do, and it was really foamy, so it was a difficult wave. You know, really, I suppose she kind of had to wrangle with that wave, and good score has dropped for it. Last of red, a 6.83. Last of red, 6.83. I think I managed to get that to her before she was underwater. We'll try it again. Last of red, 6.83. You got to call the scores out quickly before they duck dive, because duck dive in here takes it would take it out of you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mentioned this, Tom, whilst you were enjoying your lunch, just about the challenges of broadcasting to everybody at home.
And the beach.
And the beach, and the surface in the lineup. And I said, if you hear me give situation updates repeatedly over and over and over again at home or indeed on the beach, just know it's for the benefit of the surfers who are tackling victory at sea conditions out there. They're underwater for half of it.
This is part of a sort of slightly new idea that John in WSL Europe has kind of fathered over the winter. This idea of a Compcast where we're going to sort of double up both beach and web announcing. I thought that it was rather interesting to hear, in terms of you engaging with the beach, Rob. Did I not see a dog nearly get swept out to sea about 25 minutes ago?
Well, the family all retreated away from the oncoming wave, the kind of tidal surge. The dog remained sat on the towel, which meant that the towel then got soaked, so they couldn't pull it out from under the dog.
And then, of course, for you at home to understand, those on the beach can hear what we're saying. So when Rob starts engaging with dog lovers and
I can see the family
games of cricket and things like that, they're able to hear him. Yolanda with an enormous paddle out on her hands now. She's making slow but steady progress. She's actually using a south to north rip, a south to north sweep, quite well to her assistance. Last of red, a 6.83. Your low score. Oh, she's underwater. Your low score, Yolanda, is a 4.33. Your low score is a 4.33. And Tori Farmer out back on a bomb. Comes off the bottom. Engages the rail. Pulls back round. Just making sure she's got the make on that. Again, another on-rail carve. There's a nice closeout section coming towards her if she can find the right route to it. The wave goes back into slightly deeper water. Here comes a section. Tori Farmer, very stylish and smooth with a full glide. And she jumps out because she's going to try and see. I mean, in terms of priority races, we generally associate the priority race with smooth outback water up the shoulder of trestles or something like that. But a priority race where you've also got this stuff in your face.
So that last of blue, Victoria Farmer, it's a very sizable wave, wasn't it? And she bumped in beautifully, and it was a silky cut back into the white water.
Yeah.
And then that wave kind of caught up with the one in front and raced away a little, still managing a sweeping cut back as the second turn, generating and maintaining speed throughout. Then came that kind of sideways wash that ripped through the wave and made it really challenging. But she stuck with it, and fair play, Victoria Farmer found a lovely end section to bank off. Judges will have their work cut out.
Yeah, I think it'll go in between the two ways of Yolanda and myself, but I am not a judge, as I repeatedly say every time I ever announce surfing. And on this occasion, have I been right? I have.
Ooh, last of blue, 5.5. Last of blue, 5.5. You require a 5.6. Oh, she's underwater. So
yeah, she was underwater. We want to try and get it to her
Surfer
now.
in blue, 5.5. You require a 5.67. 5.67 needed.
Now,
I think she got that.
She can hear it. She's got more chance of hearing it because she's so much nearer to us, because by the time she gets back, there's about another half a mile that the surfers have got to paddle through that. Yolanda is about, well, one set length ahead of her.
I like that as a unit of measurement.
Yeah.
Right?
A bit like it's like a furlong in horse racing or something, isn't it?
Yolanda is about to approach that bit where it's really, really tricky. It's the shallow part where the waves just dump.
And some surfers, when they reach that part, have just spun round and gone on one of these reforms. Yeah. And it has worked in some of these heats to do that. Oh, there's so much white water for these guys to try and get through.
So clearly someone's listening to us, Tom, because I've just been sent, we talked about some of the crowd getting swamped by that tidal surge. Well, it's happening in the southwest of France as well. I've just been sent a picture from Senyos of the exact same thing happening.
So all of Western Europe is having a face down against the Atlantic today. Now, Yolanda Hopkins, farther from the Algarve, from near Faro. Do you know, Robbo, from which European nation Yolanda Hopkins' mother hails?
Not Wales, is it?
It is. It is indeed. And not only is it Wales, Robbo, but it is the quaint little Welsh
Can I guess
town.
Can I guess the county?
Yeah.
Bridgend.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Are you Googling it?
No.
Her mother's from Bridgend.
It's Hopkins, although that's...
Oh, yeah, I suppose. Hopkins, yeah. It's a Bridgendy kind of surname, isn't it?
It's very Bridgend-centric.
6 miles down the road from me, and she's never surfed any of the waves nearby. Although apparently
Don't blame
Patrick Langdon-Dark, who is a dear friend of hers, and Alice Barton have promised to give her a little tour of the motherland at some point. Now,
it seems, Tom, from our commentary, that everybody in this contest is Welsh in some way.
Oh, yeah, we get everywhere. Now, the trouble with getting Yolanda onto a tour of the motherland is that her surfing career is on the edge of stratospheric at the moment. She's on the Challenger Series, hasn't had the best year on the front end of the Challenger Series. So far, though, it looks as though the Challenger Series has been rather aptly named because it's really difficult. Chuck Yolanda in a CT, she beats Carissa Moore. Chuck her in Big El Salvador in the Worlds, she beats Steph Gilmore. Each of those guys at that level, she's taken down at various times. But she just has got to get through the hard graft of that Challenger Series. She sits atop of the European regional rankings, so this might be a good opportunity for us to explain exactly how a surfer makes their way from duck dive in the inside bowls of whitewash in a QS 1000 here in Bristol Beach, Newquay, right the way through to the very top of surfing's professional pyramid. And this is the first event of the European QS Tour qualifying series. The European QS Tour finishes on the Easter weekend in Portugal. And at the end of that, the top 7 men and the top 4 women will be joined by a wild card from each category. And they'll go on to the Challenger Series. The Challenger Series amasses a clutch of surfers from each region around the world. And the Challenger Series then runs from the midpoint of next season after Easter, after the mid-season cut, the much talked about WSL mid-season cut from the World Tour. The Challenger Series runs from that spring point in the year through in the back half of the season. It runs through to early winter, and it crops an even smaller clutch of surfers, global surfers, and promotes them up onto the WSL World Tour. So Yolanda is currently on the Challenger Series and in the 20s, looking to chase her way up a bit further. Need to be, for the women, it's the top 5 that get onto the WSL World Tour. And the next stop of the Challenger Series is indeed in Portugal, so she's quite excited about that. And so at the moment, Victoria Farmer, the surfer in blue, we've been talking plenty about Yolanda Hopkins. There is plenty to say about her. If Victoria Farmer was to get her in this heat, it would be a real scalp. And at the moment, Victoria Farmer would need only 0.17 of a point more than her previous wave to get in front of Yolanda. However, Yolanda Hopkins is out back. We can probably expect a significant attempt to replace the 4.33 in these closing moments, but it's there for Tori Farmer. You can see, if you're watching at home, that Tori Farmer on the screen, she's about halfway out at the moment. She's got a duck dive to do here, which could actually be quite an important one, because behind it is a gap and then a bigger set out back. So if she can get across this gap, I think she stands a chance of making it out back. Yolanda is already out back, if not slightly too far out back, because the big set is going to roll just under Yolanda, or is it? In fact, I think Yolanda might have a chance of stroking into a right-hander here. Now, the other thing Yolanda's clever at, though, is priority. So Yolanda does hold priority. So with 7.5 minutes remaining, she would always have the option of turning around and heading for Farmer. She was talking this morning to Millie Phillips and I about Millie Phillips from Boardmasters. We did a little interview up here with her earlier, and she was telling us about the last 2 minutes against Carissa Moore, and when Carissa Moore had gone for a paddle and didn't get the score, and she just turned around and sat on her, she said. And so she may well look to do that, but she's got some ground to cover if she wanted to go and sit on Tori Farmer. At the moment, I would imagine Yolanda would be more likely to want to ride another wave.
Well, do you know what, Tom? We've discussed the priority a little bit this afternoon. It is this afternoon. Losing track of the time. We've discussed the priority a little bit. And our general vibe has been that it's not factoring in an awful lot simply because of the size of this playing field. And as you just said, if Yolanda were to want to utilize that priority as a means of stopping Victoria getting away, it would be quite some paddle to get across to her, because Victoria is probably the best part of 150 yards, 100, maybe 100 meters to Yolanda's north.
Yolanda nearly took off on a right then. There's an even bigger one behind it, and it's hard to tell, even from this elevated position, whether she's in place or whether she's going to wear it on the noggin. She's up and behind the section. So Yolanda's actually in a slightly difficult bit of the lineup now. I think she's sort of paddled off the peak a little bit. And she's just trying to readjust herself to get into that position where she can pick up a wave from. Not easy. This one may stack up enough for her. I think she's going to go, and it's dumping hard on the inside. Would have been a very tough job to get down and across that one in time. Victoria Farmer's now out back. Situation, Yolanda Hopkins, you are in the lead. Yolanda Hopkins, you are in the lead. Your low score is a 4.33. Victoria Farmer, you are in second. You need a 5.67. Priority is red. And now Victoria is arriving near Yolanda. And having heard that information, Yolanda looks like she might go over. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. First red, second blue. Blue, you need a 5.67. Red, your low score is a 4.33. I have no idea if they can hear us. I'm going to assume from the fact that they're not stroking their arms in the air anymore that they have picked up the situation. We're going to have half an eye on who's in the next heat. So with 4 minutes and 20 remaining, we've got Rachel Presti and Jania Gonzalez-Estabari coming up. They are paddling out way to the south, so they're keeping very wide of the surfers who are in the lineup. They will be able to see a priority board. What red doesn't necessarily know is the difference between whether or not she needs a score herself or to keep somebody else off. And it'll be the same then for blue. You'd imagine that Victoria Farmer knows that she'll need some sort of score because she's carrying a low second score. So Victoria Farmer is up and riding here, and so all her eggs are in that basket.
She's looking for a 5.67. That wave will not provide her with that score, Tom. But with 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining, she's got time enough to get back out because she didn't actually venture too far in. What we have seen, however, is Yolanda Hopkins move ever so close to Victoria Farmer. Perhaps she was about to go and utilize that priority to stop Victoria getting a wave before Victoria managed to snag that one.
I think Victoria's going to go again on the inside here.
Yeah, this
she
wave's
is. She's going to need a big closeout reel on this thing, and she
Yeah.
ejects.
I think she made the right choice there.
Yeah, as we said earlier, we've been likening that inside section there and the paddle it gives you, especially with only 3 minutes remaining, to the it bears in water the inscription from Dante Allegri: "Abandon hope, all who enter here." Yolanda is going to keep her very close under her chest. They're not calling for the situation, so I'm assuming it means that they do understand. There is a colossal set making its way in.
Is that the biggest of the day?
That's the biggest wave of the day. That's the biggest wave of the week. I would say it's the biggest wave of the summer, but actually we had a bigger swell the week before, didn't we? So this is Yolanda. She's got a 6.83, and then later she had a 4.33. I think viewers at home now, Yolanda's up and riding, and I think the viewers and Yolanda went huge on a wave just then. I think the viewers at home are being reminded of what Yolanda did earlier in this heat. And that was an enormous wave. Now, Yolanda was talking to us earlier as well about a motto that she's carried with her: go big or go home. And Millie asked her actually about an Instagram post that she'd posted just after getting eliminated in Narrabeen by pulling into a big closeout. And Yolanda posted, it's a heat recap for those of you at home, by the way. Yolanda posted, "Go big or go home, ... I went home." Or this time I went home. Right now, Yolanda is located right in the middle of the Abandon Hope, all who enter here, Dante Allegri bank. And Victoria Farmer, meanwhile, is out back with a minute left. Blue, you need a 5.67. She is out back. She's going to, 50 seconds left. I think there's going to be maybe 2 more attempts to paddle, but she's over in deep water, so I'm not sure that wave is going to happen for her. 40 seconds. We might see a buzzer beater here. 35 seconds. We're coming down to 30 seconds. And it's now or never for Victoria Farmer. She's got a lot of work to do if she's going to get out of there, so we're going to be counting this heat out. It does look as though Yolanda Hopkins is going to hold on and move into the semi-finals. 15 seconds. And counting down, 10. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time simply ran out on Victoria Farmer. She is actually up and riding on a pretty nice looking left seconds after the buzzer. I don't think it would have made the difference because it's a left that's going over into some really deep water, into a little channel. It's out of picture for those of you at home. It's the deepest and hardest part of the beach to surf. The left over there into the corner, the toughest wave in Newquay, and all of the Newquay locals confirmed that for us yesterday. So we're going to be looking to get the next heat underway pretty shortly. This is Rachel Presti and Janir Gonzalez Ishtabari.
We are going to be counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Final results, Yolanda Hopkins through and Victoria Farmer with 1 good score, but just didn't manage to get the backup. And we'll have a little look at who's in the next heat.
Tom, that paddle really factoring in. As we look now to quarterfinal heat number 2, it's going to be Rachel Presti taking on Janir Gonzalez. Rachel Presti of Germany, and of course Janir Gonzalez Etchebarry of the Basque Country, Euskadi.
And Rachel Presti off to a huge start there. Yesterday, Rachel Presti got a pair of 6s, and I think there's a good chance that she'll have opened up with a 6 then. Presti, the German surfer, she's originally from Melbourne Beach, Florida, Floridian. So she's 21 years old, and she's used to different water to this, really. What do you think of her chances of going to the sixes again on that first wave,
She had
Robbo?
a really swooping cutback, but didn't really get back to the foam because she could see a section coming, and she hooked
Under the lip
huge turn under the lip, sending spray flying, but more importantly, generating so much speed. I feel that the turns where the most speed is generated are generally the ones that are rewarded really highly by the judges.
Yeah.
A brilliant way to start that heat, no doubt about it.
And Janir Gonzalez Estabari is a much decorated Basque surfer from Zumaya, which is pretty near to Zarautz, the beach break. It's also near to Mundaka.
Tom, we can see now our surfer from the Basque Country up and riding on her backhand, the goofy foot, riding a right here, number 2 turn. This time coming down with the lip, hangs on before kicking off over the back of that wind. So
we talked about sixes,
Tom, yesterday. In fact, throughout the week, we've talked about completion of maneuvers, and Janir Gonzalez Echevarri did just that, riding out of that final turn, making sure the judges saw her, making sure they gave her the completed ride.
Yeah, and it's really important. We've seen the juniors really struggling with that, haven't we? Body language at the end of the ride, and you see Gonzalez Echevarri really squatting hard over the surfboard. We talked about sixes yesterday, Rob. So Rachel Presti got a pair of them yesterday. And she opens with a 6 today. Yeah, last of red, a 6.0.
What will they score this last of blue? So she started with a kind of banking turn off some oncoming whitewater before setting up for that really critical under the lip backhand snap, coming down with the foam and then making sure she rode out of it.
For me, and I'm not a judge, and I'm often wrong, just under the first of red.
I'm glad you said that because I'm going to go just over.
Okay. What are we going to put on it? A chocolate finger from the canteen?
We're shaking hands.
It's a deal. I'm going to be in, well, yeah. I'm wrong, you're right. Here we go. It's a 6.83. Last of blue, a 6.83.
I think it was the critical nature of that final turn.
Last of blue, a 6.83. Última ola de surfer en azul, 6.83.
So the judges just giving surfer in blue the nod by 0.83.
So you were right and I was wrong. Tell me how you came by that.
I think it was down to the what I saw as the critical nature of that final turn on the wave. Right under the lip, coming down with the lip, and just generating so much speed. I talked about it on the wave before, the wave of Presti's actually, about how she managed to generate speed through that final maneuver. But it was done perhaps a touch early on the wave. It wasn't as critical as it perhaps could have been. And I think that's why the judges gave the nod to surfer in blue.
There's an enormous set washing through the Dante Alegre bank.
Well, Tom, interestingly enough, these two surfers paddled out in a different position to everybody else, and they've been swept a little further south now.
Yeah, which is interesting because the sweep on across the back of the Dante Alegre bank is south-north.
Yes.
So clearly they've paddled out in the middle where there's a channel to get out, and then I suppose either side of that channel is a south-north sweep and a north-south sweep, both of them pulling in opposite directions. We're just letting our lifeguard make an announcement. There's some pretty important and pretty stern announcements from the lifeguards today. It's dangerous out there for beachgoers. This is part of a wider festival, a big music festival up on the beach of Watergate, round the corner, the Boardmasters Festival. Now, we did start briefly talking about seagulls earlier, Rob, and there's a pretty keen herring gull that keeps using the airwaves in front of us to float in our very sight. We're going to give the surfers a situation, if they can hear it. First of red, a 6.0. First of blue, a 6.83. First of red, a 6.0. First of blue, a 6.83. Priority red. 19 minutes remaining. There's a good lump coming through here. There's a possibility that one of the surfers will be in place for it. Not quite. Yeah, so there's a pretty... This herring gull is loving life. It's using the air currents, and it's just floating away in front of the window pane in front of us, doing hardly any work, and I presume looking for beach snacks to purloin from some of our guests. So if you are on the beach and listening to us, these seagulls, they are committed bandits of the sky. The herring gull looks around. Normally it would be looking for crabs. Today it's looking for chips and pasties, maybe some ice cream.
I think he spotted something, Tom.
I think they've even been known to finish off a beer, or at least to attempt to. I'm pretty impressed, though, by the number of people who are still having a beach day out below us, Rob, despite the fact that there are winds akin to those you'd find on the surface of Jupiter. I reckon you can probably see today's winds from space, barred clouds, a buzzsaw making its way across the Atlantic. And those winds have brought with them this swell. There are now some lulls in the swell as we sit on the high tide that are a little bit more prolonged than they were earlier in the day. Last night the surf was absolutely pumping here. It was clean, it was huge.
Did you manage to get in, Tom?
Well, there's a tale to that, and that tale is this event not finishing until about 10 minutes before dark. So we were, Rob is tormenting me. We were squirming away watching those last few heats, calling them. But such is life. So the two surfers are sat very near to each other now. They're taking the same place in the lineup. Jania Gonzalez-Estabari and Rachel Presti. Gonzalez-Estabari is an 18-year-old. And she also, I do believe, has a European junior title to her name from a year or two before, I believe. Alice Barton, the last.
That part of the world, Tom. That,
ESF champion.
That Basque Coast, of course, home to many a brilliant surf spot.
It is.
But it's produced some world-class surfers as well, hasn't it? Champions of Europe.
Aritz Aramburu.
Aritz, yes.
Goni Zubizarreta. The Acero brothers, Caper and Inico.
Yeah, of course.
The Gonzalez-Estabari sisters. Currently also Ariane Ochoa from the Basque Country is on the Challenger Series. She's the other big Challenger Series name taking part in this competition. And yesterday, Ariane Ochoa was in a heat with Alice Barton, and Alice Barton, the youngster, came out on top of that one, and that was in pretty thumping surf as well.
Well, so Tom, just over 15 minutes remaining in this heat, and we saw a really quick start, or a relatively quick start from both of our surfers, both posting waves 6 and upwards in the opening minutes of this heat. And then we've had a bit of a lull ever since. We're down to 15 minutes remaining now and no other waves ridden. The conditions obviously tricky, but our surfers have been outside for quite some time. They've managed to duck dive their way out under some of these big lumps of water, but now they're being very, very patient. What exactly are they looking for?
I suppose they're looking for a wave with the right wall on it, and Rachel Presti believes she's found just that. The wind has increased again, so when you go right, you've actually got the wind kind of blowing into your face. See the way that Rachel Presti's had to track backwards on this wave? So she's actually taken off on her right, and she's going to finish it at the moment further up the beach in the opposite direction. So that right, if you drew one of those sort of Strava lines, would have actually tracked her. It would look like a left. It kind of bent across the beach. So just cutbacks, but it will put her into the lead because Janir Gonzalez-Estabari has not yet ridden a second wave. But it'll be a low score, which she'll be hoping to replace. So red, Rachel Presti, your second wave, Rachel, second of red, a 2.83. Second of red, 2.83. Just enough time to get that to her before she's underwater again. They've got a reasonable chance of hearing us when they're near to shore. John says every 5-minute warning will be attached. We'll have a next heat. There's another lump coming through out back here now, Rob. And I think Annette, Janira Gonzalez Estabari, sorry, Annette is her sister's name, is in with a shout at catching it. And it looks, from this vantage point, as though it might have a bit of wall on it. Janira is just a little bit too far south, so she's in that same hole that Yolanda was in at the end of her heat, trying to paddle her way back up to where the waves will break. And then she's going for a sort of combination of paddling south to north and paddling in a little bit too. Gonzalez Estabari and Rachel Presti is going to head out to nearly exactly the same place. And Gonzalez Estabari is going to be up and riding on one now. On the backhand. Bit of work to do to get back to the open wave face, and she kicks out. So the rights are looking problematic. That's both surfers have picked off right-handers. How interesting, both surfers picked off right-handers at the start of that heat from that spot, which went on to be really, really good waves. Both surfers have now just followed that with right-handers from the same spot, and both of those right-handers have been no use. Last of blue, 1.17. Red, you are in first. Blue, you are in second. Red, you are in first. Blue, you are in second. Azul, eres segunda. Necesitas una ola de 2 puntos para ir in primera. Blue, you need a 2-point ride to move into the lead.
So
and
Tom,
here she goes.
This is our surfer in blue, currently in second, looking for that 2-point ride up into the lip, banks off that oncoming foamy section. Bottom, it looked like she was going to bottom turn around it, and then decided that there wasn't much left in it for her to pursue. Meanwhile, Rachel Presti, the surfer in red, has a look at that.
Keep priority.
Yeah, exactly that. She's going back out, because conversely, when compared to the first heat, the first quarterfinal, these competitors are sticking rather close to one another, so priority really could be a factor come the end of this heat. In the first one, we saw Yolanda and Victoria almost in different postcodes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We did see priority used earlier by Nicolas Paulette, didn't we? The French surfer.
That's right, but that was in a 4-man heat.
Yeah, it was a 4-man heat.
Two
Much more chance of being near someone in a 4-man, isn't there? We're coming down to 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. So Annette, Janira Gonzalez Estabari didn't quite get up and above the lip with that
She's after
re-entry.
a 2-point ride, and I think she'll get it with that.
Oh, she'll get it. But it won't be a huge amount beyond there.
And it drops, Tom. So last of blue, 3.83. Last of blue, 3.83. So exactly as you said, Tom. It was enough to get her back into first, but it wasn't enough to really put any real distance between her and Rachel Presti, her competitor in red.
Ultima ola de azul, 3.83. 3.83. Janira Gonzalez Estabari, eres primera. You're in the lead. Rachel Presti in red. You're in second. You need a 4.67.
And with 10 minutes remaining, Tom, it's time enough for everything to change. There's no real gap between our surfers. Rachel Presti just needing a 4.67, something we know she's more than capable of, as evidenced by that 6-point ride that she got early on in this heat. And once again, we see that high tide sea surging. A few people being caught out there, Tom, rushing in to avoid getting their clothes too wet.
I forecast another announcement from the lifeguards to interrupt our dulcet tones on the beach airwaves any moment, don't you?
I do. And a big shout out to our lifeguards, the RNLI, for all they're doing this weekend, keeping an eye on our competitors.
RNLI stands for?
Royal National Lifeboat Institute. And of course, keeping an eye also on all of the beachgoers, all of the revelers heading down from the festival, making sure everyone's staying safe, not just on the sea, but on the beach as well. As we see a replay for those of you watching at home of the surfer in red, just to kind of reinforce what she got. She got that. Was that the six? That must have been the 6-point right at the beginning.
That's the
So
6
we're having a bit of a
pointer.
heat
It's
recap
a heat
for those of you
recap
at
for
home.
those at home.
So it was one big turn for Presti for the 6, and then for 6.83 for Echevarri, we saw a little check turn followed by a huge smash up in the lip. That point of difference, that extra 0.83. That's why they got it.
There's a paddle here for Rachel Presti. She's going to need something here. She needs a 4.67. Oh! Would have got it if she'd got that.
Bit of a drop wallet.
She'd have been on her way, but she hasn't lost any ground, really. I think she stands a good chance of getting back out.
Right,
But
there's
she
a bit of a lull. That'll allow her time enough to get back out.
ceded priority.
Into the lineup.
Which may or may not matter.
Yeah, these, again, after we mentioned them being so close together, they've started to separate apart now, Tom.
There's a big set coming through, so she's going to have to get her skates on a little bit to get out of the way of it, Rachel Presti. And Janine Gonzalez-Estavari is actually heading towards Rachel Presti at risk of wearing this set on the chin. And that is what could be about to happen here. Well, I think they're going to be okay. So it's got to kind of, those waves, they kind of want to A-frame. They're trying their best to do it, but they're not quite pulling it off. 7 minutes and 15 remaining, and I think Rachel Presti nearly has a look at going again. Let's make sure they've got that situation in case they can hear us from there. Blue, you are in the lead. Red, you need a 4.67. Blue, you are in the lead. Red, you need a 4.67. Azul, eres primera. Roja, necesitas 4.67. Priority is with blue. Blue, tienes priority. So I've sort of got a feeling that Gonzalez-Estavari does have half an eye on using priority here, Rob. Now, I suppose where normally priority is the sort of thing you use on someone in the last minute and a half of a heat, relative to the rate at which surfers can find waves out here, the last 6 minutes of the heat, I can see a rationale behind
Definitely,
that decision,
Tom.
can't you?
A perfectly fair and legitimate point, and we do see the surfers as near as they've been at any point in today's surfing competition thus far. We're also seeing, Tom, for those people watching on the beach, surfers in the next heat battling out. It's Alice Barton of Wales and Lucy Campbell of England. The age-old rivalry of the two great nations that we've been talking about all week. We'll see it once again in quarter-final number 3 on this side. The women's side of the draw here at the Animal Open, WSL QS 1000 event. We saw Lucy Campbell surf earlier today. So she's had a bit of a taste of conditions. Yeah,
will that or won't that work in her favour? I
Will
don't
she be
know
tired, or
whether
will she have a better grip on what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know if she free surfed before that, but I know that Yolanda did free surf and it did help her out, didn't it?
Certainly, it's also
5 minutes remaining.
It's also worth noting, Tom, that surfer in the next heat, Lucy Campbell, although originally from Woolacombe in North Devon, now lives in Newquay, so she knows exactly what to expect out here.
Apparently, she's been here nearly a year. Those of you at home can now see the judges. And they're all thinking very carefully about what they're doing. It's a very, very difficult job, and you can see the judges' view. You can see that shoreline
can also
sweeping away,
interestingly,
dogs
Tom,
and mats.
Interestingly, you can see the partitions between the judges.
Oh, we've got a quick announcement we've got to carry out here, Robbo. Could Blue from quarterfinal 3 please give the competitors some space? Could the surfers from quarterfinal 3 just give quarterfinal 2 some room, please? I think the judges want to be absolutely certain that they're not. We'll get in.
There we are.
Oh, this is us.
For those of you at home, you can see
Hey, John.
it's a glimpse behind the magician's cloth, isn't it? Here?
Magician's cloth. Yeah, here we are. And so you'll be able to see our view. So there's 3.5 minutes left. And
this is a hefty
huge set on the noggin for all of them. I think it's difficult for the judges now because they've got all 4. So you can see there Alice Barton and Lucy Campbell both surfing under the GB flag in the next heat.
Great to see our British surfers going up against some of the finest surfers,
isn't it just?
In Europe. Of course, Yolanda representing Portugal, Janiera Gonzalez Echevarri, the Basque Country, and that's who we see up and riding now on her backhand. The goofy foot working her way across this right that's actually cleaned up along the inside. It's going to offer her some scoring potential, whipping 2 quick hooks up in the lip there before driving down the line, gathering speed and trying to bounce up off that foam but coming unstuck. So Janiera Gonzalez Echevarri looking to improve her lowest score of a 3.83, put a bit more space between her and Rachel Presti in second. And Tom, I think she's done it. Meanwhile, out the back, Rachel Presti currently in second, looking for a 4.67. A big wave that is now cleaning up ahead of her. She's going to drive down the line, taking a high line to gather speed before bottom turning, jamming an enormous turn through the lip, sending what you'd like to call, Tom, I dare say, a Christmas tree.
A Christmas tree, yeah, I think that was a Christmas tree.
Into the stratosphere. Rachel Presti likely needing more than a 4.67 now because we are, of course, waiting for a score of blue.
I think she needed 2 maneuvers, realistically, don't you?
Tom, I'm going to be contrary again. I'm going to say she's got it.
Okay, so you think that's a 4.67. So
the last of double or nothing that chocolate?
Blue. The last of Janiera Gonzalez Echevarri, a 3. Last of blue, a 3. And now with 1 minute and 45 seconds left, they are going to both try and paddle back out. All right, so you're telling me that this of red is a 4.67. So it's all on this one maneuver on the inside.
She gathered so much speed at the beginning by taking that high line and then just jammed it, released the tail, air dropped out, spray up into the sky. Just that 4.67. I'm calling it.
Who'd be a judge?
I think the German is going to advance. The German via Melbourne Beach, Florida.
I think, yeah, okay, let's see. But
we're speculating. We're not judges.
Yeah, my rationale is that the maneuver is at the end of the wave rather than the front of the wave. Now, we have seen judges liking a big maneuver at the end of a wave. For those big maneuvers at the end of the wave, well, all conversations are off here. See, the first judge has dropped in and they're going to go significantly over.
You've had some judging training in your past as well, haven't you?
Yeah, it's not done me any good there, has it? Look at this. It's going to try. Rob, you know, it's your call to
get me in
make.
The booth.
You can announce that one.
Last of red, Rachel Presti, 6.3. Last of red, a 6.3. Situation update with 35 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, Rachel Presti, you are in first position. Surfer in blue, Janiera Gonzalez Echevarri, you are now in second. You need a 5.47. 23 seconds remaining. Both surfers, well, in fact, Rachel Presti coming in. It's the surfer in blue, Janiera Gonzalez Echevarri. There's some trying to make your way out with just 10 seconds remaining. Tom, we're going to count down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Tom, although that wave was ridden probably 3 minutes before the end of the heat.
I know exactly what you're about to ask me.
Because the conditions are much bigger.
All right.
What are we calling it?
Is it a buzzer beater?
Yes.
Right. So we've been debating this. How close to the buzzer does it need to be a buzzer?
I think there's a correlation between time and size of wave or conditions.
Do you now? Right. I think the buzzer has got a sound.
So official results there, Tom, whilst they're on screen. Rachel Presti, representing Germany, taking the heat win. Janiera Gonzalez Echevarri in second. What an end to the heat.
Fantastic, yeah. And it's happened so many times. They're coming up the beach. Guys, give the surfer in red, Rachel Presti, a big hand for pulling that off in the dying seconds there. And express your appreciation as well, beach, for Janiera Gonzalez Echevarri. So,
Super
wow.
surfing.
I tell you what, I have to say as well that to the north end of the contest area, I don't know how you'd ever manage to paddle to them. There are some absolutely gargantuan right-handers blowing their way through, or pushing their way through against the blowing wind.
Before, Tom, I think we've got to let the surfers in the lineup know that we are on hold for just a very, very few minutes.
1 minute.
We're on hold for just 1 minute,
It's
whilst
1 minute.
a few things are rejigged up here in contest control.
Well, it's also for a window cleaner to get round. And there's... okay, I think we're ready to go. We're ready to go.
We are counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're on.
Right. I think a buzzer beater. Alice Barton and Lucy Campbell in this heat now. So Lucy already surfed this morning. There was one heat left over from the previous round to settle. And so Lucy surfed earlier. Lucy's in the blue, Alice is in the red.
Both under that GB flag, Tom.
And both surfed some of the better heats of their careers in the surf yesterday. Alice yesterday taking down Ariane Ochoa, the Challenger Series surfer, and knocking her out. And that was a huge result for Alice Barton. She was delighted. Lucy, having done very well for Britain at the ISA Worlds. Both these surfers went to the ISA Worlds together as teammates. They know each other well. Right, buzzer beater. I think buzzer's got a sound before the surfer. I think a surfer can lie down and prone to the beach at the end of the wave and can be in, 6 inches of white water, just arriving on the beach, maybe doing their leash, picking their board up. But that some part of the process of getting from line up to dry sand has got to be interrupted by the buzzer for it to be a buzzer beater.
Here is the grey area in this regard. Because of the size of conditions.
Oh, up and riding.
Ah, yes, indeed. This is our surfer in blue, Lucy Campbell, smashing one up into the oncoming section. Taking a really low stance as she bottom turned around that first section.
She had to, yeah.
It was a very foamy, frothy section. And as you mentioned earlier, Tom, it makes the fins a little bit skittish, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, because you're surfing a wave face that's effectively full of air. It's like riding on foam, so the fins don't catch it as well. Go on.
Yes, the buzzer beater. So I mentioned that I think there's a correlation between perhaps conditions or wave size and time.
Okay,
and
so it's like what I was saying earlier.
Well, I've just thought on it.
Have you?
I have thought on it.
We're going to have a ride for Alice Barton.
Yes.
Here. And that's just an in and out. Viewers at home are seeing Lucy Campbell's wave, which the judges are going to give a score to very shortly. Go on.
So the reason I termed that last wave of Rachel Presti a buzzer beater is because we'd seen just before it. And again, viewers at home are just watching a replay
it's an in and out
of Lucy Campbell again.
Oh yeah, that's Campbell.
Up and down. You can see that low squatting bottom turn just to accommodate for the tricky, frothy conditions. Yeah, so the reason I termed that Rachel Presti wave a buzzer beater is momentarily before it, we saw Janir Gonzalez Echebarri improve on her situation.
Right.
And whilst we waited for that score to come in, Presti got her wave. And we didn't find the result of it until much later on.
But that's a situation beater, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
What I'm
trying to do, Tom, is say I was mistaken.
Oh, right.
If you'll allow me.
Sorry, I'm talking too much to let you actually admit.
You're very defensive.
Oh, right, okay. Okay, but I suppose we could invent a term for a situation beater. So a wave that, it's got to be alliterative like buzzer beater is. So a term for a wave that changes the situation before the situation can be called.
Smasher.
A situation switcher?
Ooh. Yeah, I can live with that.
It's a situation switcher. We will try it out next time it happens.
Okay.
And we'll see what people think.
Well, with a wave ridden a piece for our service and out the back on an absolute bomb. It's Lucy Campbell coming unstuck. They're hitting a bit of chop.
In the fins.
And kind of going over the handlebars. I think that's what we would say in that situation. Board stopping dead and Lucy's momentum just carrying her over the top of it.
Barton yesterday took to these high seas with a rounded squash tail, and her dad, Bobby Barton, stood loyally on the shore with a rounded pintail. And we will be able to tell which of those two boards she's on when she stands up and rides, because they had different sprays. The rounded pintail, I think, had a red deck and a black bottom and a rail wrap. And the rounded squash tail was white with greyish black stripes.
So, Tom, for the layperson on the beach, those that are not too familiar with surfing and its varied terminology, would you mind explaining the difference between a rounded squash and a rounded pintail on the surfer's equipment?
So, yeah, while we have a little lull, maybe this is for the benefit of those of you on the beach. Surfboards. Well, you look at the shape of a surfboard, of course, you've got a pointy nose, and most surfboards have a tail that's got more volume in it, or is a bit wider than the nose. And there are a couple of different tail templates. Now, Luke Dillon actually was using what we call a swallowtail. So that's got two little distinct points on the tail of the surfboard. If you were to fill in the gap between those two swallowtails and have a kind of a flat tail, but with a hard pair of corners, that's called a squash tail, because the tail's been squashed in. And then if you round that, you get a rounded squash. And then if you lose the squareness at all and it's just rounded and looped, then that's the rounded pin. They call it the rounded pin rather than the pin, because the pin would be when the tail is nearly as narrow as the nose and has an actual point at the end of it, whereas the rounded pin doesn't have a point, it just rounds off. They're beautiful surfboards to ride, rounded pins. It's not always a great idea, in my opinion, although I am vastly inferior to these guys out here, to ride rounded pins straight off in a heat when you haven't ridden one for a day or two, or for, often the rounded pin takes one or two waves to change over to. It's like surfing on long play. The rounded pintail does more drawn-out turns, but it bites better when it's traveling fast. Here we go on the backside, Lucy Campbell, and again, that tail and fins just not quite engaging enough. A surfboard also, if you were to take the fins out of a surfboard and put it on the floor flat, you could tap the tail or the nose and it would rock like the rails of a rocking horse. And this is known as the rocker. So surfers, when they design their surfboards, they have their tail template, they choose their rocker, how much rocker. There's normally more nose rocker than tail rocker. And like the way that a rocking horse has rails, oh, lifeguard announcement, hang on. Let's let them make it. So, you are going to get washed away, says the lifeguard. So Rob actually had his fingers in his ears then for that lifeguard announcement. That is not because he wants to ignore what they're saying. It's because the lifeguard tannoy speaker is right next to our ears, as is the horn for that matter. So, like we said, a rocking horse has rails. They've actually taken that name for the two edges of a surfboard that go up from the tail to the nose. These are known as the rails. So in effect, the aquadynamics of a turning surfboard is that a surfer presses weight onto the tail of the surfboard, and the curvature of the tail template and the curvature of the rail, like the rudder of a boat, will arc the surfboard through water. Combine this with the fins and the foils of the fins biting, and that's why a surfboard will turn if you put weight on it. So it's the back foot that effectively drives a surfboard, and it's the front foot that guides. And that's how surfboard design leads to a surfboard being turned. So let's talk about those tail templates then, because we're still waiting for a surfer to catch something and their different properties. Would you like to take over, or would you like me to continue, Robbo?
I'm enjoying this, Tom.
Right.
I'm chipping where you need me to, but
okay.
Carry on.
I don't ride swallowtails much, but I know they're fun. You do?
Yes.
I ride round pins a lot, and you don't.
I've just picked up a new swallowtail, in fact.
Have you?
Here we see, this is the surfer in blue. Again, Lucy Campbell. This time on a slightly less steep right-hander, but she's going to hope it's going to steepen up on the inside.
Barton on the one
Outside
behind.
her, it's the surfer in red, Alice Barton. I've been riding on only her second wave, a much steeper wave, though, getting back towards the whitewater. Not going too far back towards it because
falls.
ahead she could sense an oncoming section and an opportunity to bounce off it. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. I think
We could get a paddle battle here for priority. Campbell will have the lead.
We will, and I also think Barton is probably going to have the better of that last exchange. However, Lucy Campbell out in front with that 3.0 that she posted early doors.
Okay, well, we'll get the situation to these surfers as soon as we can. Last of red, a 2.13. Last of red, a 2.13. She's underwater. Last of red, a 2.17. Last of red, a 2.17. We'll do it one more time once she's out from duck diving. Last of red, a 2.17. Last of blue, a 1.1. Blue, you are in the lead. Red, you need a 1.94. Red, you need a 1.94. Blue, you are in the lead. Red, you need a 1.94.
Before you carry on with that surfboard explanation, Tom, and about the technicalities of the tail, it's very interesting to note that the waves surf so far in this heat have been rather low scoring, with the surfers looking for length of ride. So they've been very patient with their wave selection, but looking for waves that will allow more than one maneuver.
Yeah.
If we cast our minds back to that previous heat, we saw one single maneuver on a really steep section of the wave scoring the highest, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think the conditions have changed slightly. And that does give the judges a headache because it makes it really hard for them to compare a wave from this heat to a wave from another heat and keep the scale fair, because it could be the case that it's become impossible to do in this heat what could be done in another heat. Tail templates. I got a good way of thinking about it. The sharper your template, the more sudden your turns will be. And a sudden turn, here we go. Oh, Lucy Campbell goes for an enormous Rio on that one, and she falls. So that's actually going to change the situation ever so slightly, because, yeah, last of blue. Last of blue, a 1.3. You have improved your situation by 0.3. Last of blue, a 1.3. You have improved your situation by 0.3. Red, you have priority. Red, you need a 2.14. Red, you need a 2.14. Red, you have priority. You need a 2.14. Blue first. Red, you are in second. Blue, you are in the lead. Red, you're in second. Red, you need a 2.14. Red, you need a 2.14. I'm just seeing that the surfers have now come a bit closer together. This is with Red being told the situation. I don't think she is. She won't be looking. I suppose she can go as near as she likes to Lucy Campbell, can't she? Because she has priority. In essence, Rob, the harder the edge on your tail, the sharper the edge on your tail, the more likely your turns are to be zigzaggy. And the rounder your tail, the more likely your turns are to be round. And round turns are harder to initiate, but they feel nice. And ziggy turns are easier to initiate and maybe a little harder to control. What do you think? Why do you like swallowtails? Because I don't ride them that often.
Well, I've just picked up a swallowtail from Mark Phipps, who we mentioned earlier, as part of my summer quiver. So I suppose there's definitely some truth in that explanation you just gave about the zigzaggy turns. Generally, although today's not the case, but in summer we generally surf waves that are on the small side, don't we? And so being able to turn quickly, change direction quickly, that zigzaggy turn that you talked about is vital, and my swallowtail allows me to do that.
But I suppose those longer, drawn-out arc turns are what you have to do when you're going fast, isn't it? So softer tail designs are often used in harder, faster waves, aren't they?
Yeah, I suppose traditionally what we've seen in the last probably 10 years is the kind of rule book being thrown out in many ways. The likes of Kelly Slater riding boards that would traditionally be used in small conditions in absolutely massive critical conditions. And we see
that goes back, I reckon, a turning point heat in the history of modern surfboard design, because of course there are many turning points when surfboards are still effectively being discovered. You know, we lost 3 feet almost overnight off the surfboard in the 70s. And then we added a fin. Red, you're in second. Red, you need a 2.14. Blue, you are in the lead. Red, you're in second. You need a 2.14. Blue, you are in the lead. You are looking to replace a 1.3. Yeah, so we shaved nearly 3 feet off the end of a surfboard in the 70s. Here goes Lucy. And she gets on rail, so her situation will have improved already. And then what can she do on the inside here? She gets in and out. So stand by for updated scores. They're going to be quick with this one. We're going to get it quite quickly. So with 10 minutes remaining, the surfers are going to be able to use the information. And last of blue, a 1.97. Red, you need a 2.81. Last of blue, a 1.97. Red, you need a 2.81. So the surfer in red, Alice Barton. The requirement is trickling up here, isn't it? As Lucy Campbell picks off waves. Quite intelligent. Yeah, so we were saying we lost nearly 3 foot off the nose of a surfboard in the 70s. Then we added a fin going into the 80s. And then we added another fin. So they went, they went to the tri-fin. We went from the single fin surfboards 9 foot long, single fin surfboards 7 foot long, 6 foot long, twin fin surfboards 6 foot long, tri-fin surfboards 6 foot long, and then that's the kind of modern thruster. All of that happened really quickly. And then surfboard design remained relatively similar for a little while. And I'm going to say that there was a heat in the early 90s in Hossegor between the Australian Matt Hoy and the 3-time world champion from America, the Californian Tom Curran. Do you know the heat to which I refer?
I think I was probably there, but in a pram or buggy.
Red, you need a 2.81. You have priority. Blue, you are in the lead. Your low score is a 1.97. Priority is with red. 8 minutes remaining. So Tom Curran went down to the beach for a heat against Matt Hoy in 2 foot high tide Hossegor. And took 2 surfboards down. One was effectively a mini Simmons type, short, 5 foot something-ish fish, big wide, not even a swallowtail, they call it a fishtail. And the other was Curran's standard shortboard thruster. And at the last second, the surfers are getting a big set on the head here, both of them. There could be scoring opportunity amongst this set, though. But spinning around and seeing it and going, now this next wave is going to be too foamy, really. I think Campbell's going to actually try and go on it. It's going to be an enormous score if she pulls a turn off on this thing and she gets in and out. Absolute foam burger. There's a big right-hander streaming through the bay behind them, but it's covered in foam and would be incredibly hard to ride. But Barton's going to actually go on the inside of this right-hander, and here we go. So looking for the 2.81, Alice Barton, she's going to put it all on one big close-out turn, which she sticks. Look at the size of that whitewater over her at the end. Rides out with control. She'll get it for that, won't she? We're going to see a lead change. What do you reckon, Robbo?
So chasing that 2.81, I think it's going to be very close, Tom. Very close indeed. It was an impressive turn on a really sketchy part of the wave.
First 4 judges all say yes.
Oh, it's going to go above and beyond, in fact, Tom.
Yeah.
So it's my turn to be thoroughly wrong. As last of red, a 4.67.
She was underwater when you said it.
Last of red, 4.67. You are now in first position. Surfer in red, Alice Barton, you are in first. Surfer in blue, Lucy Campbell, you are in second. You need a 3.85.
Yeah, so at the last minute of this heat in Hossegor, 2 foot high tide Hossegor, Tom Curran chucked his standard thruster into the sand and picked up the fish, ran into the water, partly psyched Matt Hoy out, but also outsurfed him. I must insert a caveat. I've recently watched this heat again. You can see it in Sarge's Surfing Scrapbook, either 7 or 8. It's on YouTube, Sarge's Surfing Scrapbook. And Curran beat him. Now, I think under today's modern judging, Curran wouldn't have beaten him because the surfing is not as top to bottom. But Curran beat Matt Hoy on a fish, on a really unconventional surfboard. And it was but months after that the lost, ... lost as it was known, 90s fishes started. You saw Chris Ward, you saw Corey Lopez, right the way through today now where we see Steph Gilmore riding fishes. So a fish is here we go, 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, 5 minutes remaining. Right the way through today where we see surfers kind of use fishes now, really, don't they, as expressions of creativity, really, don't they? They're surfboards of joy. So a fish is a surfboard that's effectively really short with a really wide tail and often a twin fin. And you, Rob, you like a fish. Coming up in the next heat, we can see Camila Kemp, the German, and the younger sister of Janea, Annette Gonzalez Estabari. You own fishes. How many do you own?
Ooh. I'm not sure. I've got quite a few now. It's only a relatively recent thing. They're just so fun. The problem is once you get on a twin fin fish, and I've got to say, they're perfectly suited to the waves we get in the UK most of the time. It wouldn't be ideal out there now, no doubt about it.
No, it'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it?
However,
Tom Curran might manage it.
Generally speaking, I think you'd still have fun. You just wouldn't get scored anything because you'd struggle.
Yeah, exactly,
You'd be going so fast, the wave would be over by the time you actually gain control over it. They tend to go, in my opinion, so quickly, which is brilliant for, like I say, the conditions we experience for much of the year in the UK. Not the most powerful waves in the world. However, they do have their limitations, Tom, as you've mentioned. In fact, there's a really interesting thing that you said about Tom Curran beating Matt Hoy on that occasion, but perhaps under modern judging criteria, it may have been a different outcome, a different turn of events for those two surfers.
Yeah, it may very well. Now, we're coming down into the last 3 minutes of this heat, Rob, and surfers on the audience on the beach. And I tell you what, guys, on account of the relatively low scores, this is actually a real nail-biter now as we come into these last 3 minutes. So not a lot of waves ridden in this heat with significant scores on them, but up and riding on the backhand here now, Alice Barton, and she could actually be making it a little bit more secure with that one. 2 backhand blasts, jumps out. She wants to penetrate the water as much as possible so that she can not drift too far in and have a chance to try and paddle back out. But even with the score that's about to drop, Barton is likely to remain within reach of Campbell right up until the buzzer. Barton will have a real job to do to try and paddle back out in time to get another one. Her last score is probably, I think, going to go just under the other big score because I think
it's going to go well over. I'm going well over.
I think it's going to be just under.
Chocolate finger?
Yeah. So it's going to be. Yeah, it's going to go over. It's going to go over. We can see the first judge has dropped it. But it's going to still leave Campbell with an attainable score. Last of red, a 6.17. Last of red, a 6.17. Red, you are in the lead. Blue, you need a 7.84. So we were both wrong about something then, Rob. 7.84 needed for Lucy Campbell here. You thought that the score of Barton, wow, she might get it with this, though. An enormous maneuver from Lucy Campbell. In fact, we're going to go from wrong to wrong to wrong here because I was going to say that I was wrong in thinking it would leave Campbell with a score that was attainable. But I think the judges...
What was I wrong about?
Well, you were wrong about Barton's score. Oh, no, you were right, weren't you? Yeah. You said it was going to go well over. Oh, I get confused. I get so excited at the end of these heats that I get confused. That's my excuse. So, yeah, Barton was well over. Okay, and that's left Campbell with a huge score requirement of a 7.84, which would need to be the biggest, tantamount to the biggest score of the event so far. But then she goes and does this. If you're the viewers at home, you can see it. An absolutely enormous frontside re-entry with a mountain of whitewash landing on top of her. I've seen them given for that sort of turn.
What are you
One,
saying?
can she get an 8 for one turn? Because it's effectively an 8 that Campbell's got to get on that wave.
I think, Tom, with 40 seconds remaining in this
Just
heat,
under?
I think Barton is safe.
You do you?
But we're not judges, we're speculating.
I'm going to say she's safe too, but I've seen them given.
There
Last of blue.
There we have it. Last of blue, a 6.33. It is not enough. However, it does lower the requirement. She now needs a 4.51, but
There won't be enough
with
time.
just 20 seconds on the clock and a mountain, probably the biggest set of the day, in fact, working its way into North Fistral, there's not going to be time enough for Lucy Campbell to get the required 4.51. Instead, we are going to count this heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, Tom, you were wrong about a few things in that heat.
What
but one
a
thing
result.
you were right about was that it was a nail-biter from seemingly
Yeah.
a very low-scoring heat to an absolute clutch finish.
What a result for the 19-year-old from Swansea there then, Alice Barton. And so she now is going to be posting a big result. She's made a semi-final of a QS.
Wow.
So that's, you know,
Superb.
she's on her way. That's a keeper. A semi-final of a QS 1000 is enough to put you in Challenger Series contention. So we're going to count this next heat in. Camilla Kemp. Final results there. Barton over Campbell. And we're going to count in 3, 2, 1. And in the next heat, we got a youngster again. And this time, Annette Gonzalez Ishtabari is 16 years old. And Camilla Kemp, the German surfer, she lives in Guincho in Portugal. And she's 27, so a bit more experienced surfing for Germany. And I think she's going to get off to a start straight away here, Camilla Kemp, but she gets rumbled by the whitewater. Guincho in Portugal is a beach break that probably looks pretty similar to this a lot of the year. And Gonzalez Ishtabari, the 16-year-old from Zumaya in the Basque Country, near to Zara Oats, where there's also a chance to surf these sorts of waves fairly regularly. She gets started with a couple of calves and a nice inside Rio. She goes for that was a full 90s foot in the air. That was a Tom Curran maneuver from, yeah. Curran, yeah, wow, I mean, if she'd stuck that. I mean, actually, the judges have kind of gone off that as a down the line move recently because they think it loses flow. Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. Look at that. So, following on from what I think was the heat of Alice Barton's career yesterday, this time, a much more challenging experience. I see her down there. She's being congratulated on the beach. She's being congratulated by Vicky Gosling. From GB Surfing. Vicky Gosling from GB Surfing congratulating Alice on that result. Lucy having a quick catch up with the coach. And with Alex Libby. And I think that looks like Alice's mother giving some kind words to Lucy as well. As they make their way up the beach, guys, give a hand for Alice and Lucy from that heat. Alice Barton and Lucy Campbell, guys. What a performance by both of them. And what a finish to that heat. Lucy Campbell with an absolutely enormous re-entry. So what I can also see from my vantage point, and some of you might be able to see it, is that Alice does indeed have the round pin under her arm, and Bobby Barton has the rounded squash under his arm. So I think it does look like Alice rode the round pin in that heat. Are we correct, Alice and Bobby? Oh, there's 2 round pins. She took a round pin, and he's got a spare round pin, so there's not a squash in sight this time. First of blue, a 4.0. First of blue, a 4.0. First of red, a 0.33. Second of red, a 0.93. So apologies to those of you at home. We're QS 1000. We're I've described a few images for you, which I know you weren't able to see, but I think they're worth hearing about. We're coming down to the position in this heat where the first 5 minutes are nearly out the way. Camilla Kemp in red, you have priority. So Camilla Kemp lives in Guinchot. So Guinchot is the large stretch of west-facing sand, a crescent of sand at the far end of Cascais. Cascais, a beautiful part of Portugal, Lisbon. Cascais is a series of villages and towns, a little conurbation of villages and towns attached to Lisbon that goes out along north of the river, north of the estuary. Cascais is south-facing and has a series of point breaks, needs a bit of swell to get in there. And then Guinchot is at the far end of Cascais, and that's a straight west-facing beach break that probably hasn't been flat since Captain Cook was a sail upon the high seas. And Guinchot is often windy because the water there is cold and the land is warm.
It's always windy.
It's always windy in Guinchot. And up above Guinchot is the lovely town of Sintra in the mountains. So Camilla Kemp from Guinchot will have seen and no doubt surfed and trained in these kind of conditions many, many, many times. In fact, Guinchot looks like this for most of all months of the year. And Guinchot is a place where you wait for the swell to drop to be able to surf it. Gonzalez Estaburi actually posted the highest single heat score of day one. So in all of the round of 32, the 16-year-old ended up with the highest heat tally. She got 13.17. And do you recall, Rob, who else was in a heat with Annette Gonzalez Estaburi when she posted the highest score of the first round, of the whole round?
Was it Camilla Kemp?
It was Camilla Kemp. So these surfers have actually been in together in the round of 32. And they advanced together, of course, which is why Camilla Kemp is still in the draw. They eliminated the up-and-coming British prospect Tegan Blackford. That was in the first round. But Gonzalez Estaburi held overnight the highest heat tally of the whole of the first round. And, you know, that was a first round. There was no seeding. It was a first round that had everyone in it. It had Ariane Ochoa. It had Yolanda Hopkins. It had Janir Gonzalez Estaburi. It had Lucy Campbell. It had Alice Barton. It had all of these guys. Let's give them a quick reminder of the situation, lest they didn't hear it earlier. Surfer in blue, you are in the lead. Surfer in blue, you're in the lead. Azul, eres primera. Surfer in blue, you have a 4-point ride. And it looks as though blue is going to have a think. Surfer in red, you're in second. You need a 3.08. Bear in mind that the surfer in blue has only ridden one wave. Blue has ridden one wave, red has ridden two. Red, you need a 3.08. Blue is still to ride a second wave. Azul, eres en la cabeza. You're in the lead. And it looks as though Camilla Kemp is going to get going on one here. A hefty looking right-hander. A little bit too much white water to get a lip line turn.
Oh, but that wave caught up with the one in front, giving her this double up, loads of power, flying into this lip section. Throw the tail a little bit as well, and it's going to reform beautifully on the inside. Oh, Tom, there's a wall ahead of our surfer in red. Camilla Kemp here, she wraps back. It's only small, but it's very, very clean. And it's going to give her loads of power into this end section. If she can only get down the face, which she does, bang.
She needs to stick this to get a good score,
and
she
Tom?
does.
I think she spotted that end section from all the way outside.
That was a masterclass in the stomp. We've nicknamed this stomp, this move at the end. So all we're talking about is the squat that takes ownership of your surfboard after doing a maneuver, and just because we see the juniors sometimes with that kind of inside closeout maneuver, don't we? They land the maneuver and they could have probably ridden out, but they sort of give this limp body language to kind of look cool, and they fall off and they end up not getting the credit for the turn. So Kemp with a masterclass there in what we've dubbed the Skinner squat, because
What
local...
about the Camilla crouch?
The Camilla crouch is even better. It's even better because it is more of a crouch than a squat. Last of red, a 5.67. Last of red, a 5.67. And there's going to be... it looks as though Gonzalez Estabri is going to get one out the back as well. It's just an in and out, so we're going to stay at home with the replay of Kemp. So if you're at home, you're going to be seeing a replay of this, and you'll be able to get a good look at, yes, we're going to call it the Camilla crouch. So I'm only talking about the absolute last nanosecond of the ride, but it's the moment that that surfboard is shown to be under control. So it's not yet, it's not yet, it's not yet. It's there. The Camilla crouch, to just make sure that you get that last maneuver finished. We talked about the current reigning world men's champion, Felipe Toledo, as being particularly good at it.
Yes.
Ours is one of the greatest female surfers of all time, Carissa Moore. You know, these are surfers. I got in my mind, I think, of images of somebody like Carissa Moore at Margaret River, where that whitewash bashes you from both sides, and they just don't relax. They don't assume that they're down and out of the maneuver until they really clearly, you know, have spent a moment thinking, I'm on this surfboard and I'm in control of this surfboard. And that's why, you know, it will have been worth, what, half of that last, half a point of that ride there?
I'd say.
Would have been just, you know, it would have been half a point less or so.
Tom,
If
you were focusing on that Camilla crouch, as we've now termed it. Camilla Kemp did a little setup turn just before she approached that last section that I don't think it's going to feature, it didn't feature heavily in the score, the 5.67, but it set her up. It was a nuance of the ride that many, especially the layperson, it may have gone unnoticed, but it was fascinating to watch from someone that's used to these conditions, having surf waves just like that. I know how much skill was involved in spotting the end section. There's just that little tweak, shave off a bit of speed.
yeah,
I love the nuances.
she was like the way that they say a good snooker player is thinking several shots ahead.
That.
She was thinking maneuvers ahead on that, wasn't she? And to do that, you've got to be, you know, she's riding the wave, but she's also thinking about what part of the beach the wave is in, which part of the beach the wave is going into, everything, you know, even including, you know, the two headlands, the Pentire to the south and the headland itself to the north.
Towan.
The Towan, is that what it's called? They're, you know, all of that stuff is factoring into those calculations. Your own knowledge of the tide and what stage it's at. Every other wave you've ridden here during this trip and during free surfing and practice and other heats, weighing it all up. So it's a canny observation from your good self as well, Rob.
So as we see one of the few lulls in action for the day, there's no enormous sets on the horizon. I'm going to give an update on the situation. With 12 minutes remaining, surfer in red, Camilla Kemp, you are in first position. Surfer in red, you are in first position with a 5.67 and a 0.93. Surfer in blue, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, you are in second. Surfer in blue, you are in second. You need a 2.61. So Surfer in blue looking for a 2.61. And that lull was short-lived because another monster set is looming large on the horizon. Will it provide our Surfer in blue with the scoring opportunity that she requires to achieve that 2.61? 11 minutes and 15 seconds left. Positioning in this lineup, oh so difficult. Perhaps second only in difficulty to the actual paddle out. Waves being large as they are, kind of feathering 300, maybe 350 yards out to sea, not really breaking properly, just the top 3 or 4 feet of those waves crumbling down before they move to that deeper water and then really start to feel the bottom on the inside. And that is where our surfers are choosing to position themselves, in the hinterlands, the in-between zone. Before the waves are fully broken, but not too far out as to have to contend with that deep water section before them. There are 10.5 minutes remaining, and the situation is that the surfer, Camilla Kemp, representing Germany, is in first position, and the Basque, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, is in second. These two-person heats thrilling from the off. Moderately scoring heat with a 5.67 and a 4.0, top 2 waves of our surfers in this heat. Loads of time left, however, and I think the sun is starting to poke its head through those clouds again. If you're on the beach or at home indeed, and you've just joined us, welcome to this. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters 2023. You're watching quarterfinal heat 4 here at the Animal Pro Women's WSLQS 1000 event. A lot of letters to say there. Can get a bit tricky sometimes. What is not tricky though is having to sit here and watch this. So if you're on the beach or you're at home watching on the WSL app or their YouTube channel, sit back and enjoy the show. We've plenty more action coming your way. We're going to be jumping into the men's quarterfinals at the conclusion of this heat in about 9 minutes time. Perhaps the trickiest of the conditions of our week thus far to be found today is much bigger. There's a lot of wind about too. Earlier in the week we had to contend with quite the opposite. Surf that was so small we had to go and stand by at certain points. However, for my money, Tom, this is way trickier from a physicality perspective.
Yeah, it's very demanding, isn't it? And we can see how demanding it is by the number of waves getting ridden. And let's just remind the surfers of their situation. Camilla Kemp in red, you are in the lead. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, you have priority. You're in second. You need a 2.61. Tienes la priorité. Eres segunda. Necesitas 2.61. After this, Robbo, we're going to be going into the men's quarters. There's a big set rolling throughout the back again, and I can see Camilla Kemp duck diving it. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri is just off to the south side of it all. And she's looking to see if she can pick something off from the end. She's going to get up on one here. She goes straight down this thing. It is going to shoulder up if she's not careful. And she recognizes that and elects to avoid an enormous paddle out. So we got some confirmation of the remaining running order here. We're going to be doing the Animal Pro Men's QS. We're going to be doing 4 heats of the quarters before finishing today. So if you're watching us, we'll be on for a little while yet. Surfer in red, Camilla Kemp, you are in the lead. Last of blue, a 1.2. Last of blue, a 1.2. What clashes? Any clashes of note coming up, Robbo?
They're all clashes of note. Tom.
Okay. Any clashes of particular note coming up?
Do you know what? I think each of the quarterfinals that are coming up will be of note to someone. To me, however, it's quarterfinal number 2 I've got my eye on, and it's because Welshman, our compatriot Patrick Landon Dark, takes to the waves against the Israeli Ido Arkin. One to watch for sure.
Yeah.
That
is a clash.
We've also got, and I suspect a few people in the beach bar terrace and on the beach will be looking forward to this one. In quarterfinal number 3, we've got Nicolas Paulette, the Frenchman, up against local hero, and perhaps in his last ever outing here at the Boardmasters, Luke Dillon. Another one to watch there, Tom.
Gonzalez Eshtabari is into another one on the inside here. She's got a big lip section. Squares off. Elects to get length of ride. On rail. Coming down onto the inside here. And, just slips slightly.
Yeah, I think she attempted to do a turn on one of those frothy sections that we've talked about. The fins released and she just kind of lost all of her speed. Lost all of her speed there, unfortunately, because there was another little section for her to hit. However, it's not the end of the world because it's scored all right. With 5 minutes remaining, the situation is Surfer in blue, you are in first. With 5 minutes remaining, Surfer in blue, you are in first position. Last of blue, 3.17. Surfer in red, Camilla Kemp, you are in second position. You need a 1.5 to move into first. Blue first, red second. Red, you need a 1.5 to move into first. So we see our surfer in blue, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri, making her way back into the lineup. She's towards the northern end of the contest area. Meanwhile, her fellow competitor, Camilla Kemp, representing Germany, is towards the southern end. Surfer in red, you are in second position. You need 1.5. Surfer in red, you are in second. You need 1.5 to move into first. There are 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Another large set winds its way into the bay here at North Fistral. You see Surfer in red, Camilla Kemp duck diving that monster wave. Still a fairly high tide here at North Fistral. Welcome one and all, whether you're on the beach or you're watching along at home. It's day 4 of the Boardmasters 2023. We are in quarterfinal number 4 of the WSL QS 1000 Animal Pro Women's event. In the water, we have Annette Gonzalez Echebarri of the Basque Country and Camilla Kemp representing Germany. We saw Last of Blue come in at a 3.17, meaning she's jumped into first. However, Camilla Kemp, currently sitting in second, needs only a 1.5, more than achievable, especially given the consistent nature of the waves. All she needs to do is choose one with a tiny bit of open face. One turn will probably be enough to secure that score. However, it's no good for her just to get 1.5. No. She needs to put further distance between herself and her fellow competitor, because with 2.5 minutes left, there's every chance Annette Gonzalez Echebarri could pick up another wave. Here we see our surfer in red, Camilla Kemp, up and riding on a large left-hander. Tom, you turned this wave the hardest wave to ride in Nuki on account of it going into deep water. You see that wave fattening up, but Camilla Kemp sticks with it. And here it is. She bottom turns around, finds a section to whack off, and it gets very, very steep, kind of dumps, but Camilla Kemp rides out of that, goes for a little foam climb towards the end, comes unstuck. You're right, Tom, you said about the angle. It kind of bends out to sea as the wave moves in at its constant speed. It goes into the deep water, and the shoulder on it kind of slows down. Meanwhile, the white water continues to accelerate at speed towards shore.
It does sometimes give you a right-hander, and Camilla Kemp has actually picked off what would effectively, if you get a good ride and you do manage to make good use of that part of the beach,
it reconnects,
you
doesn't it?
reconnect. So Camila Kemp actually took a right on the very inside then, which the judges are going to actually score this one
I was going to
first.
say, interestingly enough, she's going to get the score for that little
They're
insider first. Meanwhile, the one at the back, it's kind of an extended bottom turn, and then we saw on the wave of red, as it went into that deep water, it slowed down, and she had to do a bit of hopping, a bit of bouncing to get back with it, but she managed to, and then slammed a turn just before that wave steepened up, and she did actually change direction and go for the little foam climb before falling off, and then of course got that little insider after it. The little inside right won't score very highly at all. With just 1 minute remaining, the judges, however, are taking their time before posting her score for that larger left that we saw outside. Surfer in blue, you are currently in first. However, Surfer in red has a score to drop. We see our Surfer in red, Camila Kemp, coming in. She's looking for a 1.5. She is going to get it, and some.
There it is.
It's a 4.33. Red, a 4.33. You are now in first position. Surfer in blue, you are in second. You require a 6.0. Surfer in blue, you need a 6.0.
And we're counting down in 10. And here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so there we are, the final results of that. Camila Kemp taking down Annette Gonzalez-Estabari. And so here we go. We're counting this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so, look, they're rather young images of these guys. Hans Odriozola, the teenager, against Markel Vizcarragonega, the teenager. So these are two Basque surfers here. Odriozola from San Sebastian, 15 years old, and Markel Vizcarragonega from Gorliz, also in the Basque country, and he is 20. So I did call him a teenager, now he's 20. And both of these are surfers who've been showing really good form throughout this event. Odriozola really putting together a consummate performance in the last round, going for the big, brave closeout re-entries onto the sandbar that the Dante Alegre sandbar, and Vizcarragonega starting up exactly where he left off, on the rail, traveling fast, getting busy, lovely front side layback drop wallet stomp, and then a foam climb, and he's going to have an inside section that's going to reform from you, and it may actually reform with a bit of juice on it. He glances off that, pops, has a chance to go left again, but does a foam climb, and there's going to be a really big section here that he can finish with, tweaks the tail. A real leg burner there for Vizcarragonega in the blue. That's going to be a really solid start to that for the 20-year-old from Gorliz. And Hans Odriozola is left sitting right at the back. Now, that wave was from much more north in the area than the surfers in the previous heats had been sitting. And the judges will now be weighing up where the risky surfing was. So Vizcarragonega was on rail. No really dangerous engagements with the lip and the outback, but really stylish whenever he came across a foam ball. We had variety here. We had a drop wallet, as they call it, because it looks like you've dropped your wallet and you're trying to pick it up. We had a foam climb, We had a bit of work to get to the reform, and then we had several pretty stylish tail wafting re-entries through to the inside, a long wave. Now, Rob and I, we got a right-hander. There's a right-hander coming through here, and it's going to be Hans Odriozola, but he chooses to go left and kicks out because he knew he was going towards the most difficult part of the beach to serve. We've just been served chocolate brownies, Rob, baked by the Mayor of Newquay. Baked by the Mayor of Newquay. How was yours?
Delicious.
Now, the Mayor of Newquay was at the presentation last year, and she got an eye full of champagne, didn't she?
Yeah, that was my fault, wasn't it?
But she must have forgiven you, Rob, because she's baked us these delectable brownies. So big thanks, Madame Mayor.
Madam Mayor, diolch. Thank you. Yeah, I felt really bad about that. I forgot to warn her about the champagne going off from the competitors. I scarpered. I knew what was coming. The poor Mayor copped a lot of champagne, yeah.
For the record, it wasn't you opening the champagne following any kind of athletic victory, was it?
Just to interrupt you briefly, Tom, on the screen you can see, our viewers at home can see the draw of the quarterfinals. Of course, two-man heats now. There they are, the four quarterfinals stretching out ahead. We'll get through those this evening before we stop for the day, and we will be recommencing tomorrow for finals day.
Yeah, and you can see that Odriozola against this Carbonega is the top end of that bracket. Ido Arkin and Patrick Langenthal coming up next. And then Nicolas Paulette, Raynan Granville, the two French guys that we saw surf very well earlier. They've both gone into the other side of the bracket. And they'll be with the older brother Kai.
Meanwhile, Tom, out the back, up and right in. Hans Odriozola. Carving at the beginning of that wave, generating a lot of speed, and then unleashing that drop wallet that you mentioned just a moment ago against a mammoth oncoming whitewater section. Superb stuff. I dare say that the viewers at home will get a chance to see the replay of that. But it was the ferocity with which he attacked that section. Where are those police?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We did. We had a visit from the police yesterday, didn't we?
Well, we didn't.
Well, no.
They were present.
They were present, and they were looking. They were investigating an act.
Crimes against waves.
Oh, that wave has been severely brutalized there.
Yes.
I think if those two officers are on the beach again, I know yesterday they were looking for Yolanda Hopkins and Alice Barton, weren't they? I think Yolanda and Alice went and hid behind a dune. They were wanted for acts of violence against waves. Hans Odriozola, he's a junior, so he'd end up in the juvenile. He'd end up in the juvie, as the Aussies would call it, instead of a Borstal.
Well, Tom, that score is in. Last of red, 6.17. Last of red, 6.17. Surfer in red, Hans Odriozola, you are in first position. Surfer in red, you are in first position. Surfer in blue, Makal Vizcaragüenega, you are in second. You need a 1.28.
Yeah, that was a yeah. So we were confirming, Madam Mayor was not blasted by champagne that you were opening as a result of your own athletic endeavours. It was a bottle of champagne that you were indeed handing to Thomas Ledet, I think, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Who?
I don't think it was him that popped the champagne though. It was someone. It was one of his fellow finalists.
It was Marco Mignot.
Yes, he was responsible.
Yeah, Marco Mignot.
So Madam Mayor chased down Mignot.
Marco Mignot's not in the event this year, but he surfed really well in that contest last year. And there was a British surfer in the final last year. It was a four-man final last year. They stayed four-man. It never went two-man on account of the waves being pretty dicey. First of blue, a 5.33. First of blue, a 5.33. First of red, a 6.17. Red, you're in the lead. Blue, you're in second. One more wave to be ridden by blue still before we have the true situation. And red is going to go again here. Hans Odriozola, he's got a really big section to contend with here. And I cannot believe that he just landed that maneuver. This kid absolutely shreds, Rob. That was an incredible maneuver.
Now, I'd like to see the replay of that, and I'd like to see it close up. Viewers at home will get a chance to do it. What I found so incredible about this is as he hit that end section, he knew that it was going to give a big bounce as he came down, and he kind of extended himself out over it.
He was airborne.
So impressive. And out the back, we can see our surfer in blue, Marcal Vizcarraguanega, up and riding, carving down, trying to generate some speed, looking what that wave had to offer. He decides, nada, nothing. And so out he goes, kicking out. He'll reset at the back, hoping to get first priority again, which he, of course, will. He's quite a long way further out than our surfer in red. And with 16 minutes on the clock, he has time enough to change the situation. However, Tom, when that score from red drops, I think red is going to have...
He'll have a big lead.
Put some serious distance between himself and blue.
Judges are going to be a bit up against it here because I think with the length of waves on offer, they're reluctant to go too high on a single turn, but I think they're going to have to on that one. And I can see that one judge, Rob, has given this wave a 9. I think we could be about to see the highest wave of the event. Although so far the 9 is going to get thrown out as the high score because first and bottom are thrown out and the middle 3 are averaged. So yeah, the 9 was thrown out, but we've ended up with this averaging out to an 8-point ride. Last wave of red, 8 points. Last wave of red, an 8-point ride. Surfer in the red, Hans Odriozola. You are in the lead. Markel Vizcarraguanega, you need an 8.84. And so, like that, 10 minutes into a 25-minute heat, Vizcarraguanega needs an 8. Absolutely airborne on the way over here. He has to jump the section. It bounces up at him, lands completely off balance, but not only does he land off balance, but he manages to recover the balance with absolutely zero loss of flow. And the speed at which that was done as well. And before doing it, he does a little kind of check in the bottom turn where the wave already looked like it was a really, really ferocious closeout section. And the way that he positioned himself in that face was actually so as to give himself the harder route up and down. He waited, effectively kind of maximized the danger level on that wave. That was incredible surfing. And up and riding on the backside now. I think this is Odriozola again. Well, that was Vizcarraguanega. Sorry, there's a little bit of glare comes in as that sun comes round. The glare got very challenging yesterday, and it'll get even more challenging when if it's accompanied by sunshine and wind. Sorry, glare of course is sunshine, sorry. Glare is, if the glare is accompanied by wind, because it sort of causes a lot more ruffling of the wave face. Rob, you're chuckling at my tautology.
I think what you're trying to say, when the wind ruffles the water, as you termed it, it creates a few more angles, doesn't it? So the glare refracts off many different angles and
it does.
Enters your eyes.
Now, of course, you can avert to such glare in polarized sunglasses. We were learning recently what polarized means.
Helped us out there, didn't he?
It means a screen in a sunglass that stops any reflected light from coming through a sunglass. Good for looking at the sea because they enable you to see only the pure colors of the ocean in front of you. 13 seconds, 13 minutes even. So Odriozola is out in front and he's moving a little bit further south. Red, you are in the lead. Red, you're in the lead. Blue, you're in second. Blue, you need to replace a 1. And in fact, both surfers are going south together now. And Vizcarra, he hasn't done a lot wrong in this heat. It's the halfway point and he's got a good score. He's got a chance to get another good score, but he's going to have to get an enormous score. 8.84, assuming that to be the biggest score of the entire event so far. 8.84 would, and here we see Odriozola up and riding again, and he's gonna stay with this actually. No, he's not. Highest single wave score of the event so far is Nicolas Paulette, who is still in the draw. He's coming up in quarterfinal number 3. Luke Dillon got the second highest. Well, Luke Dillon and Hans Odriozola have both got the second highest scores, and one of those was that 8-point ride just then. They've been 8s in the women's as well. Alice Barton, Yolanda Hopkins, I think Annette Gonzalez Estabri, I think, got one. The top heat total of the men's event is also so far Hans Odriozola, and that was in the round of 16 so this morning. So that was the highest heat total. And then Nicolas Paulette the day before. And Kai Odriozola is on their leaderboard as well with the 4th highest heat total of the entire event. So here we go again. This is Hans Odriozola, the youngster. Although that was Markel Vizcarra, I do beg your pardon.
We actually saw waves from both of those surfers. They split the peak, Tom, and both were captured at different points of their ride by the cameras as well. So if you are sitting at home, you saw both surfers, but they both did the same thing, Tom. A quick in and a quick out.
Although I think they are both being rewarded with a colossal paddle back out, because they've both ended up on the Dante Alegre bank. Abandon hope, all who enter here. This, of course, is the phrase in Allegri's Divine Comedy, which is over the wrought iron gateway into the 7 circles of hell. Abandon hope, all who enter here. Now, of course, it's not quite true, because quite a few of them have entered this sandbank and managed to get back out.
Just so a board got thrown then, Tom.
Yeah.
Rather than the old duck dive.
I think it was Vizcarra.
Yes, it was. Kind of that bank, the Dante Alegre bank, just kind of sucks up on it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I think for a second, Vizcarra did abandon hope.
The trouble it's also got is it's got deep water. It's got a deep water channel between it and the shoreline. So normally, if you've got a wall of water wall of white water coming through you, but the shore is higher than you, then that water has all got to go drain back out to sea somewhere, hasn't it? Whereas this water is leaving that bank in the same direction that it's traveling, into a deep bank behind, into a lagoon. And I saw a fella get stuck inside on this bank in a famous contest that happens here. In fact, it's the world's most entered surf contest. You know the contest of which I speak.
It's the British Student Nationals.
Yeah.
A great contest.
I saw a fella from Nottingham. I shouldn't laugh. Stuck inside for an entire heat by this bank when it was about 2 foot. And I saw his team trying to wade into the water, screaming to him to ride a wave in and reset. And he didn't, and he spent the entire heat duck diving in white water.
All it would have taken as well, isn't it?
It's all it would have taken. And we may see one of these guys do something similar here. I think Odriozola to the north has got a little bit more chance of getting up and out, because he is now starting to drift towards the deep water of the left. And he's going to get one right square here that's going to undo some of the work that he's just done. But I think it looks as though Odriozola, I think, is probably going to be the one that gets out first. I mean, in terms of this as a priority race, this would be a fantastic Olympic sport, wouldn't it? Paddling out against giant beach breaks. It would be the sort of... Well, I suppose they do it, don't they, in surf lifesaving?
Yeah.
Not such a big tradition in Europe as it is in the Antipodes.
I think you've got to bear in mind as well, Tom.
Is?
Well, what I think you've got to bear in mind, Tom, is not only are these guys trying to get out, but once they get out, they've got to turn around and then perform on the waves. It's not a case of racing out, racing in.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
They're coming in with a view to executing some serious manoeuvres.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. Many of us mortals, we'd be thinking that we're going to get out.
Have a rest.
Partly, to have a rest and out of pride, to save our pride. And then once we got out, your main reason for catching a wave would be to get back in. Whereas for these guys, they're going to get out there, and then you saw what Hans Odriozola did for the 9. You've got to get out there, and then once you get out there, you've got to then try and find the heaviest looking wave you can, then bleed your speed off so that you can go up and down and out of it in the heaviest part of it that you can possibly find, and hope that you can pull that off without any damage to fiberglass or bone marrow, or cartilage for that matter. The seagulls are another seagull patrol is coming in. I'm surprised by how seldom the seagulls have actually gone past the actual camera lens itself. For those of you viewing at home. And there's a right-hander coming through again. You can see plenty of waves. And in fact, this one is actually going to get picked off by Hans Odriozola, but he falls on takeoff on that one. So we've got 5 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. And we better try and get a situation to these guys. 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. The situation, guys, is that red, Hans Odriozola, you are in the lead. Blue, you are in second. You need an 8.84. Red, you're in the lead. Blue, you need an 8.84. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. So, if you're viewing from home, you might see the surfer asks for the situation when no waves have been ridden. This is because they're in such... It's so hard for them to see what the other one's doing. The surfers in the water don't know, like us, that no waves have been ridden, so they're asking for a situation when it hasn't changed, because they're so far apart and separated by so much white water that they don't know. So Odriozola doesn't know that Vizcarra Granega hasn't picked off the 8.84 that he needs. So you can see what it's going to take to get up and over those 8s, though, is it's basically going to take one of those enormous closeout maneuvers preceded by an enormous down-the-line re-entry, isn't it, of some kind.
My attention, Tom, has just been caught by some of these rights that as the tide's dropping out, they're just starting to form a bit more uniformly off the northern end of the beach. Now, at the minute, they're still in that deep water channel that we've discussed at length today. But soon, I think that's where all of our competitors are going to be heading. We've got about 75 minutes of surf competition left today. And then we'll be looking forward to finals day tomorrow, where we'll be returning for all of the action, the conclusion of both the WSL QS 1000 women's and men's events under the umbrella of the Animal Pro, the WSL LQS 1000 men's and women's events under the Reef Longboard Pro umbrella, and of course the Mystic Junior Boys and Mystic Junior Girls finals, Tom. So a packed day of action tomorrow. We're going to be kicking off pretty early in the morning. I think it's about 7:30 start, bright and early, up with the lark.
Is it cold, is it? 7:30.
We will be here. We'll be up with the lark. Meanwhile, with 75 minutes of action left for you today, do not go anywhere. We've got quarterfinal 2, 3, and 4 coming your way before we pack away for the day. And the surf is here in abundance.
We were trying to come up with some adjectives for the serve yesterday. As Odriozola goes up and riding on the left here. Now, if he goes for one of these big maneuvers here, now, had he stuck that, that would have been going above the 8s for sure. A spectacular wipeout. We just want to check that fiberglass and bone marrow are intact. And indeed they are. It's a relief to see. Odriozola has yet to complete his 15th orbit of the sun. In fact, if I think of my maths, is it his 16th that he's yet to complete? If he's 15, yeah. He has yet to complete he is in his 15th orbit of the sun. And I should imagine, I don't know whether parents are here, older brother even, but I should imagine it rather unnerving to see a youngster fling themselves with such abandon. Look at this. Oh, jeepers. That is incredible. Okay, surfer in blue, Mark Elvis Caragonega, you need an 8.84. You are in second. You are in second. You need an 8.84. Red, you are in the lead. Blue, you need an 8.84. Blue, you have priority. Now, what we can be assured of here, Rob, as we come into the last minute of the heat, is that Viz Caragonega, knowing this, if he does catch a wave, he's going to try to get a 9. He's got a very short period of time to think about what it would take to get a 9. But he'll certainly be going for it. Odriozola looks to try and push things further out of range and whacks one off that. What an incredible carve. And on the inside, a huge lipper. And doesn't manage to get out of the foam ball.
Now, Tom,
what
nice made that first turn quite so impressive? And it goes back to something you said earlier about good snooker players thinking ahead of what they're doing, setting up their shots further down the line. Well, Hans Odriozola did exactly that with that bottom turn. It was a really deep, low bottom turn. And we've got just 5 seconds left as we count down. 3, 2, 1. So yes, that's all she wrote as Hans Odriozola, the surfer in red, claims victory there. So impressed with that last bottom turn, Tom. It set up that turn perfectly.
Final results, there they are. Big score, big score. It's going to go into the top heat totals of the event.
So we're going to count down straight into the next heat. And look to begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Viz Caragonega on his way in.
So there it is. Hans Odriozola books a berth in the semi-finals.
He does.
He's our first semi-finalist on the men's side of the draw.
Heat total of 14.17. It was the third highest of the event. Ido Arkin and Patrick Langdon-Dark coming up in the next one. Patrick Langdon-Dark from the Gower. And Arkin, the Israeli surfer in the red. He is from Tel Aviv, where there's a series of Mediterranean beach breaks there. Okay, guys, give a big hand for Mark Elvis Caragonega and Hans Odriozola. Great surfing in that heat. Yeah, Hans Odriozola making his way up the beach. He's a kid. He's a kid. So Ido Arkin is 20 years old. Tel Aviv, a series of beach breaks separated by rock groins. There was a European QS contest in Israel last year. Beset by very windy conditions, that was. And Ido Arkin has surfed very well in this event. He's actually his way through the draw has involved some very difficult heats. He's landed all the difficult conditions, and that's Ido Arkin with an in and out. He's landed all the difficult conditions in this event. So his heat totals have tended to comprise pairs of fours, but he's been in all the heats where the fours will get you through. Langdon Dark has posted a couple of big scores in this event. He, in one of the earlier rounds, did get up and into the excellent range. Half a point for his first. First of red, 0.5. Langdon Dark he's from Dunvant in Swansea. Does most of his surfing in Langland Bay. That's his favourite spot, Langland. Surfs Aberavon quite a bit as well. A well-reputed A-frame that breaks in front of a steelworks on that South Wales coast. And Patrick talks quite a bit about how when you come from South Wales, where big surf happens, but not that often, where and how to practice for these very difficult beach breaks. And Patrick has gone often to Aberavon, to that beach break. So Wales is full of point breaks, but what Patrick often does is on the days when there's a big unruly swell, instead of going to find a tapered point break that's wrapped around where the waves are offshore, he goes and surfs big Aberavon where there's a kind of wedge. And here goes Patrick and a big closeout re-entry to start off there.
He projected out that turn really nicely, didn't he?
Yeah,
I think his speed carried him over the kind of turbulent section, allowing him to ride out with control. So
I think
his first wave, he'll be okay, I think.
Yeah, something of note in this, right? Timmy Aylett from the judges panel was telling me that bottom turns are really important. And is there enough time for a bottom turn on this? Huge top turn, but the bottom turn is halfway up the face. So it'd be interesting to see what they do. We're going to get that feedback loop going where we learn. And do you know what? The judges they're going to hold back.
It's going to put Pat into the lead, but not by that much. So first of blue, 2.67. First of blue, 2.67. Surfer in blue, you are in first position. Patrick Langdon Dark, you are in first position. Surfer in red, Ido Arkin, you are in second position. You need a 2.18 to move into first. It's early days though, Tom. One wave ridden apiece.
I have got to speculate there, right? That the only way that a surfer can free fall that far and get 2.67 is because of what we said about the bottom turn. It's because he takes off and that bottom turn is halfway up the face. Yeah. You compare that to where surfers have got much bigger scores, like 6 and above. Oh, lifeguards, let's let them announce. Yeah, so the scores that... Sorry, we paused there for the lifeguards to make an announcement. We will, in fact, comment on that announcement shortly. The scores that... The waves where surfers have got the sort of 6s and up for that single, huge, dramatic closeout manoeuvre has been because they've gone really down to the bottom of the wave first and come very squarely off the bottom and climbed up higher into it. That lifeguard announcement was rather interesting, Rob. It was the surf school asking for all rental equipment to be brought back. I'm looking at the beach. I'm looking at the... Oh, here we go. Up and riding in the blue. It's Patrick again. I'm looking at the Abandon Hope All Who Enter Here, Dante Allegri Bank. And I'm not thinking it lends itself that well to renting a piece of foam off a surf school. They must have slightly different rules here. In Wales, this would be what they call red flagged end to end, wouldn't it? Today?
Yeah, I suspect it may be, Tom. What are you thinking? You going to go for a surf later?
I think I am, because I didn't last night. And I think we're finishing in time tonight. So at the moment, I think I am. Patrick, here he goes. And now this one. Oh, so there we go. But that shows us, right, that would have got the score for sure. Well, I say the score, he's in the lead, but that would have got a huge score because he came square off the bottom. But what's difficult there, that proves why coming square off the bottom is so much more sought after, because the skill needed to control a huge closeout Rio that has come squarely off the bottom is more demanding than the skill required to control where there hasn't been such a bottom turn. So on that occasion, it was that big, huge driving bottom turn, but it left Pat with a little bit too much to do to get back down, didn't it? So we've got 17.5 minutes remaining. We're going to see a little replay of that if you're at home. So the much bigger and more drawn out bottom turn, but it leaves, well, actually, he came quite close to sticking that, actually, the replay tells us. Surfer in blue, your last wave, a 1.13. Blue, you're underwater, so you can't hear me. Let's try again. Blue, Patrick Langdon Dark, your last wave, a 1.13. So, Rob, you think that that second wave was a live one? Definitely. And that he just literally posted the same score twice? I think you're right.
I wasn't actually looking at the screen. I was looking at him in real time, so I'm not entirely sure, but the wave was so similar in nature.
No, you're right. He's posted back-to-back 1.13s, Patrick has just then.
There we are.
Yeah, because he's moved about 60 meters further south along the Dante
Everything
Allegri.
about it was so similar.
He's 60 meters further south along the Dante Allegri bank. Abandon hope, all who enter here. There's Pat going under that one. He's not abandoning hope. Oh, and off the bottom in front of him. And that is an enormous closeout Rio for Ido Arkin. And again, right in front of Pat. Pat with front row tickets there for a show he did.
There's going to be a good score coming here for Surfer in Red. What I really liked about that ride is as he completed those turns in a really, really critical part of the wave with so much lip chasing him down, he kind of completed the snap part of the turn, as we'll see at home on the replay, so quickly, probably quicker than he normally would, because he knew he had to complete it to drive out in front of it.
Yeah.
The lip was chasing him.
I'm not sure if the replay came together there at home. There may be a chance to see it again. Yeah, Pat there with front row tickets for a show that he did not want to see.
I think the judge is going to appreciate the technical nature of these turns. Here we see him reset after an elevated drop. Quick snap.
I do think, though, that it won't go huge because of that bottom turn being mid-face again.
I think it's going to be the biggest score of the heat.
Timmy Aylett told me this, and he's a world-renowned expert in the art of judging. So I'm not.
I said it's going to be the biggest wave of the heat, and it is. Last of Red, 6.17. Last of Red, 6.17. You are in first position. Surfer in Red, Ido Arkin, you are in first position. Surfer in Blue, Patrick Langdon Dark, you are in second. You need a 4.01. Surfer in Blue, 4.01.
I see just out the window to my left, Rob, a legend of British surfing, Esther Spears, a.k.a. Est Picks. He's head judge of the junior competition, and Esther, he has turned into his Est Picks alter ego. He's out there with a camera, and he's waving through the window, saying that that he thinks those scores are right. Is that correct, Esther? It is. He's agreeing. Now, it's funny because Esther, I do recall in the year 1999 when I was myself of a similar age to some of these grommets, I recall coming down here and meeting Fistral Beach in these sorts of conditions for a coaching session with Esther. And there was quite a few of us, and we were all expecting to go around to Town Beach. And Esther sent us straight out. And I've listened to him ever since. So both surfers now with a lot of work to do to get through this white water.
Yeah, with 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, it's surfer in red, Ido Arkin, who's out in front at the minute, having posted a 6.17 for his last wave. That means surfer in blue, Patrick Langdon Dark, is sitting in second. He needs just a 4.01, however, to move back into first and progress through to the semi-finals. Coming up in the next heat will be Nicolas Paulette of France and Luke Dillon of Britain. Luke Dillon, the local lad. And I've just noticed that Luke Dillon is running down the beach in boardies.
Yeah, Luke Dillon surfs out here a bit in boardies. I think it started as a 2020 lockdown thing. I can't be completely sure. Fair play to him. I mean, you know, you're going to get really hot and red-faced out there with all that paddling. So I see Langdon Dark has been stuck on the Dante Alegre bank for a while now. And Ido Arkin did actually make it back out. So Langdon Dark stuck on that bank. He'll have seen Ido Arkin ride, get that wave. And he'll now see that Ido Arkin is back outside again. But Pat's really fit. He trains. Last year, this was a 4-man progression contest because they had to condense it a bit because of dodgy surf. This year, they've turned it into 2-man. Langdon Dark was eliminated in the semi-finals last year by Joe Paris, Marco Migno. And that was for a 5th. And this year, if he was to lose now, it would be a 5th again. So it would be nearly the same result. Now he's going to go sideways and try and see if he can avoid the foam ball. There is a possible window for him to try and get outside here. There's a bit of a set running sideways across the newly dubbed Dante Alegre bank. We've chosen to call it this with 11 minutes remaining because that is what Dante Alegre said was written in wrought iron over the gates of hell. Abandon hope, all who enter here. But of course, Pat is not abandoning hope at all. He's full of hope and he's shoving his way out and he's getting closer and closer to where that channel might exist. It is actually quite a quick. You get kind of spewed out the back quite quickly once you do find the channel. Have you noticed, Rob?
Surfer in red, Ido Arkin, you are in first position. Last of red, 0.83. Surfer in red, you are in first position. Surfer in blue, you are in second. You require a 4.34 to move into first. Surfer in blue, 4.34 required. Surfer in red, you are in first. 10 minutes remaining.
I think Pat's going to make it out now. So,
yeah, you're on about the best way out. Well, as you mentioned, Tom, earlier on, there's so much water making its way into the bay with this massive swell, and it's all got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Now, earlier on, it was in that deep water channel pushing towards shore, but once it gets to shore, it's still got to go somewhere. So what you tend to find is the water will move laterally, sideways, until it finds an easy route out, because water's lazy. Water will always choose the path of least resistance.
Oh, and
as
here,
we
look
see
at this one.
Ido Arkin surf it in red, up and riding on a mahoosive right-hander. Up into the foam he goes. Quick snap, and then sets himself up for a huge, I'm going to call that a thwack.
Oh, a thwack, eh? Rather than a whack.
That was a thwack.
I think that was a thwack.
Mm. He is pleased with that. The body language said it all.
That's going to go more than his first, in my opinion.
And he is blessed because he's going to make it back out with little resistance. There's not much behind it.
Pat could end up comboed here. That's good. I think this goes more than his first because his first was one huge maneuver.
Yeah, it was a nice little bounce at the foam to start, wasn't there? And then he bottom turned around and set up a huge...
It's a smaller wave than his first, isn't it?
It is, but in fact, Tom, he was really pleased because he did the fist pump claim. The fist pump claim, I should say.
It's not going to go loads over his first, but it is going to be enough to combo Pat, I think. Yeah, it's this is a pretty decent score coming here for Ido Arkin. Great surfing. The surfer in red. Stand by for the last of red. Stand by for the last of red. Last of red, Ido Arkin. Yeah, so all three judges have increased Ido Arkin's lead considerably here. The last of red, a 7.33. Surfer in blue, Patrick Langdon Dark, you require a combination of 13.5. Surfer in blue, Patrick Langdon Dark, you require a combination of 13.5. So for the lay observers, Rob, what is a combination situation?
A combination situation, Tom, is where one of the surfers requires more in the terms of points than one wave can give them. So, of course, waves are scored out of 10. Patrick requires 13.5, something he needs to achieve over 2 waves, because at the minute, his highest score is a 2.67. He can't get there in one go. He's going to have to roll the dice twice.
Red, you're in the lead. Blue, you require a combination of 13.5. Red, your last score was a 7.33. So what is the explanation for the differing fortunes of the two surfers in this heat? Rob, is it wave selection? Is it strategy? Is it ability?
Well,
What is it?
Here we see Ido Arkin with a quick in and out. Tom, when the conditions are like they are now, big, wild, rather woolly, there is a certain element of luck involved, I think. If you're in the right place at the right time. When you get to the business end of the competition that we're in now, I think it's assumed, and correctly assumed, that all of the surfers are very capable.
Yeah.
They're very, very talented. We know that. That's a moot point. Both Ido Arkin in red and Patrick Langdon Dark in blue have proven track records. They rip. Let's lay the bottom line there. So, what's the difference? Ido Arkin has lucked into, well, not lucked perhaps, but he has got himself into 2 waves that has allowed him to showcase his wares. Whereas Patrick...
So what's he done differently for that to happen?
We saw Pat stuck on the inside for a considerable length of time. And I think what that allowed Ido to do was sit out the back and wait patiently for the wave that he knew would grant him that
with no pressure at all.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Pat, of course, falling on that one wave that might have yielded a slightly higher score. So Pat is indeed capable of both of these scores. You know, I've seen him repeatedly pick up at WSL level excellent scores in all sorts of surf. I think it's getting harder and harder to assume that he'll be able to do that in 5 minutes and 15 seconds now.
Simply because of the length of paddle out.
Yeah. I mean, he'd need all the luck that he didn't have in the first 80% of this heat. He would now need in the back 20% of the heat. He'd basically, it's happened, surfers have done it. He'd basically need a huge opportunity to score, followed by being lodged, being put straight into the channel.
That's right. And with only 5 minutes remaining, surfers in the water, you have 5 minutes remaining. It's going to be tricky, no doubt about it. Now, Tom, I'm going to channel Henry Blofeld and go back to an anecdote that I started some time ago. And we were talking about water rushing out to sea. Water is lazy. Water is lazy, and it takes the easiest path, the path of least resistance. So, if you manage to luck in some of that water that's trying to escape back out to sea, having been washed in with these big swells, you're going to fly out the back, and that's what we've seen Ido Arkin get into. I think it's fair to say that Ido has had the rub of the green in this heat.
Yeah, well, he certainly has. He's whereas Patia has been paddling upstream. If we continue to find our well-worn sporting metaphors.
Okay, situation for surfers. 3 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Ido Arkin, surfer in red, you are in first position. Surfer in red, you are in first. Patrick Langdon Dark, surfer in blue, you require a combination of 13.5. Patrick, surfer in blue, you need 13.5 combination. There are 3.5 minutes remaining.
The surfers for the next heat, they are in place. They've made it into the lineup, and they're keeping a Nice suitable distance from this heat. Luke Dillon and Nicolas Paulette. Paulette from Biarritz. Dillon from here. So they're both from famous beach towns. Biarritz for many years would have been Surf City, France, wouldn't it? Hossegor probably would hope to now have that title. Rob, you spend a lot of time down there. Which of them is it?
Oh, that's a great question. I think most of the industry you'll find now is based around Hossegor, Seignos, Cap Breton. However, Biarritz has that timeless, old school, old world surf feel about it, Tom.
The Côte Basque. Côte Basque. The birthplace of surfing in Europe when?
The film
company.
Yes.
Film production workers on Hemingway's, the film adaptation of Hemingway's novel, The Sun Also Rises.
Which is coincidentally one of my favorite books.
Yeah. They were from California. They knew that they were going to go and work in Biarritz on this movie. They took surfboards with them. The rest, as they say, is Esther. La histoire. Le reste, c'est l'histoire.
1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. You can see now, Tom, surfer in blue, Patrick, just started to paddle in a little bit. He's hopeful of getting something, maybe. I think, unfortunately for Pat, he's left it rather late, and you can see with every paddle Patrick takes, although he's got priority, interestingly enough, Ido is following him.
It's the only thing he can hope for here is let's carry on with our sporting idioms. At best, a consolation goal. Isn't that right?
That's right. You I talked to you, Tom, after you'd exited competition in the Welsh this year.
Oh.
And you caught a wave in.
Must you remind me of it?
You
We've
caught
got
a
a minute
wave
left.
That you thought was really, really nice, but it was after you knew you'd been beaten. You said it was like a bittersweet.
Yeah, it was. It's a really strange experience.
It was the verve.
It was bittersweet symphony. Yeah, and Pat will be doing that. You ride away. You know, you're doing the thing that gives you greatest pleasure in the whole world, riding a wave. But you're doing it absolutely gutted. And that is what's going to happen for Pat now. 35 seconds remaining. So this is not even Hemingway could write Pat's way out of this one. 20 seconds remaining. So we're going to be counting this one down. It's going to be Hwyl Fawr to the surfer o Gymru for Pat Landendark. A pob lwc and a digwyddiad nesa, and good luck in the next event. And we have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Ido Arkin with a solid performance in that heat. We're going to get straight underway with the next heat. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's Nicolas Paulette against Luke Dillon. So Paulette from Biarritz in Pays Basque. The 64 number plates. Home of a fabulous casino. The beautiful arches, the lighthouse. Probably does a fair bit of his surfing, I would hazard a guess, in the northern beaches of Anglet, Chambre d'Amour, La Marague, Les Cavaliers, La Barre. Paulette has been consistently posting big scores in this contest so far. And Luke Dillon, reigning British Cup champion. Luke Dillon did some great surfing in the ISA Worlds earlier this year, so he really can show up in chunky surf on the big stage. As someone who knows Luke and likes him, it gave me real joy to see legends of surfing like Barton Lynch praising Luke's approach during that ISA Worlds, and I'm sure Luke must have somewhere recorded those heats for posterity. To hear Barton Lynch reaching for the superlatives to describe Luke's surfing. We have ourselves reached for superlatives to describe Luke's surfing on many occasions, haven't we, Rob?
That's right, Tom. And he is always a pleasure to watch.
Although actually, that's a bit of a strange idiom because they're not usually superlatives. Did you know this? A superlative usually has to end in EST. So it's usually adjectives. Did you know this?
Well, I knew superlatives were adjectives, yes.
Yeah, they're adjectives which state the most of something.
Right.
So the fastest.
I didn't know that. I just thought it was. I thought a superlative was.
Or it can have the word most in front of it.
Okay, I did not know that. I thought superlative was just a word that extolled brilliance or something.
No, so a very, very highly charged adjective, you'd call it hyperbole.
Yes.
So usually when people say reaching for the superlatives, they mean reaching for the hyperbole.
Oh, right. So again, I thought hyperbole were exaggerations, perhaps.
No, because that's exaggerations.
I thought there just might be another word for it.
No, hyperbole is extreme, is
well,
highly charged.
You say, oh, he's full of hyperbole, and you say it was like a condescending. It's like as if someone's talking nonsense.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't quite be the right use of the term. Hyperbole is passionate language, emotive language, highly charged language that's not neutral. So you could describe these waves today as big. You could describe them as massive.
You could describe one as the biggest.
So the one that you describe as the biggest would have been subject to a superlative.
Yes.
The one you describe as big would be subject to an adjective, and the one you describe as massive would be subject to hyperbole. But it wouldn't be wrong, would it?
No.
The size of Waimea would be an exaggeration.
Well,
15 foot would be an exaggeration.
But, I mean, Waimea has been this size.
Yeah, I suppose Waimea is probably actually, if I check on Surfline, it's probably 1 foot today, actually. I do often quite look. I like to look at the webcams in Hawaii at this time of year, and I find it interesting to just see how it's flat. And those of you at home, admit it to yourselves. It's a guilty pleasure we all take. Pick a surf spot from somewhere around the world and just look at what it's doing right now. You do it, don't you, Rob?
Sure do. Who wouldn't want to?
They're all, both surfers are going to be going underneath a really big strip of whitewash here. And another huge one behind. Yeah, and it leaves the face all foamy and very difficult to deal with. We had a great debate with Luke Dillon. Do you recall during COVID when we recorded that Jocks versus Purists podcast? And we had you and Elliot Dudley as the purists and Logan and I as the jocks, and we were each able to phone a friend, and we got Luke Dillon in, and we debated whether surfing was now the...
Who did Elliot and I phone?
No, well, you and Elliot had you had the judge. You had the judge on your side. You'd nobbled them with a bribe before the debate took place.
Oh yes.
So that's why it was 3 against 3. And it was we had a debate, didn't we, about whether the jocks or the purists were today's true surfers. And you guys cited people like Joel Tudor and Dane Reynolds, and me and Logan and Luke cited people like Gabriel Medina and Ferreira. And then, Breege Lawrence ruled on who had won the debate, didn't she? And she ruled that the purists had won the debate. And Logan and I, in true jock fashion, stormed the judges' tower.
Punched your board.
punched holes in the decks of our board. We have a little look at the bracket here and how it's working. So Odriozola and Arkin have now gone on through. I talked about how Pat will now, and Markel, they'll take fifths away from this.
Meanwhile, here we see a massive turn from surfer in red, Nicholas Paulette.
It doesn't stick it. Yeah, so we were looking at that bracket. There's going to be... The slight difference now is that 4 surfers will take fifths from this event, whereas last year 2 took 5ths and 2 took 7ths. So last year the semi-finals were 4-man heats, so the last 8 was 2 semi-finals of 4. And so you get a 5th. And this year, it's 4 surfers with 5ths and no 7ths. So the 4ths, here we see it again. So Paulette or Dylan, they'll be competing here for the chance to go through to the other semi-final, and at which point you're guaranteed an equal 3rd as your minimum result. And then the brother Odriozola down it. Look at the way that draw has got a lovely bit of symmetry to it with an Odriozola at each end. So Kai Odriozola, who after winning the European Junior Amateur Championships in Santa Cruz last year in Portugal, came straight here and didn't really get going in this contest. This year now, with the surf really macking, has been shredding. So that bottom half of the bracket yet to fill out. At the moment, it's looking like the semi-finals will go in tomorrow on finals day. Last year, finals day was finals only. So last year, that semi-final did run at the end of the day.
I'm thinking back, Tom, to that jocks versus purist debate. And you said that you and Logan stormed the judges' tower and punched your boards in disgust at having lost.
We did.
But Elliot also got very upset and metaphorically punched his board because he misheard and thought that he had lost. And so he did that first, only to discover later on that he had actually won.
And when did he do that?
What a foolish thing to
What,
have
during
done.
that debate or in the
Yes,
surf contest?
No, during that debate.
Did he?
Yes. He thought he'd lost, but he hadn't. He misheard the judges' scores.
Dudley's a lot more competitive than people give him credit for.
He's very emotive. As we see a
There's
lovely
the
little
site,
view
the beach
on
festival.
Those of you at home can see that's taking place just behind our tower in the tented village. And there's the edge of the Boardmasters bar, the beach bar.
You can see the full fill bars that are sponsoring the event. So this one is it's a slow one at the moment. We've got just the 1.1 for Nicolas Paulette. And the iconic view there of the Fistral Headland. The Headland Hotel, which we've discovered during the course of this event, has got a murmuration of starlings nesting in its eaves. We saw them murmurating in and out of the Headland Hotel yesterday. Beautiful birds, starlings, migratory birds. And here we go, the surfer in blue, Luke Dillon, smashes one. Comes around the next side, and again. And there we go. There's a lot of noise from the beach bar on that one. Guys, Luke Dillon is the surfer from Newquay. If you are supporting him in the beach bar, can you make yourselves heard? And there is noise from the beach bar. You might not be able to hear it at home, guys. They're getting warmed up. I haven't checked. Did the England ladies get through? We've been at the coalface here all day. So the England ladies are through as well. What a day for you English people down there. The England ladies are through.
We're about
the Lionesses.
They're about 3 minutes in to the rugby fixture, England versus Wales.
Oh, are we playing? Yeah. Oh, here we are. Right, okay, down there in the beach. Oh, there's a replay of Dillon here. Let's just have a little look. Oh, this second manoeuvre, it's big. And he sticks it, surfing in the board shorts. The score yet to drop. Let's get Dillon his score. Let's get the score to the guys. They've got serious business to do, and then we'll wind that beach bar up a little bit more. Okay, first of blue, a 5.57. Yeah, I think we just got that to him before he went under a wall of white water. Let's try it again. Let's let him get the water out of his ears. First of blue, a 5.67. First of blue, a 5.67. So, the surfer in blue, you go into the lead. Nicolas Paulette, vous avez la priorité. La dernière vague de surfeurs en bleu, c'était 5.67. Donc, vous avez besoin maintenant d'une vague à 4.58. Vous êtes en deuxième, mais vous avez la priorité. So, Nicolas Paulette, we'll give him the situation. Whether he can hear us is a moot point. He's going to possibly spin and go on a big left-hander here. He's just behind it. Okay, so that gives us a chance. Okay, in the beach bar. We are told that Wales and England are facing off against each other on the rugby field. If you think that England can win, make some noise. That's a bit of noise. Now, the Welsh have been tending to be noisier so far, so if you think the Welsh can win, make some noise. Oh no, Wales are quieter now.
That's okay.
It's because they've all been knocked out and gone home, probably, isn't it?
Probably all watching the rugby.
Okay, first of blue, 5.67. First of blue, 5.67. So I think Luke obviously didn't hear. He was doing too much duck diving. Blue, you're in first. Red, you need a 4.58.
So yeah, the England fans much louder in support of their rugby team in the beach bar. They're going to need it after copping a loss last week against the Welsh.
Yeah, they got it. The dragon roared last week, didn't it? Definitely. Although I think with the World Cup coming, things could look a bit different. So we know the Lionesses are through. We'd have liked to have seen the Lionesses take on the French. It would have been good, but the Aussies got through instead with a very, very exciting penalty shootout, which we were all, the Matildas they call them, we were all watching it. So the last of Luke Dillon, you see a 5.67. The whole crew here stopped to watch that penalty shootout between Australia and France. There were quite a few Aussies in the WSL crew, and they were even more French. And it was Commisération les Bleus, the Aussies, who are never smug in victory.
Nico sat behind us. Nico was visibly upset.
Yeah. Now, among the nations of this world who can be a little ingracious in victory, Australia sit high.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's only one nation in the world more ingracious in victory than Australia. Who could that be, says Nico.
I don't think it's the French.
No, I don't think it is the French. I think most of them are in that bar over there.
I reckon so.
I think it's the English. But they do win a lot, and I think the Lionesses could well win.
Here goes Luke Dillon, local lad, whipping a massive hack into the lip there. Beach bar, get behind him. Up into the lip again, a little speed tag, and off the foam. Massive first turn. The judges, Tom, are going to love that.
I like.
He carried so much power and speed through that turn.
Talk about riding out with control as well. I like the way he jumped back onto his surfboard.
That was Luke employing local knowledge, I think.
Oh, he's flying. And I love the way that he jumped onto his surfboard straight into a paddle. Cornish surf fans, make some noise for Luke Dillon, everyone. I think he can hear it. Yeah, it's a good wave.
For those of you at home watching, you can see the replay now. Luke delayed that bottom turn for a while and then just pivoted off those fins.
All the way around there.
Beautiful rooster tail of spray, a little speed check, and then off that white water for a third maneuver. Rides out. He's stoked.
It was
Onto his
foamy
board,
by
and we
then.
see a wave-ridden full surfer in red. Nicholas Paulette, the man from
That's a good one
Biarritz.
too. Last of blue. Oh, he's underwater. Last of blue, a 7-point ride. Last of blue, a 7-point ride. Well, we've been denied the England versus France extravaganza in the Women's World Cup, but we've got it in front of us here. This is as England versus France as it gets. Nicholas Paulette with a big, stylish, controlled frontside snap, and then a foam climb, and then a clever exit strategy. And the two are actually in a paddle battle, albeit one in which they've got it's more of a paddle steeplechase. And Paulette has had to duck dive one more time than Dillon.
Did you notice on that wave of Paulette's just how compressed his knees were as he went back up into that foam, acting like shock absorbers to take out any bumps? Very, very clever.
Paulette is a really stylish surfer. I do wonder whether, living down in Biarritz, he probably also surfs that right-hand point. You know, the one with the rock boils in it?
I do.
Are we allowed to say its name?
Every other person in the world seems to surf there.
Okay, we are. La Fatenia. Lovely point break, La Fatenia. I'm imagining Paulette surfs La Fatenia often. And at the moment, he's duck diving. So we'll just let Paulette get under this piece of white water before we give them the scores. It's the last thing he's going to want to hear is half a score as he goes under all this white water. La dernière vague pour le surfeur en rouge, 4.33. Last of red, 4.33. Nicolas Paulette, vous êtes en deuxième. Vous avez besoin d'un vague à 8.34. You need an 8.34. Nicolas Paulette in the red, you need an 8.4, an 8.34. I'll say it again. Blue, you are in the lead. Blue, you are in the lead. You have priority. Red, you need an 8.34. 8 minutes remaining. Oh, blue using priority comes right over towards him, and Luke Dillon on a bomb.
Oh, wow.
Look at the size of this thing.
God, he's a little bit late around that first section, but there will be war, but he doesn't want anything to do with it. He
Keeps
out.
Paulette off.
He needs to get back out as soon as he possibly can because there is a set looming large on the horizon.
He is at the actual wrought iron gates themselves here, deciding.
I think he's going to be okay though.
He's deciding whether or not to go through and under the sign, the Dante Allegri sign, "Abandon hope, all who enter here." He's just really narrowly escaping that one. That would have pulled him back into the bank for sure. Where we saw PLD in the last heat have a 10-minute paddle out.
Clever surfing from Luke there, or wise competition strategy, I should say.
Yeah, it was. Paulette has got priority. Priorité avec le surfeur en rouge. Rouge, vous êtes en deuxième. Vous avez besoin d'un 8.34. 8.34. 8.34. Blue, you are in the lead. Red, you need an 8.34. Priority red. The wind still very strong out of the southwest, tearing across the beach. You'd imagine a much smaller swell would have been torn so to shreds by this that it would have been rendered unsurfable. So this last wave of Dillon gets down it, and a very big full wraparound. So, yeah, viewers at home are seeing a replay there.
Here's that big set I saw, Tom.
That is, I don't think it's showing on the screen, but there is, the whole bay is being washed out here. Although off on the end of it, Luke Dillon, but he's right off the side of the bank here, and that was just so many bumps and lumps in that thing. What you can't see at home is that Luke Dillon picked that wave off the end of about 400 meters of closeout white water.
Yeah, about that.
And now he is.
Dante.
He is.
Dante Allegri's gates.
He
the
is.
wrought iron gates.
He's at the wrought iron gates here now. I mean, it's not as bad as it could be. I mean, Pat was at the wrought iron gates without the scores on the board. Dillon is at the wrought iron gates with the scores on the board. Do you know who were the only people occupying 5 meters? 5 meters, 5 minutes.
Surfers in the water, 5 minutes remaining. Surfer in red, you are in second. You require an 8.34. Luke Dillon, surfer in blue, you're out in front.
Here's a trivia one for you, Robert. We're going to see in the next quarterfinal, Renan Granville against Caio Driozola. That's coming up in just over 4 minutes' time.
Looking forward to that too.
Here's a bit of trivia for you then. Inside the inner circle of Dante Allegri's imagined hell in the 13th century, or is it the 14th? Medieval image of hell. Who is the inner circle of hell reserved for? Two famous figures from history.
I don't think I'm allowed to get political, am I?
Well, bear in mind this is the 1300s, so it's not going to be. It's not going to be any of our modern lot.
Okay, that's what I was going to go for.
So there's
a little fin release from Luke Dillon on the replay at home. This is his first wave, isn't it? This is the one that scored 5.67. I didn't actually see that first turn at the time.
We're getting a little heat recap. It's interesting that the second wave had the highest score. It was that turn, wasn't it?
It's beautiful.
Dillon's going to be up and riding again here. And so he is surfing, for those of you watching at home. And
Beach bar getting noisy for Luke Dillon.
they are. I'm not sure it goes into the top two. It'll be close for whether it replaces the second
so
one.
At home, fear not, you're watching at the minute Nicholas Paulette's replays, and
I
I'm sure soon enough you'll see a little vision of Luke Dillon streaking across the open face.
Yeah,
of his previous wave.
I think it's been caught for a replay. I just noticed that in the beach bar they're blowing surfing horns.
Yes. Someone's got a vuvuzela.
Is it a vuvuzela? I am the music man. I come from down your way. And what can you play? I can play.
Okay, here's the replay of Luke Dillon's previous wave, Tom, for those of you at home. Bouncing off the foam there, little bit of release. And I think you're right in saying that it's probably not going to enter his top two. But we'll leave it to the judges, Tom. They're still deliberating, pondering.
2 minutes and 50 remaining. So we'll need to try and get a situation to Paulette as quickly as we can here. We're totally wrong. Oh, here we go. The scores are dropping. So, yeah, it's not going to go. It's 5.4, 5.4. Last of blue, 5.4. Rouge. Nicolas Paulette, vous avez besoin de 8.34. Nicolas Paulette, you need an 8.34. You are in second. No change. Last of blue, no change. Inner Circle of Hell.
Go on.
Two famous figures from history. Brutus and Cassius. Caius Cassius and Marcus Brutus. The assassins of Caesar. Because, of course, in the 1300s, the greatest crime you could commit was treason. Et tu, Brute.
Et tu, Brute.
1 minute and 40 remaining.
A little update from the rugby. England have gone 3-0 up against the Welsh, Tom.
Ah, that's nothing.
A Farrell penalty.
That's nothing. That's nothing.
Meanwhile, here, action aplenty coming your way at the conclusion of this heat as two of, in my opinion, standout surfers of the event so far go head-to-head. Renan Granville, who I've enjoyed watching immensely due to his very, very smooth style.
I have too.
And Kai Odriozola, the young man from San Sebastian.
Yeah. It's going to be... I would have no...
Here's Luke Dillon on his backhand, Tom, snatching one in the lip there. He's going to stick with this one. He has a look behind, so that's interesting. You see, and again, he's looking out
to
the back.
see.
He's got 47 seconds left, and he's going to pursue this one all the way, and he knows he's not going to get back out in time. Now, he's travelled too far.
I'd have no chance picking who's going to win that next heat.
Well, Tom, with 35 seconds left, surfer in red, Nicolas Paulette, is left out the back alone, chasing an 8.34. Luke Dillon will be hoping that nothing comes his way, or nothing comes Paulette's way, because now he is leaving it effectively in the hands of the gods.
And
as
here he goes.
Paulette is up and riding at the back on a huge right-hander, smashes
enormous
in a lip, releases the tail.
Punches the air. He
loves it.
But the jump off.
He loves it. Or he'd ridden out of that quite. He'd ridden out, Tom, but
it's going to end.
Loved it. But it was one maneuver and one maneuver alone. 8.34. Tom, I'm going to go out on a limb.
He's not going to get it.
That he doesn't get it.
He's asking the judges to give him the highest score of the whole day for one maneuver. It was an incredible maneuver. Incredible maneuver. But
Those of you at home can see it again now.
I just wonder whether, if he doesn't get it, it might have been an idea to try and ride that whitewater in and look for reforms.
Ah, I see what you mean.
I was a bit surprised by the jump off, because he is going to fall.
I think, Tom, at that
he's going to fall like a point short. 7.17, and that's what he would have got the extra point on the way through, maybe, I don't know. Last of red, a 7.17. La dernière vague de surf en blanc, 7.17. So the official results of that last heat. I think we're going to get the next one underway first. So we're standing by to start the next heat. Official results, Luke Dillon has won. Last heat of the day is going to be starting very shortly. We're going to count that down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Luke is being congratulated by Logan Nicol down there. Raynon
Yeah.
Granville against Kai Odriozola. Here we go.
And Tom, just for the sake of the beach bar, ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of that last heat, Luke Dillon, the local boy in blue, takes the heat win and progresses through to the semi-finals. Give him a round from the beach bar. Oh, the seagulls getting
Even
involved.
the seagulls cheered then, Rob, after we've been lambasting them all day here on the here in the commentary booth. Even the seagulls. And a big hand, guys, to Nicolas Paulette. Well done, Nicolas Paulette. Everybody give Nicolas a hand.
Yeah, he's been superb throughout, hasn't he? Really, really
Surfer from
entertaining.
Biarritz has absolutely nailed it in this event. Great surfing, Nicolas. So underway now then. We got Raynon Granville, and he did some really adventurous surfing in the round of 16 yesterday. Really bold. Odriozola with a wipeout to start the heat. Granville was the surfer. He was surfing on his goofy foot. He tended to go to the front side. He picked off a couple of huge lefts and did some very, very, very adventurous frontside closeout Rios. He had the tail waft thing going on, and here he goes. And he carries on.
I really enjoyed that turn.
Carries on with exactly what he was doing last time. And that was it. You just saw it. I was trying to describe the surfing he did last time, and he went and did exactly the same thing. That has almost become trademark, or hallmark, was the right word there, hall or trade. Hallmark of Nicolas Paulette. That is the Paulette brand. Sorry, Paulette of Granville. That is the Granville brand here. Look at that thing.
I think of everyone I've watched throughout the event on the men's side of the draw, Tom, Granville is perhaps the holder of my favourite style. I thoroughly enjoy watching him. He's so smooth.
Yeah.
He's very technical, but his style is so languid and effortless that he makes some of the more technical aspects of his surfing look so simple.
I completely agree with you, Rob.
Joel Parkinson suffered that fate. He was so smooth that he made the most difficult things in the world look almost too easy.
And sometimes, if you make something look hard, you get, well, that was the debate, wasn't it?
That was the debate at the time.
And now we're going to see a real foam monster here for Odriozola. And enormous section. He gets up in and out of it. And
this wave will reform and carry on.
His supporters are going bonkers. If he gets a third turn in, oh my goodness me, the ambition. The ambition.
Ambition is...
Well, critical.
Yes.
Now...
and here goes our surfer in red. Granville up and riding on his backhand. Somehow manages to ride out of that first maneuver before getting hung up in the lip.
Do you know, speaking as well of Brutus and Cassius earlier, that was the excuse that Brutus and Cassius gave for what they did to Julius Caesar. As he was ambitious, we slew him. It was that wave that got slain by Kai Odriozola, though, on this occasion. He left the wave on life support by not landing that last maneuver. But I'm sure he'll get out there and slay the next one with even less mercy. Fantastic surfing already there. Now, Kai Odriozola he's a veteran compared to Hans Odriozola. Kai Odriozola is 17. And he won the European Juniors at Santa Cruz last year. And the ESF, the European Surfing Federation, so the European Junior Amateurs. That's, of course, a repechage event. The word repechage is French. Did you know that?
Repechage.
No, it doesn't have an R in it.
No.
It's etymology is from the French word for fishing, pêcher. Repechage, refishage. You refish people who've lost out of one event and you refish them back into the draw.
I like it.
Repêchage.
That's clever.
Am I right, guys from Biarritz? Sat behind me? We are? Repêchage. No repêchage at WSL level. It's go big or go home, as Yolanda said earlier.
Here we see one of our surfers. It's the man in blue, Kai Odriozola, up and riding on his backhand, hooking into the lip, displacing loads of spray there. And this wave will offer him one more turn as it reforms and bangs it off.
Grainville's on one behind too.
Again, Odriozola going to stick with that for a little while. Meanwhile, Grainville, huge section, smashes it.
That was... Oh, that is the
incredible.
The Camilla crouch.
I thought he'd gone for a second.
The Grainville grip. That was actually the biggest and best maneuver of that wave. I think we might end up seeing the whole thing if you're watching at home. But it was the ending that made that wave exciting. Grainville throwing the tail and gripping. Surfing that was both literally and metaphorically gripping. I am gripping the edge of my chair. I actually am. You'll have to take my word for it.
Yes, white knuckles. Talking of white knuckles, Tom, it's a bit of a white knuckle ride.
No, absolutely.
This heat, it's neck and neck, and both of our surfers are neck and neck indeed, paddling back out. Those of you at home can now watch a replay of Kai Odriozola going after this left-hander on his backhand, smashing the lip on that first. Little change of direction before finishing it off really nicely, stylishly, riding out of that one. And beyond that, we'll see the surfer in red, Renan Grainville.
Yeah, we'll see the lot.
From start to finish, we see this one. Up into the lip, he goes. A little off balance, but sticks with it. Rides over that really tough intermediary part of the wave, and he's going to race down the line and finds that big slam off the end. The really impressive thing here is that Camilla crouch, the Grainville grip that we talked about. He rides on out and really puts an exclamation mark on that wave and gives the judges something to think about.
We get some good intel sometimes from Beach Marshal Tim Pitt. And Tim was saying that Renan Grainville has a particularly energetic warm-up that he does before his heats. It's very, very athletic. He really fires himself up. And if you actually look at the way that he surfs, he does look like he's raring to go, real frother. He was also, if you remember, late for one of his heats in the earlier rounds. And it didn't hold him back one bit. He went out and won the heat for which he was late. And I think that was the round of 32 heat. It was with Max Bullen and Bo Bettridge getting eliminated. He won that heat, and in it was actually Luke Dillon. So Luke Dillon advanced in second to Renan. So Renan Grainville beat Luke Dillon in the earlier rounds of this event. So Beach Marshal Tim with some great intel for us there.
So there we are. The scores are in, Tom.
They are. Let's get them. Let's get the scores to the surfers.
Yeah, the surfers are just duck diving still. They're underwater, so we'll give them a second. And I can see one. Here we go.
Go on.
So with 16 minutes and 25 seconds remaining, surfer in blue, Kai Odriozola, you are in first position. Blue, you are in first. Surfer in red, Renan Grainville, you are in second. You require a 4.67. Surfer in red, you need a 4.67 to move into first.
Surfeur en rouge, vous êtes en deuxième. Vous avez besoin d'un vague à 4.67. Kai Odriozola en azul, eres primera. Priority red. So, Kai, you are in the lead. Kai Odriozola, you are in first. Renan Grainville in red, you are in second. You need a 4.67. Azul, eres primera. So, Kai Odriozola is now off to the north. Both of them have had a little bit of a spell. toying with the wrought iron gates to the Dante Alegre bank, Rob. One which they appear to now be out of.
Okay, red is asking for a situation. So, surfer in red, Renan Granville, you are in second. Red, you are in second. Red, you require a 4.67. Surfer in red, you are in second. You need a 4.67. And here he goes, the surfer on his backhand, moving along this right. Quick speed check there, trying to generate some more speed as he goes down and up. Chucks the tail there, Tom. Really releases the fins, but doesn't ride out.
Odriozola on the one behind. I think he might get out of this. Good decision. Good decision. He might just get under the one behind. I think the surfers are finding it very difficult to hear beach announcements that far out, aren't they? Granville, unlucky not to land this last maneuver. Does a bit of work here, set up, and then whacks the tail, but too much white water to get over, and now he's very lucky, actually, though, to have not got stuck on the Dante Alegre bank after that one. Odriozola is going to take a smaller right by here. A very interesting decision, because this does have a bowling section on it. And goes to the front side, nose pick, and pokes the fins. Front side carve coming down the inside, and he's got a load of bowler white water to deal with. Very, very clever and mature surfing not to overcook it. Speed to burn. Very, very easy after all that hard work to have just slipped over on that bit of inside white water. So that was a tail high front side air. The nose landing first, wasn't it?
Now, Tom,
and then
the major maneuvers notwithstanding, the thing that really impressed me about that wave of Odriozola was as he's made his way to the inside, as we'll see it again on the replay, those of you at home. Obviously, there's the landmark maneuvers.
This was a 7.33 they've given him for this.
Beautiful opening maneuver, very progressive. Jams it on that second turn and then wraps. And it's on the inside.
Controlled
really
here.
Impressed me. So he really wraps back to the whitewater, which allowed him that longer bottom turn.
Beautiful.
Come back up. And what it did, Tom, was allow him more maneuvers come the end of the wave. I'm not sure how high they
Last
scored,
of blue, 7.33. Last of blue, 7.33. Ultimo ola de azul, 7.33.
Don't know how many points he would have accrued for those last few turns, but it was the swooping back that allowed him to get maybe 2 or 3 extra turns, whereas if he just raced down the line, maybe 1, maybe 2 if you were lucky. So very, very clever technical aspects to the end of that wave.
Also the way that he landed that air. Yeah, 7.33 confirmation there. Also the fact that he landed that air straight into smooth rail surfing, no loss of speed whatsoever. The size of the wave on the inside will be the reason why that didn't go above the 8s, won't it? There's a slightly smaller wave compared to what's out there. But Kai Odriozola now in a commanding lead. Blue, you are in the lead. Red, Nicolas Granville, you need a 7.66. Vous avez besoin de 7.66. And Granville is going to be going underneath this one. I mean, he's got 7.66s in him, hasn't he? He's going to require some of the best of the Granville surfing that we've seen so far, but he's absolutely got it in him. Renan. This would now need, Granville would now need to post his own highest heat total of the event so far. Odriozola's 12.83 is Granville's highest heat total so far is a 10.94. So, you know, but that's what you'd expect to do as you progress into the later rounds of a competition, isn't it? Is you would need to find your higher scores. Red, you need a 7.66. Red, you need a 7.66. Rouge, vous avez besoin de 7.66.
Yeah, Tom, you're absolutely right.
7.66. Red, you are in second. You need a 7.66. I don't think he can hear us. He's still asking. We'll try it again. Red, you need a 7.66. Rouge, vous avez besoin de 7.66. I think there is also now a very loud discotheque taking place in the bar next to us, which might also be providing some collateral noise over which we have got to try to convey our voices when trying to give these surfers, because the town of Newquay, it's 6:05 p.m. here on a summer's afternoon. If you're watching us from somewhere other than Newquay, if you're watching us from another time zone, and it is Saturday afternoon, Audrey Zola is going to take off on a bowl in white. A bowl in right, too much of a bowl. A big foam ball coming out of that one. There's the little fistral rights are just starting to roll off.
There are 9 minutes remaining. Surfer in red needs a 7.66. With just 9 minutes remaining, 7.66, fully achievable for a surfer of his caliber.
It is fully achievable.
And time enough to do it. 8.5 minutes and some
big
left.
set coming through. I think Graham Veal is most likely to want to go to his front side for it, given what we've seen him do on his front side earlier in the event. The wind still very much with us. The forecast tomorrow is quite a fair bit tamer than today. I'm not sure the wind is going to get particularly more generous, but I think we can expect a slightly smaller, more organised swell. The longboards will be returning tomorrow, of course, to action, as will the juniors. It's a pretty packed day of surfing for day 5 of Boardmasters tomorrow. The crowd in the beach bar. Have you enjoyed your day watching the surfing? Crowd in the beach bar. They have. I think they're also, they've gone a bit quieter now. I think they've started their discotheque. Some of them may leave and make their way over to the festival site in Watergate Bay, where is it Noel Gallagher or Liam Gallagher who's playing tonight over there?
Liam.
It's Liam, is it? Last night that festival saw the Kiwi songstress Lord on the headline stage. Cypress Hill also played. Kai Odriozola, you are in second. No, Kai, you are in the lead. Kai, you are in the lead. You need to replace a 5.5. Kai, eres primera. Kai, usted está la cabeza. Graham Veal off the bottom, off the top, and again, he's going to stay with this piece of white water, and he's going to have a dilemma on his hands here about whether to look for an inside reform. I don't know that he finds the 7.66 on one wave there, but I think he can reduce the requirement. I think that's going to be more than his 5.17. A surfer has to replace their higher score to reduce the requirement. If you look at the maths there, he could replace his 4.17 with something less than the 5.17, but it wouldn't get him to the 12.83 that he needs to go to. So he'll have to replace the 5.17. He can fall short of the 7.66 requirement if he and go and find another wave, but if it's got to be more than 5.17 to change the
so
situation.
viewers at home can see the replay now, and he saw that first turn. He's right up in the lip, kind of free fell out of it and managed the second one before getting a little bit hung up in the white water.
Do you think it's more than 5.77, Rob?
I think it's going to be very, very close to it, Tom.
So a marginal improvement if there is an improvement.
Hey, but we've been wrong.
5.17, sorry, is what he's got to replace.
We've been wrong before, haven't we?
5.17 is what he'd need to replace.
Yeah, it's going to come in under that. So
it's going to come in
remains. Work remains for our surfer in red. Surfer in red, last of red, 3.87. You still require 7.66. Surfer in red, you need a 7.66. Surfer in blue, Kai Odriozola, you are in first position. There are 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this, the final heat of the day, quarterfinal number 4, here on day 4 of the Boardmasters 2023. Another busy day of surfing under our collective belts.
Almost. We've got about 5 minutes of it to get through.
And we'll be kicking off early doors tomorrow, Tom, up with the Lark. A 7:30 start.
We will.
Potentially.
5 minutes remaining. So we come down to 4 minutes and 20. So there's a big set coming through just to the north of the surfers. Odriozola, I think, with an eye on a possible priority use in these last few minutes. Now, normally, seeing a heat out with by calling priority on somebody would normally be something you do when there's perhaps the last 2 minutes of the heat, or even the last minute. But it takes such a long time to find a good one out here that it's quite valid to try and do it with only 4 minutes left. Nick, Renan, vous avez besoin de 7.66. Renan, you need a 7.66. You are in second. Renan, you need a 7.66. Renan, deuxième, 7.66. Red, you need a 7.66. I think it's too far away. They've gone off to the south, haven't they? 3 minutes remaining. Renan, you need a 7.66. Renan, vous avez besoin de 7.66. Vous êtes en deuxième. It takes a bit of energy for these poor surfers to stop and wave in the middle of all of this paddling. But there's been trouble getting the sound from the beach speakers out as far as they are. These surfers now are actually the furthest south that any surfers have been all day. 2 minutes and 30, and this is effectively, Odriozola is effectively chasing Grenville off the edge of the earth here now. So I'm certain priority is the reason for that. I think Grenville would have come right back up the beach looking for one of those lefts. And in fact, we're gonna be told to call them back in here. So surfers, you need to come north. You are outside of the competition area. Surfers, you are outside of the competition area. You need to return north. Surfers, vous êtes dehors de la zone de compétition. Il faut retourner au nord. Tout de suite, s'il vous plaît. Vous êtes dehors de la zone de compétition. And I think there may well be a paddle here. So the camera, yeah, it looks as though they're going to be struggling to hear us.
They're out of range, Tom.
They're out of range, and
they're
they
may sick of our voices. They've paddled so that they can't hear us.
Well, 90 seconds left. And I mean, it's lovely to see how much they care. Now, Renan Grenville is now going to come back the other way. I think he's now going to try and send Odriozola. So that's stage one of getting the score. Send Kai Odriozola on a wave. Odriozola going way down the beach. It's in the judge's gift whether or not to mark that when it's that far out of the zone. And Grenville now with 1 minute and 10. So he's done the first bit. He's got rid of the surfer in priority. And Kai Odriozola won't have changed his situation one bit. So it's now about the 7.66 and whether Grenville can find it and whether it will get scored that far down the beach. This is a massive telephoto lens on a camera, if you're at home, that is allowing you to see it. If you're in the beach bar, they've probably gone around the corner of the building we're in. And the judges will be, I don't think they'll have enough binoculars to go around in there. They'll have to do a 5 loaves and 2 fishes on the binoculars to be able to get them to stretch around everyone. There is 35 seconds left in the day's surfing, and I don't know that Grenville is going to find one here. There is a little something feathering on the horizon, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. We'll keep with him as we come down to the final 20 seconds of the day. And we're going to count this thing out. Grenville, I think he's going to try to paddle for something. If he does, it'll be really interesting to see what happens. He needs a very big score, so we'll have to do some great surfing. 10. And here we go. We're going to count this out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And he is up and riding. So, Rob, this is what we call the buzzer beater. And setting himself up, knows that he won't have done enough yet, but he's building house, a huge frontside hack. I think you'd expect a claim here. And now he's going to try and see if he can get on into the whitewater. I think the body language suggests, actually, no claim, far from it. The body language suggests that he thinks he hasn't done it. With no next heat to start, we'll be able to sit and wait and see for sure. A 7.66 would have been an enormous requirement. That today has generally been awarded to surfers for extremely adventurous, swashbuckling, closeout maneuvers. Let's have a look at what he did. We can see a replay if you're at home watching this on a screen. A frontside carve, stomps the tail a bit to try and see if he can line himself into the power pocket. He's maybe thinking of an air. A big frontside hack. Another drop wallet on a bit of a strange shaped section and then fails to find the reform. So it's very unlikely. And the scores are dropping and they're going to be sub 4. So that is going to be that. Odriozola winds his way in on his backhand. He'll be a finalist, a semi-finalist, a 3.7. The last of red, a 3.7. So the official results of that heat are going to come up. Rob, what a day of surfing that was.
Brilliant.
Incredible standard.
And Tommy,
There's the official results.
You touched upon it saying that we expect it at this end of the competition, the business end of the competition. It is the business end, and that's why we are so lucky to experience such brilliant performances throughout.
We'll have a little look at where that leaves us in the Boardmasters. We've got our semi-finalists now, Hans Odriozola and Ido Arkin in the first.
That's right, and Luke Dillon, the local lad, and Kai Odriozola shaping up the second semi-final.
There's
so
nothing
exciting
to stop an Odriozola on Odriozola final.
Ooh.
And Luke Dillon will have a lot that he wants to say about that. We're going to be here sharpish tomorrow morning. The call is early. It's going to be a 7 o'clock call. Heats are going to be in the water fairly quickly. Now, yesterday's conditions were absolutely pumping. And I think we're going to finish.
Absolutely. About this point in the evening, it was about the best of the day, and I know
Here
you were very excited.
Here goes Odriozola. Yeah, I'm going to be going to see if I can whack something up shortly myself, hopefully.
But like you say, a world away from yesterday's conditions at the moment.
Now, I think we are, in fact, going to finish our little Compcast for the day. I've been Tom Anderson.
And I've been Rob Blythe.
And I think we're going to finish our Compcast for the day with some highlights of yesterday, which you'll enjoy because it was of a similar size, but the wind was better. And let's hope that tomorrow we get some more surfing. So thanks for listening. Diolch am grando. Good luck. Have a good evening, everyone. And we'll see you tomorrow for some more surfing. Here's this highlights package.
Here we are at the Boardmasters Open 2023 at Fistral Beach, Newquay. Day 3. The sun is out and the waves just keep getting better. First off, the Reef Longboard Pro Men's. Light-footed and elegant, making it look easy. Next, we have the Reef Longboard Pro Women's. Into the Soul Arch. Next, we have the Mystic Junior Girls Open Semi-Finals. And now we have the Animal Pro Men's. Heavy section and perfect landing. Rotation, tail high. And we finish the day with the Animal Pro Women's. A big hit there, utilizing power surfing here at Fistral Beach.